The House will come to order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our House chaplain and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Representative Mosier.
Shall we pray? Gracious and loving God, we thank you for your goodness and for your mercies that are new every morning. Help each of us to receive your mercy and then to grant that mercy to one another. Through your mercy, you enable us to show encouragement and to edify one another. By your mercy, we are able to be patient with one another and show respect. Just as you are full of compassion and mercy, may we be like you in showing compassion and mercy. Help us to realize this is your will for us, to act justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with you. I pray this in your merciful name. Amen.
Mercy and walk humbly with your God, you know. That's a good way to live. To this, you think? Yeah. Reports of standing committee before we do it. That occurred to me. Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and finish that, please. I'll finish. Let me just get out. Where are we going? Well, where are we going next? That's a really good question. To this, I think we're standing at ease after that. So wait, and then we're going to read in the committee report. Yeah, I think, yeah. Let me double check, but I think so, because I think we need to go, then we'll go to reports of standing committees once we get the committee report. So after we close the roll, we're just going to let standing at ease for a little bit, waiting on the committee report. Okay.
Has every member had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance.
Where would that be coming from? motion, which I'm guessing is what you're putting into,
No.
or putting in before we work
do
it.
that. I got one right there.
There you go. Excellent.
Now, we just need all that
Now we just need the
information.
committee report.
Yeah.
Reports of standing committees, the clerk will read.
Committee on Financial Institutions and Rural Development recommends Senate Bill 88 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as House Substitute for Senate Bill number 88 as follows. An act concerning cities, establishing the City Utility Low Interest Loan Program, allowing cities to apply to the state treasurer for loans from state unencumbered funds for extraordinary electric or natural gas costs incurred during the extreme winter weather event of February 2021, and the substitute bill be passed.
Introductions of original motion. The chair recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 2311, I move that emergency be declared and House substitute for Senate Bill 88 be advanced to that order of business final action on bills and concurrent resolutions subject to amendment and debate.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Emergency final action subject to amendment debate. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 88, the Speaker recognizes Representative Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body. House substitute for Senate Bill 88 comes to us from the Financial Institutions and Rural Development Committee. This bill would create a $100 million low-interest loan fund that would use state idle funds to be loaned out to cities across the state who are dealing with the extraordinary expenses of natural gas and energy acquisition as a result of the cold snap that occurred last month. There are over 100 Kansas cities that have been impacted by natural gas and electricity prices that at first doubled and then went up tenfold, and then 100, and then even higher. The small town of Denison, Kansas spends about $125,000 a year to buy natural gas for its citizens. Its bill for 1 week in February was $241,000. Without some type of assistance, cities across this state are looking at the decision to dissolve and disincorporate, to essentially declare bankruptcy because they cannot afford to pay their utility bills. While we need the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and the Attorney General to look into whether price gouging occurred and to make sure that if it did, those bad actors are taken care of, in the meantime, our cities and the businesses and churches and families that depend on them need help. Their bills are coming due. First round came out about a week ago. The second round is going to be due next week. And if they don't have the money to pay them, people will begin losing natural gas, they will begin losing electricity, and these cities will have no ability to provision services to their citizens. Today, we can stand here together and do something about that. With the passage of House Substitute for Senate Bill 88, we can make available that $100 million at low interest rates for a period of up to 10 years for those cities to make sure that they do not hand off shockingly high gas and electric bills to their constituents or be forced to raise property taxes to cover these expenses. So I would ask that you stand with me and support the passage of House Substitute for Senate Bill 88. And with that, I would stand for questions, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hsu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Speaker Pro Tem as well. I know he's worked incredibly hard on it, and there's nothing that I can add that is ever more eloquent than what he speaks about. I will say that everybody in the room this morning felt the gravity of what we were dealing with as we were hearing this bill. It is immensely important to make sure that our cities are able to pay this bill. It is not the underlying issue. I think we all understand that, but they have their bills to pay, and this bill will allow them to do that. I was really proud of the committee this morning. This is how this process is supposed to work. There was a real issue. We all came together not as partisans, not as even representatives, just as citizens to come together to try to solve the issue. Everybody was a team player, from the advocates to the representatives in the chamber, and we all came together to get this out as quickly as possible. And that's what, when this body is working its best, feels like. It feels good. It feels weighty. It feels substantial. Good government is supposed to grease the cogs, right? It's supposed to smooth the edges, which to a large extent is what this bill does. It smooths the costs over a long period of time. When things are working at its worst, it feels like it's slowed down, it's gunked down, it increases friction. If you think of government as like a machine. This is good bill, this is good government, and I really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the members of the committee and everyone else who worked hard on this bill. It's a very important bill to me because my district has several cities with municipal gas service or municipal electric or both. And I'm really hearing a lot from them cities about what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I just makes me proud to think that we as a state, as a legislature, are doing something to help these people and to help these cities survive. And with that, I just want to show my support for this bill. Thank you.
Representative Helgerson.
I'm not here in opposition to the bill, but I do raise some questions and some concerns. First, as I've read some of the explanation, it says that if an entity defaults on the loan, meaning a small community, then it comes out of state general fund dollars. If the carrier of the bill can explain a little bit more. So it means a little bit that there's some risk involved, not just a guaranteed loan. Second, it looks very quickly like this is a program that we're putting in place for perpetuity. And are we expecting that this will be going on not only after this emergency, but in the future times, so that this $100 million, when it is repaid, will be available, or will it be put back and the program ended for use in idle funds? And finally, I just mentioned, we borrow $900 million from the idle funds every year. It is not an unlimited amount of dollars. While I strongly support this bill, we should look a little bit deeper about if there are any other ramifications of this. Thank you very much.
Representative Helmer.
Yes, my county, one of my counties is Cali, Winfield, Kansas, that was hit extremely hard. And I would ask that you support this. We met on the Friday right when the storm came through, and our county was hit extremely hard with the Arctic. Our city of Winfield budget was $1.2 million, and our accountants were calculating, and our bill was already at $1.6 million for our municipality by Saturday morning. We contacted Moran, Estes, Marshall, wrote a letter to Biden, President Biden, and wrote a letter to the governor on Friday night. And I would just ask for your support. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the concerns raised by the good representative from Wichita, I will tell the body we will likely see a trailer bill to this. In my conversations with the state treasurer, they have some things they'd like to flesh out as we go forward. There are statutory provisions about what happens if a city goes bankrupt in Kansas, including the ability for a court to order a property tax levy to pay off the debts of that city, particularly for our smaller cities, which are some of the ones most impacted by this. We do have some rules and regs authority for the treasurer in this bill to allow them to flesh out some of the concerns that have been raised, but we will probably see something tweaking some of the language as we go forward. But right now, the exigency of the circumstances demand that we take swift action to help those cities. Our priority is to make sure that Kansans, no matter where they live, are not hit with unfair utility bills. This is going to help mitigate that trickle-down effect on our families, our businesses, who are located in cities but who had no choice but to pay these higher costs. So I ask that you stand with me and stand with our small cities, stand with Kansans across this state, and I urge the passage favorably of House Substitute for Senate Bill 88. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 88. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Corbett votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 124 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of Senate Bill 88, the same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. House Bill 2313 appears on the consent calendar for the second day. Is there objection? Seeing none, it will remain on the consent calendar for the third day. Final action on bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Bill number 2045 by Representative Owens, an act concerning income taxation related to the Kansas Angel Investor Tax Credit, qualified securities, tax credit limitations and amounts, investor requirements, qualified Kansas business designation requirements, bioscience businesses, program expiration date, increasing credit for expenditures to make a principal dwelling accessible to persons with a disability.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2045. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Corbett votes aye. Representative Helgerson votes Abstains? Any further? Anyone else like to vote? Representative Alcala votes aye. Representative Neely votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 112 voted in favor, 11 against the passage of House Bill 2045. The same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
It's bill number 2057 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning alcoholic beverages relating to the Club and Drinking Establishment Act, authorizing the issuance of drinking establishment licenses to licensed manufacturers under certain conditions.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2057. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Corbett votes aye. Representative Epley votes aye. Representative Ralph votes aye. Representative Gartner votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 124 in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2057, the same having received the constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the roll. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
Substitute for House Bill number 2066 by the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development, an act concerning occupational regulation relating to occupational licenses for certain applicants, temporary emergency licenses, electronic credentials.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2066. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Epley votes aye. Representative Corbett votes aye. Representative Weigel votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Carlin.
Am I on? Okay. Okay, it didn't sound like there. Okay, sorry. We tried to exempt the architecture profession from this legislation. I represent Kansas State. I live a block away, and thousands of its employees. I also support Fort Riley and participated in several long, arduous BRAC efforts, one lasting more than 4 hours. But many times, these professionals don't stay in Kansas, and the construction projects they design need to last. I was there when we helped write the fund to expand Seton Hall at K-State for the architectural, and I used to walk through the building when I took my classes. I also have supported Fort Riley. When I came into the legislature, nobody was doing much to help Fort Riley. I wrote the Military Child Education Act and other things, including getting college tuition for soldiers. It was a difficult vote, but I vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker.
Representative Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came to the Capitol yesterday prepared to vote against substitute for House Bill 2066. Amendments adopted yesterday improved the bill. Lieutenant Governor Toland shared strong support for this legislation with our caucus. Despite erroneous statements at the well concerning the Hyatt tragedy, the negligence of architects clearly contributed to the disaster. I followed that event and subsequent findings closely as one of my dear friends and a colleague of ours lost a sister-in-law that evening. I vote aye, and I am hopeful the Senate will address remaining problems with the bill, particularly with regard to the treatment of architects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other explanations of vote? Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body. I vote no on 2066 because it did not include architects, as I mentioned previously. I do have hopes, though, that we might be able to continue throughout the process and include them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Further explanation of vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? No. Representative Miller votes aye. Representative Wheeler votes no. Further changes? Seeing none, with 103 voted in favor and 21 against, the passage of House Bill 2066. The same having received a constitutional majority of the bills hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2097 by the Committee on Commerce, Labor, and Economic Development. An act concerning economic development relating to the High Performance Incentive Fund Workforce Training Program participation requirements.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2097. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Weigel votes aye. Representative Wassinger votes aye. Representative Ralph votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 124 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2097, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2138 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning alcoholic beverages relating to licensure under the Club and Drinking Establishment Act, authorizing the issuance of a license to an individual whose spouse is a law enforcement officer.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2138. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Clark votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 120 voted in favor and 4 against the passage of House Bill 2138, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will close the roll. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2153 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to crimes against persons, mistreatment of a dependent adult or elder person, increasing criminal penalty when a victim is a resident of an adult care home.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2153. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Finch votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 124 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2153. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2183 by the Committee on Elections, an act concerning elections, prohibiting the governor, the executive branch, and the judicial branch from altering election laws, limiting the authority of the Secretary of State from entering into consent decrees with any court without legislative coordinating council approval.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2183. The clerk will open the roll. You may record the vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Wolfmore votes no. Representative Auerkamp votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Heiberger.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on House Bill 2183. While it purports to uphold the state constitution and defend the legislature's role in determining election law, it appears to attempt to limit judicial review of election statutes in violation of our state constitution, and even in cases when the legislature is in session, it vests authority in the Legislative Coordinating Council, which is a body not mentioned in our constitution and is most certainly not the same as the legislature. Representative Heiberger.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote no on HB 2183 because the Legislative Coordinating Council is getting too big for its britches. We might as well take every day as a pro forma day and let the LCC do the legislature's work. I therefore vote no on HB 2183.
Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A brief comment from a lawyer perspective, I guess. I vote present. I've told the carrier I would like to be in a position to vote yes. It needs a little bit more work in the Senate. Just from my opinion, that where it says the judicial branch cannot alter state election laws, as I read Marbury versus Madison, all of my lawyer friends will recall that, where it talks about the duties and province of the judicial department. It actually, on page 177, talks about altering the law. So with that, I'll vote present, but I do hope if it comes back that I'll be able to vote yes. Thank you.
Any further explanations of vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 84 voted in favor and 39 against the passage of House Bill 2183. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
It's bill number 2208 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, and that concerning health professions and practices, authorizing the issuance of telemedicine waivers for the practice of telemedicine by physicians and other providers relating to professions regulated by the Behavioral Sciences Regulatory Board, reducing certain licensing requirements, expanding the board's grounds for discipline, and expanding temporary permits to practice and imposing requirements for the extension thereof.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2208. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had that opportunity to record their vote? Representative Carlson votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 124 voted in favor and 0 against, the passage of House Bill 2208, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
That's bill number 2209 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning the behavioral sciences relating to psychology, practice and licensing thereof, enacting the Psychology Interjurisdictional Compact, providing for interjurisdictional authorization to practice telepsychology and temporary in-person face-to-face psychology.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2209. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had their opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 121 voted in favor, 3 against, the passage of House Bill 2209, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2228 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning sexual assault evidence kits relating to submission of kits by law enforcement agencies conducting evidence collection at child advocacy centers.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2228. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Jacobs votes aye. Representative Will Carpenter votes aye. Representative Delperding votes aye. Representative Ralph votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? The 124 voted in favor and 0 against the passage of House Bill 2228. The same have received a constitutional majority. The bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2234 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning emergency medical services relating to medical directors requiring provision of medical oversight.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2234. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Ralph votes aye. Representative Owens votes aye. Representative Stogsdill votes aye. Representative Jacobs votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? 123 voted in favor, 1 against the passage of House Bill 2234. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2279 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning physical therapy, enacting the Physical Therapy Licensure Compact, providing for the interstate practice authority of physical therapists in compact state, authorizing criminal history record checks.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2279. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Landwehr votes aye. Representative Ralph votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Fairchild.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on HB 2279. While I support the concept of entering into this compact, I oppose this bill because it requires physical therapists to be fingerprinted and undergo a criminal background check. The bill even goes so far as to authorize a member state to obtain biometric-based information from each physical therapist licensure applicant and give that information to the federal government. I don't believe that we should enter into a compact which will result in violating the civil liberties of the people of our state.
Any other explanation of vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 122 voted in favor, 2 against, the passage of House Bill 2279, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2280 by the Committee on Health and Human Services, an act concerning the State Board of Pharmacy relating to powers, duties, and functions thereof pertaining to confidentiality of investigations, inspections, and audits, licensing, registration, and permitting requirements, exhibition of titles, fees, prescription orders, defining telepharmacy, and requiring rules and regulations be adopted for oversight and administration thereof.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2280. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Corbett votes aye. Representative Esau votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 116 voted in favor and 8 against the passage of House Bill 2280, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will close the roll. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2332 by Representative Topliker, an act concerning elections relating to advance ballot voting ballots, requiring identification of the sender on third-party solicitations to registered voters to file an application for an advance voting ballot, prohibiting such solicitations by persons located outside the state, penalties for violations.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2332. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Jacobs votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 87 voted. Representative Coleman votes aye. Representative Coleman votes no. Any other changes? With 86 voted in favor and 38 against the passage of House Bill 2332, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2361 by the Committee on Corrections and Juvenile Justice, an act concerning courts relating to specialty courts, authorizing the Supreme Court to adopt rules related thereto, establishing the Specialty Court Funding Advisory Committee and the Specialty Court Resources Fund.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2361. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Schreiber votes aye. Representative Hauser votes aye. Representative Jacobs votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to speak or explain their vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? The 122 voted in favor and 1 against the passage of House Bill 2361. The same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2362 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to abuse of a child, modifying the elements of the offense, increasing criminal penalties thereof.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2362. The clerk will open the roll. You may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Corbett votes aye. Representative French votes aye. Representative Rajas votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 124 voted in favor, 0 against the passage of House Bill 2362, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Final action, the clerk will read.
House Bill number 2377 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning driving relating to driving under the influence, authorizing reinstatement of a driver's license for certain persons with an ignition interlock device restriction, removing the motorized bicycle license option for persons whose driving privileges are suspended for a DUI-related offense, allowing certain persons disqualified from driving a commercial motor vehicle to have commercial driving privileges restored through clarifying that a city attorney or a county or district attorney shall not enter into a diversion agreement for certain traffic violations if the defendant is a commercial driver's license holder.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2377. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Representative Barker votes aye. Representative Whitmore votes aye. Representative Bishop votes aye. The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? With 102 voted in favor and 22. For an explanation of vote, Representative Burris.
Change of vote.
A change of vote, Representative Burris votes no. Any further change? With 101 voted in favor and 23 against the passage of House Bill 2377, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster for a motion to non-concur on House Bill 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you remember, in late January, we had a debate on House Bill 2022, and that was the combination of the oil and gas depletion trust funds into one fund for the purpose of addressing the abandoned oil and gas wells throughout the state of Kansas. The Senate voted on that yesterday, and it passed the Senate 39-0. However, there were some amendments that were made in committee So, Mr. Speaker, I would move that the House non-concur to the Senate amendments to House Bill 2022 and that a conference committee be appointed. And I'd stand for any questions.
Is there discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Representative Waymaster, you may close.
I move my motion and close.
You've heard the motion. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The House appoints Representative Waymaster, Hoppin, and Withmore to be conferees on part of the House. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader for motion to resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of considering those items under the heading of General Orders.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. The chair appoints Representative Laneware to chair the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning. For the representative that worries about when I wear a hat and when I don't, I did think about a tiara today, but some folks thought that might be too much. Maybe someday. For the first order of business is, where you got this at? There we go. For first order of business is House Bill 2085. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2085, the chair recognizes Representative Estes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There are no committee amendments. Students considering career paths are asking themselves important questions. What will college training cost? How will I pay for it? How much will I earn? How long will I take to pay off my student loans? Today's students are not the first to ask these questions. As a result, in 2016, the Kansas Legislature passed a bill creating the Kansas Degree Stats, which is developed by the Kansas Board of Regents to help families have that information readily at hand. This bill helps to connect that valuable information to students and families by setting an annual date for the information to be distributed. Early access leads to better planning and outcomes. If enacted beginning October 15th, 2022, and each year thereafter, the Kansas Department of Education would require to ensure the distribution of this information and any other relevant information concerning potential earnings published by the Kansas Department of Labor and each branch of the military to each student in grades 7 through 12 and his or her family. The Department of Education would enter into memorandums of understanding and other agreements with the Board of Regents, Department of Labor, and other agencies or entities as required to implement the provisions of this bill. Any cost incurred by the Department of Education would be negligible. The Board of Regents indicated any cost related to the enactment would be absorbed into existing resources. Proponent testimony was offered by the Opportunity Scholar Solution Program, the Kansas Board of Regents, and the Kansas Independent Colleges. There was no neutral or opponent testimony. I stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak to the bill? Where's it at? Oh, right there. The chair recognizes Representative Stodskill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job of explaining the bill, and this is a very good bill. It's supported by the Board of Regents, and we should give our students every opportunity to realize what a college education can provide them, but also opportunities in other fields such as our building trades and our military services. So I think getting this information out to our students is a terrific idea. I will support this bill, and I would urge you to do the same. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Hubert on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did have a couple of questions for the carrier. 21 years ago, you were, I believe, the state or the Sedgwick County party chair. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Steve, they can't hear you.
Thank you. I was speaking of her chairing or being the Republican Sedgwick County chairman 21 years ago. Do you remember helping an unknown candidate run for office 21 years ago?
Yes, I do.
Did you ever think that such a poor candidate would win and then 21 years later be standing next to you asking you questions as you have joined this esteemed body and are carrying this bill for the first time?
I envisioned the questioner here. My presence is more of a surprise to me than the other.
It'd be my belief that you should have been here a lot sooner, but I appreciate that you are here today, and I thank you for your service, and I support this bill and ask you also to vote positive for this bill.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the carrier stand for the questions, please? So this is about the Right to Know Act. Is that correct? I believe it's really important that when we represent our constituents, that they have a right to know who we are, and we also need to get to know them as well. I would like to know, how well do you know your constituents, and how well do they know you?
I hope that after 12,000 door knocks, they feel that they know me well and I know them well.
Well, I hope so too. I know I do my best to get to know mine. As a constituent myself, not of yours, but I would also like to know my congresswoman. Now, I haven't met her yet. I hope someday that I will. But I would like to know, tell me, how intimately well do you know your congressman?
I'll answer the other question. I met your congresswoman. She actually very nicely helped me when I fell one day, and she's a very nice lady. I do know my congressman well. We will celebrate our 30th anniversary in November.
That's wonderful to hear. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, and I also would like to welcome you to the Kansas House.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the bill? There's no further discussion. Representative Estes, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rises and reports. It report H. Bill 2085 favorably for passage as presented.
You've heard the motion by Representative Estes to report House Bill 2085 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2295, the chair recognizes Representative Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was no, or Mrs. Chair, there was no amendments.
Proceed.
I rise before the body to present House Bill 2295. The bill was introduced by the House Committee on Transportation. HB 2295 would exempt municipal motor grader vehicle operators from the Kansas Uniform Commercial Driver's License Act requirements if they are operating the motor grader vehicle within the boundaries of the municipality, for example, city, township, or county, where they are employed. A CDL does not cover anything on motor graders. Often when those hired for motor grader work complete their CDL, they leave for more profitable employment driving trucks. The League of Kansas Municipalities indicates that enactment of the bill would have a negligible effect on cities that could be absorbed within existing resources, and the Department of Revenue and Department of Transportation state that the bill would have no fiscal effect. And I will stand for any questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the bill? Representative Stottsgill. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the bill? I do have the light on for Representative Stottsgill. All right, seeing none, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises to report, they report House Bill 2295 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Neely to report House Bill 2295 favorably for passage. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2416, the chair recognizes Representative Patton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may proceed.
Thank you. Body, first of all, I just want to briefly talk about how we got here. Nearly 1 year ago, I think it was March 12th or 13th, I remember sitting over there getting a call from some of our prosecutors, and they were worried, what's going to happen if this COVID thing really comes to Kansas and our courts aren't able to operate, and we have people sitting in court, in prisons or in jails, and they may get released. And so we immediately started talking about that. We had the Chief Justice come over, and we fairly quickly responded and passed Senate Bill 102 that gave our courts the ability to pause and delay things, which we will actually deal with in a bill or two. We'll talk about that again. So that was the first time we started talking about our reaction to COVID and emergency management. Then we had hearings leading up to and during Sine Die. It was really some of the first hearings we had via Facebook at the time. We started talking through what changes we needed to make or could make. Then special session came along, and as you all know, I stood down here for hours, and many of you came down and participated with me for hours as we talked about what our Emergency Management Act should look like in Kansas. And so we made some changes, and we made those changes temporary. They would get us through session when we came back here, but in the meantime, we wanted to have conversations about what permanent changes we should make. And so last fall, we had an interim committee. We met for 6 full days. We had over 30 conferees. We went and toured the Emergency Management Center. If there was a stakeholder or a group out there that wanted to testify, provide input, I allowed them time on the agenda. We wanted to hear from everybody what concerns they had, how we could improve the process, what things we did that maybe didn't improve the process. We wanted to know everything. So we had those 6 days of hearings, and since then we've continued, or at least I have, and I know many of you have continued to have conversations with the various stakeholders about what changes we need to make, what changes we made that maybe we went too far or shouldn't be made permanent, those types of things. Throughout this process, I think every time I've talked in committee or talked before you, I've tried to make it clear that I don't think we should be making changes to KEMA just because of COVID. In the COVID pandemic, or our current governor, or our current legislative leaders, That should not be our objective. This shouldn't be because we were mad that a body overruled the governor or that the governor issued an opinion that we didn't like. We need to carefully gather input and carefully make changes that prepare us for whatever that next future unknown pandemic or disaster is. We don't know what's next. It's likely something we will all dread, obviously, but we want to be ready. We want to make sure that our laws are prepared to deal with it when the key players in the process, my hope is, are quite different. Different people on the second floor, different people on the third floor, different people across the state managing our emergencies. I've continually heard that KEMA has worked quite well for our, if lack of a better word, normal disasters, our tornadoes, our fires, our floods, our droughts. A governor needs to be able to have the power to quickly react when that type of disaster presents itself. We didn't hear from stakeholders that anything should change in that regard, so we didn't. What we did hear, especially last fall, is that most of our disasters are well on their way to recovery in 3 weeks to a month. Not long-term by any means. Sometimes, though, 15 days isn't long enough, and current law only gives the governor 15 days to operate without legislative oversight. So given that, in committee the other day, we had an amendment that increases that period from 15 days to 30 days to allow the governor to manage a disaster without having to ask the legislature for additional time. After that initial 30 days, though, the governor will continue to have to ask the legislature to continue the disaster if the governor so desires. That doesn't change in this bill. Under current law, a governor must get permission to extend a disaster beyond that initial period. What does change, though, is that in the event the legislature is not in session to extend the disaster, the request for more time will now go to the Legislative Coordinating Council instead of the State Finance Council. Through our statutes, the LCC generally acts when the legislature is not present. This change will provide consistency and utilize a framework that's already in existence in Kansas law. In addition, this bill sets forth some guidance to the LCC to utilize when they're determining whether to extend a disaster or whether to authorize a governor to continue to be able to exercise the executive order powers. In KSA 48925C, it sets forth 11 powers to a governor when they're issuing an executive order. The 11th power is quite broad. It's kind of a catch-all, very general. If the governor wants to issue an executive order under this 11th power in House Bill 2416, the bill would require the governor to submit that proposed executive order to the Attorney General, who would have 24 hours to review and comment, and then the LCC would be required to meet within 24 hours to either approve the order as presented, to deny the order, or to make changes to the order, which the governor may then choose to accept or reject. One thing we've learned through this current disaster is that there may be a need for a disaster declaration to allow the Emergency Operations Center to coordinate activities across the state or to allow for the flow of federal dollars to our state. But there may not be a need for the governor to have the authority to issue executive orders. So this bill will give the LCC, or in the legislature's absence, or will give the legislature or the LCC in the legislature's absence, the ability to extend a disaster that includes the ability of the governor to issue executive orders, or on the other hand, to extend a disaster for more limited purposes, such as the flow of federal dollars and emergency coordination. Another thing this bill adds in is it gives parties who believe they were aggrieved by an executive order the ability to file action in district court. The court will be required to have a hearing within 72 hours and shall grant relief unless the court finds that such order is necessary to achieve an important interest related to the state of disaster emergency and is substantially related to that interest. If the order has the effect of substantially burdening or inhibiting the gathering or movement of individuals or the operation of any religious, civic, business, or commercial activity, then the court shall grant the request unless the court finds the executive order was narrowly tailored to respond to the state of disaster emergency and uses the least restrictive means to achieve that purpose. We also continued several things that were in special session House Bill 2016, and we're making them permanent in this bill. We make it clear that the governor does not have the authority under KEMA to modify any election laws. We require a governor to specify which provision they're using of KEMA when issuing an executive order. We prevent the governor from seizing or impacting the sales of firearms or ammunition. We continue to require the State Board of Education to approve any order that closes schools. and we continue to prohibit a subsequent disaster declaration based upon the same set of circumstances. There's a lot in this bill. There's a lot, as I'm sure you've heard if you've paid attention to what the Senate bill has in theirs. A lot of people have put a lot of time and effort into this. I appreciate that. I'm sure we're going to have quite the lively discussion this morning about what's in this bill and what isn't in this bill. I do appreciate the dialogue we have, and I'm going to continue to listen, and we're going to continue to work on this in the coming days. With that, though, Madam Chair, I will stop at this point and stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak to the bill? The chair will recognize Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I just want to acknowledge all the hard work that the chairman, the ranking member, and so many others put into this bill. It really is a massive amount of work, so they should be really thanked. One thing that the chairman said that really stood out to me was when making permanent changes to our Emergency Management Act, we shouldn't be reacting to the COVID crisis or to our current governor. We should be thinking about all the possibilities that we could experience over the long term. And so, even though all the hard work that's gone into it, I still can't support this without some pretty significant changes. Rather than go through them point by point, I'm going to start with just one, and so I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. Would you like to read?
I can explain it, probably easier.
That's fine.
Yeah, amendment's simpler. All it does is changes the venue for an action to challenge, for an aggrieved party to challenge an emergency order from the Court of Residence and the Shawnee County District Court to just the Shawnee County District Court. And normally, I would not support a change like this. I think, particularly in administrative law, it's really important for people to have access to the courts. Like if you have a daycare and you don't like an order that KDHE has issued, you should be able to challenge that in your home district court rather than having to go to Topeka to do it. But in this case, I mean, we've all seen the possibility of a broad statewide disaster declaration where there could be aggrieved parties. I mean, the proposed law allows any aggrieved party, any party who's aggrieved by an executive order to file a lawsuit to challenge that. And so in a broad situation like we've seen with the pandemic, I mean, there could be multiple lawsuits filed in dozens of counties across the state. And the governor's office just doesn't have the legal resources to deal with something like that. And also, I think in the name of judicial efficiency, having them spread out all across the state in different judicial districts would lead to a wide range of responses to the same issue. So what the amendment does, we limit the venue for a challenge to an executive order under the Emergency Management Act to be only Shawnee County District Court. And that would allow cases to be consolidated. It would make sure that there aren't contradictory rulings on the same issue happening all across the state. And so it's a pretty simple amendment. I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak on the amendment? The chair will recognize Representative Carmichael on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also rise in support of this amendment. And like my colleague from Lawrence, I generally prefer these actions to be in the county where the aggrieved party, if you will, is located. I've represented, for example, doctors in rural counties against the State Board of Healing Arts, and it's a good thing. Now, by the way, that law has now been changed, so you have to go to Shawnee County. But in a situation where you have a disaster in progress and 105 counties, it is literally possible through just a little bit of coordination to file the same basic claim in multiple counties at the same time that has to be heard within 72 hours. The governor does not have a legal staff sufficient to appear in 105 counties within 72 hours. And if roads are closed and floods are present or pandemic is near, you won't be able to get there. So I understand the value in having cases heard where the aggrieved party lives or resides, but it would not be practical in this instance. And so give this some serious consideration. Additionally, no disrespect to judges in 105 counties in Kansas, but the issues here are complex ones, but the law is probably common to all of the lawsuits. It makes sense to have venue for these types of cases in Shawnee County because they have a relatively large judiciary and they have judges who have acquired over the years expertise in hearing these types of cases. Whereas if you take a single judge county or a single judge district and you expect that judge to come up to speed on the Kansas Emergency Management Act inside of 72 hours, you're liable to get a few decisions that are in error. And at that point, it's appealed to the Kansas Court of Appeals and the Kansas Supreme Court. And that increases the delay, the time, and the expense for everyone involved. So I understand why this bill was crafted the way it was, but I urge you to think carefully before you actually do that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Patton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As an attorney based in Shawnee County and one who actually right out of law school started supervising the research staff at the district court in Shawnee County, I agree that Shawnee County is an area that is a court that has a lot of expertise in this area. But my concerns are, I mean, imagine yourself in the middle of a disaster and you're way out in Liberal or some other far point of the state and an executive order has been entered that is causing you harm in some manner. To have to travel all the way to Topeka for a hearing just does not seem fair to that aggrieved party. And my other concern would be, what if the disaster is here in Shawnee County, and yet we're saying in here the only place that you can bring an action is Shawnee County, but Shawnee County shut down for some reason? That seems quite limited in my opinion and wouldn't be something good for the state. So I would encourage you to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the Heiberger amendment? All right, seeing none, Representative Heiberger, you may close.
Well, I certainly understand the chairman's points. As to the point about the disaster happening in Shawnee County, I mean, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court now has disaster authority. So if the disaster was in Shawnee County, appropriate emergency orders could be issued to shift that elsewhere, I believe. So in the issue of judicial economy and making this statute work fair in a pandemic like this, I encourage you to vote for the amendment. So I close and move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Heiberger to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Back on the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Keithert.
Good afternoon, members. To make matters short, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 1, line 30, by striking all after B, by striking all in lines 31 through 36. On page 2, by striking all in lines 1 through 3. And line 4, by striking C. And by redesignating subsections, paragraphs, subparagraphs, and clauses accordingly. On page 10 in line 9, by striking all after G, by striking all in lines 10 through 15, in line 16 by striking H, and redesignating subsections, paragraphs, subparagraphs, and clauses accordingly.
Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This really is a simple amendment. It removes the Attorney General from the bill. It says in the piece of legislation that the LCC shall take questions to the Attorney General for an opinion. Any opinion that is offered by the Attorney General is not binding in this piece of legislation. So what we're doing, in essence, is taking about 24 extra hours in the midst of an emergency for a non-binding opinion to come from the Attorney General. I don't think we need to do that. It really slows the process down when we're in a critical moment. And certainly on page 4 of the bill, it says the Legislative Coordinating Council shall have authority as to any matter provided by law. So, you know, the LCC has the responsibility to go forward, and just taking 24 hours in time of emergency, I think it's a little bit too long, especially when the opinion is not binding. So that's my amendment, and I'll stand for questions.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Finch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the body. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I would note that part of the process in disaster response is to have as many good minds working on the problem as possible. And one of those minds that is critical in our state is the Attorney General's office. No matter who may be in that office, we need to have legal review of these orders because they have the force of law. And we need to know that they are constitutional. We need to have some assurance that they fit within the rest of the statutory scheme that is the Kansas Emergency Management Act. I would also note that the provision throughout this bill for the Attorney General's review says that the Attorney General shall review within 24 hours unless the circumstances attendant upon the disaster prevent such review. If that disaster is in Shawnee County, if that disaster would include the Attorney General and that review would not be feasible to be done within that 24 hours, it can proceed. It will not hold up the ability for the governor to propose an order, for the LCC to review that order, but it does require that we work together in the event of a disaster threatening the lives or property of Kansans, and that is as it should be. I urge the body to vote down this amendment and keep the state's top law enforcement officer and Attorney General involved in the conversation when we are dealing with disaster recovery. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's imagine the unimaginable. The Wolf Creek Nuclear Generating Station blows up. The wind is out of the north. The radiation spreads to the south and the southeast. As this bill is drafted, first, the Attorney General cogitates on the matter for 24 hours. And after the Attorney General has done his legal work or her legal work, then the LCC cogitates on this for another 24 hours. And 48 hours after the radiation spreads throughout southeast Kansas, the governor's order finally takes effect. And by then, hundreds of thousands of Kansans are dead. We can move quicker. The Attorney General can render his opinion within the 24 hours that's allowed for the LCC. And believe me, whether the Attorney General is the man who sits in Memorial Hall today, or perhaps the man who sits in this chamber today, the Attorney General can make his thoughts known, can render opinions, can go to the newspaper. They have just as much authority if the Attorney General sends out an unsolicited or even a solicited opinion under the statute permitting us to request Attorney General opinions. And we can cut 24 hours out of the delay as the radiation spreads throughout southeast Kansas. Why would you want to delay the response to a disaster, the response to an emergency, by 48 hours, 24 of which are spent while the Attorney General looks in law books? Wouldn't it make a lot more sense if the Attorney General just gets busy and gets his or her opinion over to the LCC and we cut 24 hours out of the process and save lives? An advisory opinion by the Attorney General, while interesting and no doubt helpful, should not delay the implementation of emergency orders in a disaster, and I therefore rise in support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Sawyer on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I do want to start off by, again, thanking the chairman for the work he's done on this bill. I think there's been a lot of thought put into it. But as was pointed out, this bill is for all disasters, not just the pandemic we're currently in, all disasters. You know, I've been in this legislature since 1986, and we've had many other disasters before this one. And disasters usually in Kansas mean a tornado or a flood or fires, something where the governor and the administration has to act very quickly. And my concern with this aspect of this bill is we're slowing down the process. We have got to give the administration, whoever it is, whether it's a Republican governor or a Democratic governor, whoever the governor is, the ability to act fast. The people of Kansas expect the administration to be able to act fast when there's an emergency. Provisions like this just slow the process down. So I urge you to give this deep consideration, regardless of who the governor is. Most of our disasters are things where we need quick response. This kind of provision will hurt people of Kansas. I urge you to support the amendment.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on the Keither amendment? Seeing none, Representative Keither, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I serve on the Judiciary Committee, and I certainly have not spent nearly as many hours as my chair has on this issue, but we certainly have had many hours of meetings on this bill. As the previous speaker just said, you know, we're talking about all kinds of emergencies. And I have heard from members of the Judiciary Committee that maybe one thing that would be good is to extend dates. And then, when we have the proper time, to write something for natural disaster emergencies and maybe something differently for public health emergencies. They're all very important, but they're very different. And I certainly think having the Attorney General in there to add time to a decision doesn't need to be in this bill. It's a non-binding decision. If you want to make all the changes that we're making to this bill to give the LCC the rights to make most of the decisions, go ahead and do that. But let's make it a good process, a quick process. And so therefore, Madam Chair, I move my amendment on 2416. Thank you very much.
You've heard the motion by Representative Keither to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Back on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I've been fairly consistent as a very strong proponent of local control, but there are times when a state response is the most appropriate response. And with that, Madam Chair, I have an amendment to offer.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 10, line 16, by striking all after H, by striking all in lines 17 through 30, and line 31 by striking I.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this amendment will do is it will remove a provision that's in the bill that local county commissioners can issue their own local orders that would be less restrictive, that would supersede a statewide emergency order issued by the governor. So in times of a disaster, you need somebody in charge, and you need somebody in charge who can act quickly. And the governor is the authority in these instances. This amendment will prevent a patchwork response to allow for a better statewide response to protect the health, safety, and welfare of those in our state. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak on the Curtis Amendment? Representative Patton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is another issue that we studied and received input from during the KEMA committees last fall. And not only then, but throughout this discussion over the last year. I've heard time and again that we think local control is important. People have brought that up. In our meetings, in fact, at the KEMA committee meetings last fall, on the 6th day, I had a list of like 38 questions, issues that had been raised, some that I thought were good issues, some that I wasn't all that in favor of supporting, but they were raised by the stakeholders, so we went through them. And when we got to this one, and the question was something to the effect of whether or not we should remove the ability to have local control, no one on the committee raised it as something we should have on the list until we were a few more questions down the list. And I remember a senator said, can we go back to that one? Because I think that's a discussion we should have. And so even on that committee where we were made up of Republicans and Democrats and we were digging in trying to find out what the best way to craft this was, there was very little desire to remove this ability for local control. And so I think it's important that we have this moving forward, and I would encourage you to not support this amendment and to allow our local officials who are on the ground and know what's impacting their communities to have some ability to put a less stringent order in place if they would like to.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Amix.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in favor of the amendment. Many of us in this room have come from county commission and local background, and I think that as we have been in those positions, and we've been specifically in chairman positions, you know, and a lot of times in these emergencies, time is of the essence. And I think that we have to be able to make decisions and we have to have them carried out. As the representative said, who carried the amendment, you know, it is important to have someone in charge. And I think that as we look at all emergencies are local, I think it is important that we recognize that as being the #1 item. We have to move, we have to act, and we have to make decisions. And I would hate to think that anything would be able to compromise the decisions that have to be made at times of great emergency. So I stand in support of the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me give you a couple of more examples as to why it's not a good idea to let county commissioners enact orders that would gut a statewide or even a local gubernatorial disaster emergency. Let's assume that, and it may be pretty close to the truth, let's assume that we have a pandemic, and let's assume that the governor does issue an order, a stay-home order, as offensive as it may be to some. But the stay-home order has to be issued because we're not talking about COVID-19, we're talking about Ebola. Ebola kills people in a very, very bad way. So let's say that the Department of Health, the governor, maybe even a Republican president, maybe even a Republican governor, says you have to stay home. But the county commissioners in Butler County decide, we think it's a hoax. Just go ahead with life as usual. Well, the problem is that Butler County and Sedgwick County are now essentially contiguous population centers. And so the action by the Butler County commissioners in that circumstance would endanger me living in Sedgwick County. There are times when you have to take multi-county action to preserve the public health, safety, and welfare. If you allow county commissioners to contravene those orders, you endanger not only their constituents, but my constituents as well in that example. Let me give you a second example. Let's assume that for whatever reason there is a severe shortage of gasoline. Gasoline is essential to our economy. It's possible that if every refinery blows up or is shut down or there's terrorism or any of the other things that could impede the supply of gasoline, the governor might have to issue a statewide order concerning the transportation of gasoline and the allocation of gasoline so that we could maintain businesses in our economy. Would you really want a county commissioner in a city like El Dorado, which is Butler County, where they have large quantities of fuel storage, to say, no, we're opting out of this because we're going to keep all that gasoline for Butler County? Or what if the regulation was the transportation of gasoline to make sure that the business in Wamego stays open just like the business in Wichita or El Dorado stays open? And so we have to limit the transportation between counties. You're driving the transport truck. In one county, you can transport all the gasoline you want because the county commission opted out. In the adjoining county, no, you're restricted in the transportation of gasoline because we have to keep businesses open statewide. How does the transport driver know what county it's legal to drive through and what county it's not legal to drive through? Does the transport driver have to drive around, in my example, say, Kingman County? Because the county commissioners in Kingman County want to grab a hold of that gasoline to support their businesses and meanwhile let Dodge City businesses close down? You have to have the availability of uniformity in a statewide disaster. Now, that does not mean that a governor, be he or she Republican, Democrat, or otherwise, has to enter an order that affects every county. We know that when there's a disaster because of a tornado in Greensburg or Wichita, the governor does not enter an order that impacts Topeka or Kansas City. So we have the ability within the law to tailor the extent of a gubernatorial order to deal with the particular geographical conditions that exist in various parts of the state. But the concept of allowing county commissioners to act in their county's best interest at the expense of the state in general is a bad one, and this amendment fixes that problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Carlin.
I stand in support of this amendment. Many years ago, my husband was on a blue ribbon task force to study health departments and health in every county in the state. It was a 2 to 3 year job. They worked very hard. They were doctors. They were professional men and women who really worked hard to give the governor a good report. It was shelved and nothing ever happened to it, but I learned a lot from his work. Not all county health departments are the same. When that work was going on, we had a joint Riley County City Health Board we had a county government and a city government, plus the health board with public people to make our decisions. And then we had a health director. That's all been changed, and so now we have the county alone in charge of our health, 3 members. Riley County has vaccinated 10% of its population at this point, and about 500 students of the, and that could be wrong today, but the last count I knew was about 500 students, and there's like 20,000 kids in our community. I just think that it is important that we have authority over, I don't know exactly how I'm putting this to help you here, Pam, but when you have what it has boiled down to in Manhattan, our health director announced the other day that she was opening up on Sunday. Everything is wide open. The county commission immediately dropped their mask ordinance, and the city commission did not extend theirs beyond March 31st. I'm pretty worried about that because we don't know what these variants are doing. And the reason I'm mostly concerned and the reason I got into government is because I found county commissioners were making votes one at a time, telling agencies what to do without having a meeting. And I believe in this case, one of the county commissioners, well, I know, did not know this was coming. And apparently 2 of the county commissioners extended their beliefs to the director of health. And that can happen in most of our counties because most of our counties have 3 county commissioners, 2 of which can agree. We are looking into an Open Meetings Violation Act because I believe they did have an Open Meetings Violation Act. But just see how easy that is. So this amendment, I hope, would prevent those kinds of things from occurring when we are in these ultimately serious, disastrous times. I also, it's too late on this amendment, but I also remember being in this body when we had 105 counties had declared federal disasters. There were 7 events, and it affected all 105 counties. Every one. We had ice storms, we had fires, we had floods, tornadoes. I can't remember all of them right at this time. But somebody had to respond to all of those. And when you've got a fire going across the prairie killing cattle, you need helicopters to go now to fix it. And so I think we need to be very careful on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Helmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to talk about my 2 counties, Cowley and Sumner, and tell you how well they work together and that they so appreciate local control and that they have local control. The good representative that has Cowley is so fortunate that he has a wonderful conservative newspaper, so he gets to go to council meetings and have upfront, on-hands relationship with all of those council members and can report the news and report it to our people and have more of a relationship with them. But what I get to do is when anything happens in the House or happens on that I know about that is across Kansas that I think that our people need to know about, I can call one of the council members, any one of those council members, because I know they're going to relay it through the courthouse because the council members work as a team with people through the courthouse, and I can call one council member and tell them or I can email them and I can tell them what's going on. And I pretty much get an immediate thank you back and that they're going to give the news out. And I actually usually hear from one of the newspapers that they've even been informed of it. So local control can work if you have the right people and the people that have the desire to make it work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be very daring here and attempt a small civics lesson. Let's look at the duties of the executive branch and the legislative branches of government. The executive branch can respond quickly. They are to implement, to be responsive to current events. The executive branch is where the rubber hits the road. The legislative branch is necessarily slow. It is deliberative, it's inclusive, and it is collaborative. Negotiations happen. Studies are done. Research is conducted. We expect, of course, both branches, and the judiciary branch for that matter, to follow the rule of law. The executive branch, headed by a governor, is expected to follow statutes, including the state constitution. The legislative branch makes laws, takes the current law and makes changes in it. I believe that this amendment is a strong one and one that we need to use to improve the bill, the underlying bill, and I would ask for your approval of the amendment. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the Curtis amendment? Seeing none, Representative Curtis, you may close.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I must say, I am really excited about all the renewed interest in local control. I didn't realize, in fact, there's some other legislation I would love to bring forward to deal with that subject. But in all seriousness, there is a time when you do need a statewide response. And I stand firm that in this bill, we really do need to have a statewide response. We do not need counties to have a lesser response. Several of the representatives spoke about how we're all connected. Like in Kansas City, you move across jurisdictions every day, multiple jurisdictions. And if all of those have all different rules, how do people navigate that, especially in an emergency situation? So there are times when we do need a statewide response. And I would say that this is the time that we do need that. So with that, Madam Chair, I would like to move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Curtis to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Back on the bill. For the purpose to speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative O'Hobson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the carrier of the bill stand for a question? Yes, sir. I believe, is today a special day for you?
Yeah, it was before I was asked to carry this bill today.
Well, Body, it's his birthday. That's why. He's my buddy. I do have an amendment, Madam Chair.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 11, striking all on lines 6 through 22, renumbering sections accordingly. On page 1 in the title, in line 8, by striking all after the semicolon. In line 9, by striking all before the semicolon and inserting eliminating provisions requiring the State Board of Education to approve an executive order closing schools. In line 14 by striking 48925B, line 16 after 14 by inserting also repealing KSA 2020 sub 48925B.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is pretty much a very simple amendment. Basically, all it's doing is removing the provision requiring the State Board of Education to approve any executive order by the governor of closing schools. We think that we should stay consistent and give it to the LCC, in terms of immediate action. So that's what the provision of this, the amendment is calling for. Again, it's already been said here at the podium. We're talking about, and when it comes to an emergency, time is of essence, and we shouldn't actually. Hello. Okay. You know what? I'll start over. This amendment is pretty much a simple amendment indicating that it removes the provision requiring the State Board of Education to approve an executive order issued by our governor. I think we should really stay consistent and actually allow the LCC to continue to do their work. You've heard it already that when it comes to an executive order or any emergency, we shouldn't actually wait 24, 48, 72 hours for the State Board of Education to meet when it comes to schools. So I think the LCC should continue its work of oversight, I should say, when it comes to the executive orders, when it comes to education. So that's the purpose of this amendment. It's a very simple amendment, and I stand for questions.
On the Hobson amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Helmer. Chair recognizes Representative Bishop. Third time's a charm. The chair will recognize Representative Finch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. The Kansas Constitution is clear. In Article 6, Section 2, the legislature shall provide for a State Board of Education which shall have general supervision of public schools, educational institutions, and the educational interests of the state. And in Article 6, Section 5, it says that local public schools under the general supervision of the State Board shall be maintained, developed, and operated by locally elected boards. We have 2 elected boards that handle education and the decision on whether or not schools will be open or closed and how education will be delivered in the state of Kansas. To have a governor, any governor, able to close schools unilaterally is a mistake. We have seen over the last year the deleterious effect of students not being in school, not having social contact, not receiving instruction, and the mental health consequences that come from that feeling of isolation. If those consequences are to be risked, that decision should be made by the proper constitutional authority, the State Board of Education for general supervision and local boards for the local operation of those districts. To allow any governor that power is too much power, and we must curtail it and limit it with a check and balance of utilizing the State Board of Education and local boards of education as the bill has done. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment and hope that the body will reject it today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are occasions where I agree with our Speaker Pro Tem. The constitutional authority for the administration of our schools rests with local boards of education and the State Board of Education. Today, we have a bill awaiting our decision that usurps the authority of the State Board of Education, HB 2039. So I hope that my friend, the Speaker Pro Tem, will defend the autonomy of state boards of education with equal vigor when this legislature attempts to tell the Board of Education what they shall and shall not teach. I look forward to that debate. But as for today, we are not talking about matters of curricula in this bill. We're talking about something completely different. We're not talking about the administration of the schools, what the requirements for graduation should be, whether we should or should not have a civics test. No, we're talking about the health, safety, and welfare of the teachers, the students, the custodians, but more importantly, we are talking about what kids catch at school and what they take home to their parents and the rest of the family. You will recall that our governor entered an order with respect to schools early on in this pandemic. And while I know some seem to be offended, the fact of the matter is, I believe that it significantly contributed to slowing down the spread of this pandemic in Kansas, and as a result, we did have sufficient ventilators available to save people's lives. So when the day comes to discuss curricula, whether or not we should have certain tests, what classes people should take, whether or not, literally, as we have before on the floor of this body, discussed whether or not we should teach students how to give a good manly handshake, then we ought defer to the expertise and what my friend the Speaker Pro Tem believes is the absolute constitutional authority of the State Board of Education. But when it comes to the public safety, that's something very, very different. And we certainly cannot wait for the State Board of Education to decide what to do about a pandemic while children are going to school and potentially spreading something like Ebola, which will subject all of us to, if not a slow death or not a slow certain death, certainly grave, grave and permanent injury. So this is not what the Constitution is talking about. We're talking about the constitutional and executive authority of the governor, not the administration of curricula. So this amendment falls squarely within the Constitution, and this amendment will also save lives in times of great adversity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the Hobson Amendment? Seeing none, Representative Hobson, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge the body to support this amendment. Again, we're talking about time of essence here in regards to an emergency that the governor has to take in regards to immediate action. I think that the Speaker Pro Tem did say, about checks and balance. I think once an executive order is issued, the LCC can actually, they'll be there to actually, check and balance and not give it to the State Board of Education. So with that, Madam Chair, I move on my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hobson to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Back on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Prost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
I'm sorry, I can't see the length of it. The amendment appears long. Would you like to explain your amendment, please?
Sure. First, I'd like to ask the body, when they vote this one down, to not do so with such vigor and enthusiasm. For the second time just today, we're voting on a bill that's going to expand the scope and the authority of the LCC. And I'm kind of concerned about that. I think that the LCC may be suffering from what's known as mission creep. We created this in 1971 to kind of manage some things that internally we needed to manage. In 1973, we added language that said the LCC will serve as the legislature, essentially, when we're not in session. Now we're giving ourselves, in the last year, we've given the LCC additional power. Today, we voted on a bill to give them additional authority over election law. And now we have in this a measure that takes the LCC from a review and revoking position to a preemptive position. So what this bill does is it does three main things. It restores the LCC back to its position as a review body instead of a preemptive body, where the governor can do an order, the LCC can review it and have input and revoke it like we've seen in the last couple of years, instead of requiring an application to the LCC before any order can go into effect. The second thing it does is it ups the number from 5 to 6 to revoke an order to more accurately reflect the makeup of the legislature. And it gives the LCC 24 hours to review the order, or if they don't, it automatically goes into force. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the amendment? Representative Sawyer.
I don't have any questions. I do rise in support of the amendment. Again, the process, I'm really concerned about the process we're putting in place here. We're really slowing down the ability of any administration to act to an emergency. So we put this process in place where the Attorney General gives an opinion. Then 24 hours later, the LCC meets and has to pre-approve any emergency order. In addition, this bill gives a strange thing. It gives, if they don't like executive order, they also have the ability to amend the executive order and change it. So we end up with this process of back and forth between the governor and the LCC. This amendment puts a simpler process in place. It still gives the LCC oversight. If the governor issues an executive order and the LCC doesn't like it, they meet within 24 hours and they revoke it. That's it. It's pretty simple. The governor has to start over. That makes a lot more sense. It allows any administration to act quickly in case of a tornado, a fire, flood, any kind of emergency that's needed, or even in the case of pandemic where emergency order may be needed very quickly and not have to wait through this long process and this potentially back and forth between the LCC and the governor. And frankly, I'm also a little bit concerned. I've been on the LCC a long time, on and off over the years, and I am concerned about giving this LCC this power to amend these emergency orders. This is a duty, and we're delegating this new process to the LCC they've never had before. I really don't like that. It's kind of almost like making laws in the LCC. I just don't feel very comfortable at all with that process. So I would urge you to support this amendment. It keeps oversight by the legislature. It gives the LCC a piece. It gives them a part in this process, but it gives them the process after an emergency order has been declared, a chance to revoke it if they don't like it, so that they still have that power. But man, the way this is set up, and again, I appreciate the work the committee's put into this, but this is a cumbersome process that's going to delay action when our Kansas citizens need it. So I'd urge you to support this amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the amendment? The chair will recognize Representative Patton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple points I'd like to make. First of all, we arrived at the LCC as the body to do the review and the approval of the executive orders because, you know, as we heard conversations back and forth between members and the public, in my mind, there were really two sides. We had people who didn't think there should be any review or approval at all, and then I bet if an amendment, not that I'm encouraging one would come now that would say the full legislature has to come back to approve, would have quite a bit of support. We've got people who don't think that there should be any review, and we have people that think that we should have to come back every time there's an executive order, and that's just not feasible in a disaster, I don't believe. We don't know what the circumstances will be, and so we chose the LCC because they are the body that acts when we're not here on a number of issues, and thought it was important that they are the body that we choose to act in our stead during a disaster. The other points I'd want to make is that at least in that initial 30-day period, the only time the LCC would have to approve an executive order is if it's in that C11 power, that broad general power that I talked about. If it's one that needs to go into effect immediately to respond to a tornado or a fire or a flood, that falls in C1 through 10, and the governor's going to be able to do it instantly without LCC approval. So I don't think requiring the review is near the burden that some may think it is. And so for that reason and others, I would encourage you to oppose this amendment. Thank you,
On the
Madam
amendment, the chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the part of this that concerns me the most is the section that gives the Legislative Coordinating Committee Council, the authority to amend a governor's executive order. I don't think we have anything comparable like that in our statutes anywhere. I think it's a real potential separation of powers issue. Unfortunately, the statute does have a severability clause, but I would note that severability clauses are generally included when the drafters of the bill think there's a good chance that part of it may be found unconstitutional. So I think this may be the part. Thanks.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the Probst Amendment? Representative Patton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that piece on amending. While the word amend is in the proposed bill, in reality, I would call it a suggestion because the governor has the ability then to determine whether or not she wants to accept that amendment. So it's not like she can present an order, the LCC can amend it, and that becomes the order. It clearly says the governor, he or she, shall decide whether to issue such amended order. So it doesn't have near the ramifications as simply amending an executive order would have. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My good friend, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, is correct that as written, this bill says the governor submits an order, the LCC looks at it, if they like it, they okay it, it goes into effect. Well, I sure wish it all worked that way. We wouldn't have had all the trouble we've had over the past year. But the way the bill works right now is the LCC looks at it, and then they get out their pen, and then they write their version of an order. And it might not even be an order that has anything to do with the governor's original order, but they'll sit down and they'll craft up an order, and then they'll send it back to the governor. And then the governor, of course, could say, fine, that's a wonderful idea. But if that's the case, they should have been working together in the first place. Why do we have all of this back and forth and 48 hours of delay? Why in the world can't the third floor and the second floor pick up the phone and work these things out in the first place? But that's not the way it works these days. But you can't have a situation in the middle of an emergency where executive orders to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Kansans are subject to some sort of a bargaining session or a bluffing game. This isn't a game. And so the way this is written right now, it takes the Legislative Coordinating Council, not the legislature, the Legislative Coordinating Council completely out of their constitutional lane and infringes upon the executive by turning this into some sort of a horse trading session between the governor and the legislature. And that is not what we need to do when lives and property at stake. So I rise in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the amendment? The chair will recognize Representative Finch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel compelled to respond to the prior speaker's remarks. Why can't the third floor and the second floor just talk? In the middle of this disaster, this COVID pandemic, the governor proposed an order that would close churches across the state. And we did talk. We had a conversation and said, Governor, you can't do that. The Attorney General said, Governor, it's not a good idea. There are constitutional ramifications to what you're trying to do. And when that order came to the LCC rejected it because the Attorney General pointed out that it ran afoul of the Constitution. We tried to have the conversations that the prior speaker just talked about. We tried to collaborate and said, Governor, if you just won't criminalize people who try to attend church in the middle of this pandemic, that probably doesn't run afoul of the Constitution. We proposed a simple change that would have respected constitutional rights and the governor's interest or stated interest in safety at that time, and it was rejected. The mechanism in this bill would require the kind of consultation that was rejected by the second floor when it came to people's fundamental rights to worship. We have to have collaboration, and when it doesn't happen voluntarily, it needs to be written into the law, and that is what you have in this bill. It is lives and health and safety at risk, but it is also constitutional rights and fundamental freedoms that are at risk. And I've said here for over a year that we can and should have both. And if we cannot get consultation voluntarily, then we should write it into the law. And I ask you to reject this amendment and support the underlying bill so that we can have that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
For the second time on the amendment, Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I greatly respect the opinions and thoughts of our Speaker Pro Tem. He's a good man and a skilled lawyer. But I think he knows, as I know, that when the executive, be it this governor, past governors, or maybe even men or women sitting in this room, become governor, right across the street sits the court. And when constitutional rights are violated, then it is the role of the third co-equal branch of government to guarantee the constitutional rights of the citizens are observed. And in fact, if we look at what has happened in this pandemic, the courts more than once have intervened to protect the constitutional rights of citizens. The system works. It works well. We don't need a statutorily imposed horse trading session in the midst of a disaster. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Prost, okay, the chair recognizes, is this the second time, Representative? Second time on the amendment. The chair will recognize Representative Sawyer.
Thank you. I left my light on purpose. Of all the provisions in this bill, this is the one that bothers me the most. I do not like the idea of giving the LCC the power to amend executive orders. I don't like the fact that it adds a lot of time to the process. This amendment provides a compromise in there. It keeps the LCC involved. The LCC, after the fact, can come in and revoke an executive order. To me, that's a much smoother way to go and a process that works. And I'm going to point out my good colleague, the gentleman from Ottawa, that if this particular amendment had been in place in April when the LCC met and didn't like the executive order that the governor had put in place on churches, the LCC would have the authority to revoke that executive order under this amendment. It would have taken care of that problem. The problem we had at the time was we were under a resolution. We didn't have a statutory authority to do that, and that's what caused a major issue at the time. But if this amendment that we're debating now had been in place and been law, the LCC could have just revoked that executive order. So I would encourage you to support the amendment. I think it is a good compromise on this particular piece of the bill and avoids a lot of potential problems that the underlying bill will cause.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the Prost amendment? Seeing none, Representative Prost, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, everyone, for a good debate here. No matter how we feel about different branches of government, under all of that, the truth remains that you cannot manage a crisis by committee. We've all been around long enough to have seen floods or fires or tornadoes or anything like that. In those moments, swift action is required. I do not believe the way this bill is drafted currently, it allows swift action. It creates a feedback loop between the LCC and the governor that might not ever be resolved, where there's continuous fighting over executive orders, and in the meantime, Kansans are left holding the bag, waiting for someone to take decisive action. If your fear is the concentration of power in too few hands, taking power from the governor and giving it to a handful of people that you may or may not appreciate and like in the future, should not set those fears aside. If the issues are that big that they need that much debate, they should be debated by this body. And we should not cede that authority automatically to the LCC. With that, I move my amendment. And remember what I said at the beginning of this debate.
You've heard the motion by Representative Prost to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Back on the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Samsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, this bill will pass today. I get that, and it should pass today. But I do want to share with the body and perhaps more importantly, the folks back home, why I cannot support the bill in its current form as we sit here today. The reality seems the governor has stated that she may veto this and it may come back, and I do hope to be in a position where I could override that, but here's my concern that I take deeply. When we walk through the basement of this building every single day, there's a sign there that reflects the Kansas Constitution passed in 1859. It says all political power is inherent in the people. To me, that's why we have 125 elected representatives and 40 state senators. There's another sign down there that we walk past that says allow, and then it's capitalized, allow all the governed an equal voice in the government, and that only is self-government. Body, the last one, to quote my good friend from the representative from Lincoln about when we had these discussions in judiciary, and not to make the George Washington's farewell address go trending again on social media, but there's one paragraph in there that I just can't get past, and this is what I want my folks back home to understand. He says, resist with care the spirit of innovation upon its principles, however specious the pretext. My vocabulary is not that big. I had to look up what specious means, but it says it's attractive and it's plausible, but it's not right. And he says to be careful about alterations which will impair the energy of the system and thus to undermine what cannot be directly overthrown. And then finally, body, he says that experience is the surest standard by which to test the real tendency of the existing constitution of a country. The powers must be properly distributed and adjusted. When I look at experience back in March, this is what I would describe as an emergency. I truly think that was. And so when I read the governor's quotes that was in one of our local journals, and she says that this bill today jeopardizes the state's ability to respond swiftly and effectively to disasters and emergencies, I think she meant more like a true emergency like that. I compare that, body, to a hospital when we go to an emergency room. That is a true emergency. I think that's what we had back in March. Since then, I think it would be fair to say we were more in critical condition or stable condition, and that's when I have difficulty not giving the people, through us, a say. As this body will recall, back in March, April, and then May, I feel like we lost our voice. I feel like that voice went to the governor and to 7 members, very distinguished and good representatives, but our voices were lost. So, body, the first time, shame on me. I can't do it a second time, though. That's why I would like to have this tweaked, as I mentioned about a year ago, that looks something much more like Wisconsin's law of we do need review, and the governor's comment where she says that the legislature's role in this emergency is oversight, not inserting itself into the decision-making process, that troubles me a lot. She says she won't hesitate to veto any bill that slows or undermines my ability to respond to a crisis and save lives. If it were a true emergency, that may be okay. But when I think we're in stable or critical condition, that's where I get heartburn. And that's why until we change this, whether it's in conference committee or something else, so that it triggers review by this body as a whole and by the Senate as a whole or something closer to that form, I can't repeat what we went through back in March, April, May, through the rest of the year. And then if we pass this body without any changes, we may do the very same thing if COVID-19 or something else, if it transforms or if we have another emergency in the future. With that, Madam Chair, I appreciate the body's time, and that's why I will be voting accordingly later today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Garber. I might ask this, if you have amendments, if you'll hold them up, it's real hard with all the plexiglass to see if they're short or long.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would the carrier of the bill stand for a few questions? Can you hear me now? Would the carrier of the bill stand for a few questions, please?
Yes, I would.
First of all, I want to say thank you for all the work you've done and all the others. I want to say thank you to the revisers who worked diligently for us. But I want to ask you a couple questions, and the first one is, if we pass this bill, who has the authority to say what each school district is going to do?
Well, in this bill in particular, it talks about the authority of the governor to be able to issue executive orders on the closure of schools, and says the State Board of Education has to affirm any such order. There was an Attorney General opinion last year, or I think it was last year, time runs together, dealing with this, and our Speaker Pro Tem kind of talked through that earlier about what the Constitution says about our locally elected boards of education. So while this bill does not touch the Constitution and doesn't touch that language, an argument could be made and has been made that locally elected boards of education have that authority.
Thank you for that answer. Second question is, we have men and women and partners who have spent their life savings to enter into business. Many of them have lost that life savings over the past year because of our reaction to the COVID virus. I believe we acted very inappropriately. So who has the authority now in this bill to shutter businesses?
Well, so the governor would continue to have the 11 powers that set forth in 48.925. Power C11 is walled off in a sense. The governor, depending on what the disaster is, may attempt to issue an order that would close businesses or restrict movement under one of the 1 through 10 powers. So it wouldn't necessarily require an LCC approval. But what we're doing in this bill is we are giving the ability of that aggrieved party, whether it's an individual or a business, to file action in district court to have the state prove that that emergency order that's inhibiting them in some manner is absolutely necessary, and that the state's done everything else possible it could do to not shut down business and still protect people.
Thank you. I appreciate those answers. I'm of the opinion that none of us have a right to close down a business for any reason. These people have put their life's work into business. They've spent their life savings. They've invested their entire lives on these businesses. And we, as a legislative body, county commissioners, cities, should not have the right to close those businesses for any reason. Now, I say that knowing that most of our businesses, if not all, have common sense. I think I've been blessed with that, but I could be wrong. Common sense will tell people when they should close their business. And also, on the school, I don't even believe the school board should have the right to tell a young person to wear a mask or a teacher to wear a mask. Again, common sense plays into this. Now, I have 2 amendments that would attempt to stop what we've done, but Through talking to some individuals, I have decided not to run them. I hope, by the way, those who want me to, especially the freshmen, this bill's a long way from being written in the form it's in right now. Conference committee will go and talk to the Senate members of the conference committee, and we will come out with a bill. I hope we can support that bill. I will be supporting it no matter what the final product looks like. It probably won't be what I want, but sometimes you have to compromise. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Hauser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to rise up here. I wanted to support this bill really bad. But as the two previous speakers at the well, we can't close down our businesses. I'm not going to vote yes for this thing. And we've extended from 15 days to 30. I'm not going to go home and face all my business owners that were shut down and punished for all the last spring and were hurting. I'm not going to go back to them and say, yeah, I voted for this, and it extended their powers. They can still shut you down. Now, if this thing goes, I wish the previous representative would have ran those amendments, and we could have voted on them in here. I'm not going to vote yes on this bill. I'm going to see what it does in committee, and if it doesn't come out of committee, conference committee, where you can't shut down business, then I'll be a big no again. And same for the schools. The things in Blue Valley School District won't work for USD 493. This is two different things, way different. And that's where I'm at on this, and I hope that you all will do the same. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Representative Schreiber.
Thank you, somebody shorter here was here. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a brief comment in regards to the debate so far today. I think the previous speaker was correct. We'll see this bill again. But I think this bill is closer to what we need than what the Senate has sent us. Theirs is about twice as long as ours, and I think ours is a more reasonable approach on how we respond to an emergency now through KEMA. And I, as many others have said, thank the chairman for all the work he's put in with the committee and on his own to make it this way. Some of you may recall that I worked at Wolf Creek for a number of years, and a large portion of those years was spent in the emergency planning department, where the only contention, or the primary contention in getting an operating license for Wolf Creek was the ability for Coffee County, the state of Kansas, and the plant to protect the health and safety of the public in case of an accident there. When we first started down that path, everybody was kind of operating from their own playbook, but it soon became obvious that we all had to get together and coordinate the plans. We had to train together. We were probably one of the few plants in the country that did a lot of things coordinated with the state and the county. And that brought to mind, through that exercise, how important it is to plan, and that there is no way to predict every scenario. There have been amendments offered previously that talk about a way to try to find an expedited approach to getting an executive order out if needed, if an unforeseen circumstance. And I would like to find that, and I'll continue to look for that. I don't think the approach today is through amendments on the floor will necessarily work, but I think there's a way to find that middle ground and not throw up too much roadblocks in protecting the health and safety of Kansans, which I think is all of our priorities. So I think that those are my basic comments. I just wanted to give my background on emergency planning and how important it is that we have a process that doesn't provide too many handcuffs to those making decisions, but that it also provides some flexibility so the decisions can be made rapidly if need be. I think the current bill probably addresses over 90% of the emergencies that we'll find throughout any given year. But there's always those other circumstances like what we've experienced over the last year. So with that, I urge your support for this bill. And again, thank you to our chairman for the work on it.
Chair will recognize Representative Sawyer on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I do rise in opposition to the bill, but I do appreciate the work the committee's done and the work the chairman's done. And I'll echo the comments. I think the product that the House has done is much better than the product the Senate has. I think the House is very close to a good product, and hopefully as we work through the process, it'll get a little better. But I do think it's important that we realize the constitutional differences between the executive branch and the legislative branch, and that the executive branch, regardless of who it is, has to have the ability to act quickly when there's an emergency. They have to have the ability to help people when there's a need. And, you know, when I first came up here in '86, I've worked under, Republican governors. There was Mike Hayden, Bill Graves, Democratic governors, Joan Finney, Sebelius, Parkinson, of course also Brownback, and Republican, and now Kelly, Democrat, so under several different governors. In all the cases when there's been an emergency, we've always come together quickly. The legislature has always supported the executive branch as they try to deal with problems people face. And my fear is that we're overreacting a little bit to an event that happened with the pandemic, which is very unusual, and that we will handcuff ourselves the next time we have like a Greensburg tornado or a flood or a fire, make it very difficult for the executive branch to react and help people. What we had a year ago was very unusual. It hadn't happened in Kansas since the Spanish flu epidemic back in 1918. And back in 1918, they closed schools, they closed businesses, they closed churches. They did the same thing. So this was one of those things that doesn't happen very often. And our governor, just as many governors of both Republicans and Democrats across the country, reacted quickly by closing businesses, closing many non-essential services to try to stop the spread and to save lives. But we should not overreact to that and come up with remember, the bill we're coming up with is going to affect all future governors and all future governors' ability to deal with disasters and emergencies. So we have to keep that in mind. We need a bill that gives enough flexibility to the executive branch to act quickly when they need to. I think the House bill's close. If you notice the debate today, we pointed out some concerns that we have that hinder the process, slow it down a little bit, make it more difficult for the executive branch to react when they need to. So I think we need to keep working through this process, but the way the bill stands today, I think it's a little too cumbersome and doesn't allow the executive branch to react to emergencies quickly like they need to do. So I oppose the bill today, but hopefully we'll continue to work through this process and come up with something that is good for the people of Kansas.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to House Bill 2416? Seeing none, Representative Patton, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, body. This has been a very good conversation we've had talking about what disasters look like in Kansas, what those powers should be, what that friction between the branches should be, what's a good check and balance system. You know, talking about, you know, negotiation, and as we move forward with this, I think one good thing we did in committee was expand that initial disaster power to 30 days, because we know it's important that a governor has the power to immediately go in and respond to disasters and make sure everyone's safe and property secure. And so I think that's important from one side of this argument. And I think the other side, you know, it's important that we put some safeguards on some of these powers and the ability of the legislature to have a voice as a disaster drags on and becomes something that, you know, is not that initial disaster, not that initial tornado or fire, but something that drags on, unfortunately, like this one has. We're quickly approaching a year. And so as this process moves forward, I hope you all still continue to stay engaged. We keep having conversations, and we come up with something. You know, the clock is ticking. I think we have now 28 days before March 31st gets here. And so we continue to work over the coming days and weeks, and we come up with something that we're able to bring back to you after we've had discussions with the Senate, something that we can support and move the process forward. So again, I appreciate everyone. Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2416 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Patton to report House Bill 2416 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2116, the chair will recognize Representative Owens. 2126. I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. As such, I move adoption of the committee report as amended.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, House Bill 2126 gives us the opportunity to further correct some of the wrongs in House Bill 2016 from the special session. What House Bill 2126 does is it finally changes and protects our nursing homes that should have been protected long, long ago. If you guys will recall in House Bill 2016 during the special session, for those of you that were here, our nursing homes were specifically omitted. They were giving a much lower level of protection, while every other healthcare provider in the state was not. And when many of us raised the concern, it was made very clear that if there were any changes to that bill, it would be vetoed. Well, I personally took a significant amount of offense to our elderly population not being protected, and as a result, have the ability now to carry House Bill 2126 so that we can finally rectify that situation and provide the immunity that each one of our nursing homes need. In addition to that, in committee, it was amended to also provide those protections for our community mental health centers, crisis intervention centers, as well as our IDD community centers. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to House Bill 2116? The chair will recognize Representative Coleman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Would the carrier of the bill please stand for questioning? Yes. Were there any opponents to this bill? Were there any opponents to this bill?
Yes, there were. There were a few opponents. One included yourself.
Thank you. And did any of the opponents talk about how the effects of this policy rolled out in New York State?
I can't understand what you're saying with the mask on, sir.
Did any of the opponents talk about a similar policy in New York State, and what was the effects of that policy in New York State?
I don't recall specifically discussing New York State. This is the state of Kansas legislature.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Body, I would just ask you before we go to final action, just Google 5 words: New York State nursing home deaths. You know, I think we all know I'm not one to pass up an opportunity to criticize a governor of my own party, Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo. He implemented one of the most botched public policy proposals in this nation, and it resulted in 300,000 people in retirement homes dying. And I will be voting no on this bill. Thank you.
On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My friend from Heston, the carrier of this bill, misunderstands what the bill does, and he misunderstands who supports it and who doesn't. Let me try to clarify. The organizations that supported this bill generally are the corporate owners of nursing homes, the companies that manage mental health centers, and folks who manage IDD, intellectual and developmentally disabled facilities. The folks who oppose are the organizations that represent patients or the clients of these facilities. Why do you think that the owners support the bill and the patient organizations and the client organizations do not? M-O-N-E-Y, money. The reason we did not include adult care facilities and the like last year was because of the very clear evidence that Kansans were dying in these facilities because of inadequate infection control. It wasn't a lack of personal protective equipment, because other facilities with the same availability of personal protective equipment were taking reasonable precautions to protect their patients. Meanwhile, 3 prominent facilities, one of whom is a nationwide for-profit nursing home chain, were disregarding reasonable infection control procedures. And as a result, patients were dying. So we did not give these facilities the same type of carte blanche protection that we gave others, and for good reason. One of the things that the civil justice system does is it deters bad conduct, particularly by those who would put profit over safety. And sadly, there are some in the adult care industry who've put profit over patient safety for years and years and years. Now, we have a year's experience with the law as it stands now. And when we first considered this type of legislation in the special session, we heard much prediction of gloom and doom, that lawsuits are already proliferating, nursing homes are closing, we have to act now, they're going bankrupt. But of course, the fact of the matter is, there are about 3 facilities, I think that's the current number, that have been sued, and for good reason, because tens of patients, I think numbers somewhere in the area of 20 or 30 patients in some of these facilities have died because of inadequate infection control procedures. Corporate operators who disregard patient safety, maybe some of whom think that this virus is a hoax, and patients die, and those facilities need to be sued. On the other hand, the vast majority of adult care facilities in Kansas are doing their absolute dead-level best to protect their patients and their staff. I'm really fortunate that my mother lives at one of those, and I'm grateful to them. The difficulty is that our system of civil justice, long before this pandemic, long before even the pandemic in 1918, even before the insurrection that was known as the war between the states, has said that the obligation of you or I or a doctor or a nursing home or the driver of a car is always dependent upon the circumstances then in existence. I could recite for you the instruction that the judge gives juries in these cases, but my memory is not as long, perhaps, as it used to be, because I used to recite it over and over and over again when I was defending doctors and hospitals and healthcare providers. But in essence, the standard of care is dependent upon what a reasonable facility would or would not have done under the same or similar circumstances. When the circumstance is that PPE is not available, the standard of care does not require that you utilize PPE because the circumstance is such that it's not available. I could go on with multiple examples, but the bottom line of it is that the nursing home or adult care facility is not the guarantor of the health and safety of its patients. They only respond in damages when they fail to do or they do something that a reasonable facility would or would not have done under the same or similar circumstances. So we don't need special interest legislation to protect the corporate owners of nursing homes or their insurance companies. The tried and true law that has been the law in this state since 1861 and arguably before, tort law, understands that in conditions such as these, the standard of care is different. We don't need to to pick winners and losers. We don't need to do special favors for some industry groups who have lobbyists and leave other industries behind. Because the law applies equally to everyone. The old saying was, all men stand equal in the eyes of the law. So we don't need this type of legislation. That all being said, the bill that was reported out of the House Judiciary Committee is vastly superior than the one-sided piece of legislation that was originally introduced in the committee. The bill that we reported out of committee, at least, I believe, only affords these immunities if the adult care facility, et cetera, complies with the emergency directives, the commonly accepted standards, the instructions of CDC, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and the like. I paraphrase. But I do appreciate the work of the vice chair, the distinguished representative from Dodge City, who does have experience in this area. And he and I used to do the same kind of work. We were probably friendly business competitors to defend a lot of these types of facilities. The changes that he made are vastly superior to the original bill, and the committee adopted those changes. So while I will be voting no today because I have faith in the long-established system of justice in this country, and I know that our already long-standing system of civil justice is prepared to adapt and deal with emergencies such as the instant one, I understand that some may believe that a statute such as that drafted by our vice chair or the amendments our vice chair may be worthy ones, so I will not judge those who disagree too harshly. But as for me, I will be voting no on HB 2126. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Or Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Chair recognizes Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted, before we moved on to a couple others, I wanted to respond to a couple of the points that had been made. First of all, to the first representative, that was 6 words, not 5. Second of all, thank you for helping me make my point that when the government forces people or these nursing centers, nursing homes to take patients with COVID, that they shouldn't be held liable. Completely agree with you 100%. They should not hold that liability. On to the second one, I think it's important to recognize that House Bill 2016 that passed in the special session was supported by the vast majority of everybody in this body. As a matter of fact, I believe there were only 12 that voted against protections for hospitals, protections for businesses, all of the other same immunities given to them. Yet we were the one state out of 49, or out of 50, 49 protected their nursing homes and only 1 didn't. I'll stand for more questions, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Epley on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I just want to rise in support of the good work of the committee and of the representative from Heston for carrying this bill. This corrects a gross misdeed that was not really taken care of when we rolled out the EOs about a year ago at this time. It was a horrible oversight that we left out the nursing homes and deferred or defaulted to an affirmative defense position. That was simply inadequate, and this bill tries to correct that and also has a good amendment. I think they've done great work. I want to just respond very briefly to the representative from Sedgwick, implying that there are deep pockets for these nursing homes in the state of Kansas. There are not. We are actually having to close nursing homes because of this affirmative defense position. It's been egregious, and this corrects this at this time. I hope that you will join me in supporting this bill as it is currently under House Bill 2126. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Lee Hahn.
Good afternoon. Well, Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Body, thank you so much for hearing my heart today. The reason I am in Topeka is because of this nursing home issue. My grandfather is in Ness County in a county-owned facility, and I've been able to see him only a handful of times this year. And while I agree with this bill and the fact that we need to provide some immunity to these nursing homes to allow residents to be able to go in, or families to be able to go in and see these residents and these patients, there's another component of this that we have to consider, which is the liberty piece. I appreciate the fact that this bill focuses on immunity for businesses. But on the other end of the spectrum, we have patients' rights. We have liberty. And it doesn't matter if we're in a pandemic, the Constitution still applies. A personal experience that has happened to me is in August of this year, I'd gone in to see my grandfather. One of only 2 visits inside of his room since March. And he was bleeding. And I asked the nurse, why is he bleeding? How long has he been bleeding? And he'd been bleeding, this was at 3 o'clock, he'd been bleeding for 4 or 5 hours. So we chatted a little bit about what she had done, and I appreciate so much the hard work of these nurses in these facilities. But if something would have happened to him and he would have passed away, it would have potentially been called a COVID-related issue, when in fact, It had nothing to do with COVID at all. So if we're going to have a bill that deals with the immunity of nursing homes, then we have to be able to allow the residents on the other side to have access to their families, so there's some oversight, so there's some balance. I wonder how many instances there have been where residents have passed away and it was considered a COVID-related illness or death, and yet it wasn't COVID-related. So we have to be able, for me, this always goes back to the liberty piece. The Constitution is not suspended regardless of what CMS says, what Medicaid says, what Medicare says. The Constitution is the guiding light to all of those levels of government, local, state, and federal, period. Madam Chair, I'd like to, you have to help me walk through this. I have an amendment. Yep.
The amendment appears lengthy. Would you please like to explain? Yeah, I said the amendment appears lengthy. Please explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does is it applies to county-owned nursing homes and hospitals, and it allows the patients the right to be able to have their families come in and visit, very simply. The reason we went ahead and started with, county-owned nursing homes is because they are subject to the Constitution, to constitutional right. Yes. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is objection. The clerk will read.
Page 1, following line 6, by inserting Section 1 KSA 192110 is hereby amended to read as follows. A, every home for the aged established under this act and not leased by the Board of County Commissioners as provided under KSA 192112 may be operated under the supervision of the County Board of Commissioners, or if the Board of County Commissioners determine that it is in the best interest of the county, such board may appoint a Board of Trustees to operate the home or may designate the Board of Trustees of the county hospital of the county as the Board of Trustees for the operation of the home. B, such home for the aged shall be for the benefit of all the inhabitants of such county. C, every such inhabitant or person who is not a recipient of assistance shall pay to the County Board of Commissioners or Board of Trustees for the home is a reasonable compensation to be established by the County Board of Commissioners or Board of Trustees for the home for their care, and the County Board of Commissioners or Board of Trustees for such home may extend the privileges and use of such home to persons residing outside the county upon such terms and conditions as the board may from time to time by its rules and regulations prescribe. D, the County Board of Commissioners or Board of Trustees of such home is hereby authorized to promulgate and adopt rules and regulations pertaining to the operation, management, control for the home for the aged. C, the Board of Commissioners or Board of Trustees of such home shall appoint a responsible and qualified person who shall at all times be in charge of the home, who shall be known as the administrator, and such other employees as is.
The reading of the amendment has been waived. The chair will recognize Representative Epley. Some people are having difficulty with their light, and Representative Epley is one of them. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for pointing out my inability to make my computer work. But having said that, colleagues, I just want to speak briefly to the amendment and against the amendment. I think this is a poorly timed amendment. I'm not really sure it has enough contact really be germane to this, but we may hear from that in a moment. I know we all look forward to a time when visitations can return to a more normal level and residents will be able to interact more fully with their family and their community. As this vaccination continues to roll out, we can look forward to a gradual rollback of restrictions that are in place solely to keep residents, caregivers, families, and everyone safe. At some point in the near future, I believe within the next 2 to 3 months, the doors will be flung wide open like the good old days. But rather, we really need right now a measured, calculated approach that follows carefully CDC guidelines. Any CMS-regulated facility or nursing home that goes against those guidelines can be sanctioned with a myriad of fines, penalties, and so forth, and may even loss of licensure and maybe even closure. So I would speak against this amendment. I think we need to keep this bill clean. As I said earlier, the committee's done good work on this. We need to move this out, and we need to protect nursing homes just like I'm protected as a healthcare provider, just like hospitals are protected. So with that, I again, hope that you will vote down this amendment. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? The chair will recognize Representative Hoheisel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the maker of the amendment stand for a question or two, please? Okay. I was just scanning through the amendment a little bit, and does this legislation disregard the safety gating criteria using county positivity rate to determine who can enter a nursing home?
No, sir, it does not.
Thank you for that answer. What gating criteria, if this amendment is adopted, would we use to allow individuals, especially in hard-hit counties, to enter into nursing homes?
Thank you so much for the question. Currently, when a family member wants to go in and visit their loved ones, there have been phases of, and part of that is correct, part of the county rate is a determination via the county health office in determining what phase that you are in. As a family member who has loved ones in a nursing home, what we simply would suggest is, in order to mitigate the risk, just allow us to have the same level of PPE as you do the workers that are already going in those facilities. So if that means we need to wear masks, if that means we need to wear gowns, if that means we need to be tested, then we are willing to do all of those things. But it's inhumane to just say that the CNAs, the RNs, anyone can go in, the folks that work in the lunch line can go in and see their patients, but family is not included with the same level of PPE to be able to go in and see their loved ones.
Don't go too far, real quick. How many nursing homes, how many counties and how many nursing homes in those counties do you currently represent?
I represent 8 counties, and we have over, I believe it's 25 county-owned nursing facilities as well as hospitals in the state, and I believe I have 3 in my district, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'd have to get back to you on that.
Do you have any data on the number of nursing home deaths that came into any of those homes? Did you guys have any nursing home deaths that came out of those nursing homes that you represent?
I do not have that data. What I do know is that there have been residents that have passed away with comorbidities, and it was called a COVID death, but all of a sudden nobody's dying from cancer.
Thank you, Representative, for answering my questions today. And body, I'm going to ask you to reject this amendment for the simple fact that this bill needs to land on the governor's desk as clean as possible. I don't want to give the governor another excuse to veto this legislation. Nursing home liability is very important. The liability pieces we put in for the IDD community and the mental health community crisis centers, I amended that in committee because those are very, very important to have for those communities as well. I understand what the representative is trying to do with this amendment. I would suggest this be done in bill form through committee where we can have discussion, we can talk about both pros and cons, and then bring it up. So that's what I would suggest we do. With that, I would ask you to reject this amendment today. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Tarwater on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, as your Commerce Chair, I'm against any kind of government forcing businesses closed or forcing mandates on businesses or any kind of limitations on them. I'm equally against the government forcing a business to do anything, including remain open or to accept patients or visitors against their will. And that's kind of what this amendment will do. I'm a big believer in the business gets to tell us how they're going to keep us safe. And we get to make the decision if we want to do business with that business. If we feel safe, we'll go to do business with that business. If we don't feel safe, we'll stay home, or we'll go to another business that makes us feel more safe. Just likewise, if you're going to do business with somebody that wants to restrict you, and you don't want to be restricted, you don't do business with them either. You go to a different business. While I realize the importance of visitation in nursing homes and all the emotions that come along with it, I'm not sure that this amendment is a good idea. Federally, CMS and CDC, along with KDADS, currently do have guidance in place that allows for some visitation in some cases. Circumstances of compassion visits, end-of-life visits, and they may also open up based on several different statistics based around COVID-19 data points. You know, you can pick up any newspaper, watch any news station, and you can hear the devastating consequences of allowing this disease or forcing this disease into a nursing home. These are our most vulnerable citizens. They're all in one place at one time. In fact, most of our deaths come from, or most of our COVID-19 deaths are a result of nursing homes. The last thing I want to do is once again force nursing homes to allow something that they don't want for their own residents. I think we really need to learn from our mistakes here, and I'm sorry, but I couldn't just sit there silently on this. It's just a bad idea. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Penn on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I sit on the House Children and Seniors Committee, and while I have a heart for what is being brought forward in this particular amendment, I rise in opposition of it and encourage you to do so as well. I believe that this amendment, the legislation that we should be carrying and doing should be done in committee versus out here on the floor with an ambush amendment so it can get the proper attention that it needs. One big question that I have that we would bring up in committee is that currently right now in these facilities, they keep out certain members of the population who could actually contaminate those people who are inside. So if we're going to speak to that, that's a big piece of what we're missing here. Why would we do anything that would further cause sickness and ailment to pervade through one of these facilities when that's exactly what we should do legislation to not do? It deserves more attention in the proper setting. I oppose the amendment, encourage you as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Rajas on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, body. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough year for all of us. It's been a rough year for those that have folks in facilities. One of those is our family and my mother. The week of February 14th last year, somebody was here in the Capitol, tested positive for COVID. A constituent of somebody, doesn't really matter. Not knowing what we knew about COVID, I didn't go visit my mother that weekend. It's been well over a year. I've seen her through the window. I've talked to her on the phone a few times, but just got off the phone and text with the administrator because when we're not able to see them, we have to find different ways to communicate. Makes it very difficult. Miss a year when you're 16, you have many more years ahead of you. You're in your 90s and miss a year, it's a bit of a challenge. Folks have done a good job by getting their vaccines and doing other things, and so as of the first of the month, we are open back up, so I'm scheduling a visit with my mother for the first time in person in over a year. I say all that to say, well, I appreciate the amendment, and I appreciate what the maker's wanting to do. This is something that has been worked on by members of the legislature as soon as we knew this was happening. What could we do? This is beyond the control of the Kansas legislature, the Kansas governor. You know, it's in the hands of CMS. So many of our homes rely and are federally licensed. They want to take that jeopardy. That'll bring lots of challenges, absolutely. But do we see the end? Absolutely. We come to this body with the knowledge that we bring. Our passions, our biases, and our prides, if you will. And after we're here a while, we continue to try to pick up more and learn from those from maybe the other side of the aisle or the other side of the state. And we all do try to do our best for the citizens of Kansas, whether they be pre-K or those of our greatest generation. Well, I do appreciate bringing the amendment. I do not believe at this time it is necessary due to the fact that so many of our homes are federally licensed. So with that, Madam Chair, I do not support this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have listened with patience and care to this debate. Nothing that has been said here convinces me that this amendment is germane to the bill in question, and I therefore challenge the germaneness of the amendment.
Would the Rules Chair, the germaneness has been challenged. Would the Rules Chair, Representative Patton, make a ruling on the germaneness of the Representative Lehan's amendment on House Bill 2126, please? The chair will recognize Representative Patton, the Rules Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Rules Committee has met. We looked at the bill, which clearly the bill deals with immunity from liability for nursing homes, all types of nursing homes. The bill itself, what it purports to do is restrict local control of counties and boards of trustees from putting restrictions in place on a narrow type of nursing home, and also hospitals. While we certainly have the nursing home piece in connection, we could not find a second point. We looked at the statutes cited, completely different chapter. There was no overlap there that we could find, nothing even close to it. And because of that, we are finding that the amendment is not germane.
Representative Lehon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So according to the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, guidance is different than constitutional statute. And if a nursing home is participating in Medicaid or Medicare, they do have a right to have a visit from their friends, family, providers, and other people of their choosing. Again, for me, this is a liberty issue. We need to be more focused on the rights of Kansans versus the rights of businesses in this particular instance. Kansans' constitutional rights can never be infringed on, period. There was a 92-year-old man in Scott City, Kansas, who said to me he had fought in the Korean War. And when this first started and I was outside of his window, he looked at me with tears in his eyes and he said, "I fought in the Korean War. Is this what liberty looks like? Is this what liberty looks like?" So I would challenge you. This bill has been introduced into this body. It is currently sitting in committee. Would love for that to be heard. I would challenge you, if we as a body are going to stand on the line for life and say that we value life, then we better value life at both ends of the spectrum. That includes birth and it includes death. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Back on the bill, the chair will recognize, do you want to go on the bill? The chair will recognize Representative Carmichael on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly, my friend, the physician lawmaker from Atchison, I believe, said, and my hearing aids have already run down because of all the wind I've put out here today, but he indicated that nursing homes in Kansas were closing, and that may well be the fact. But so far as I know, there have been no judgments against nursing homes arising out of COVID. So far as I know, there have been no settlements of lawsuits because nursing homes arising out of COVID. There are some nursing homes that do suffer from bad management, and as a result, in a competitive business environment, they don't make it. That is the nature of free market capitalism. But the most important reason that nursing homes are closing in Kansas is because of inadequate reimbursement by Medicaid. Perhaps it's time to expand Medicaid and keep these businesses open. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on House Bill 2126? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to recognize that this bill clearly says that these facilities are only protected if such facility was in substantial compliance. Therefore, if they're grossly negligent, they can still be sued. They can still be held accountable. You know, we've said here and we've talked about in the past what horrible parents the state makes as it relates to our foster care system. Do you guys know what happens when a nursing facility, a nursing home fails? The state takes over its management. Do we really want the state being the parents to our parents? I would say no. This bill rights an egregious wrong, and I truly encourage everybody to support this bill. With that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2126 favorably for passage.
You've all heard the motion by Representative Owens to report House Bill 2126 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2088, the chair will recognize Representative Rees. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chair, I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. The committee report is adopted.
House Bill 2088, as amended, would amend law in the Kansas Code for Care of Children concerning investigations for children for abuse and neglect. The bill contains a
Can you get a little closer to the mic, Representative?
The bill contains, I'm afraid I'm hitting my head on this, I'm sorry. The bill would contain a whereas clause designating the provisions as Adrian's Law. Adrian, those of you who sat in committee, Fed State Committee for last couple years, we've worked this bill. It's been above the line, it's been below the line, and I'm thankful to the chair that this year we brought it to the floor. Adrian was known as a little boy whose body was fed to the pigs in Wyandotte County. The bill would provide that in the event of a joint investigation by DCF and law enforcement, it would provide adequate coverage for law enforcement to take the child if necessary, or not, or if a severe offense, make an arrest. But I was hoping that we could just go in and make the arrest, but according to my law enforcement colleagues on the committee, that it would be easier for them to take the child to make sure that the child is secure and safe before making an arrest. I'm going to just read you a few things about little Adrian, little boy that was fed to the pigs. If you can imagine a little 7-year-old boy always wanting to be nurtured and loved by his parents. His mother was already in prison at the time for drugs, so he was living with his father and his stepmother. Subsequently, poor little Adrian, he was the youngest of siblings. There were other siblings in the house and other relatives in the house on the Missouri side. He was reported to be abused. When the people went to investigate the abuse, he told one of the investigators that his daddy kicked him in the head and a bone popped out. If you can imagine your grandchildren or one of your own children going through that circumstance, it breaks your heart. Miss Judy Conway, the grandmother, testified in committee about Adrian Jones and how she tried and she suffered to ascertain custody of the children that was denied in Missouri after this incident happened with Adrian Jones. He always told me he was going to play football, and when he smiled, the whole room lit up, said Mrs. Conway. He just had the most amazing smile. In the fall of 2015, the murder of Adrian Jones shocked the nation. It happened in my county, Kansas City, Kansas. It shocked the county. It shocked the state. It shocked the nation. I got emails all the way from Australia about this bill, wanting it to support it any way they could internationally. In a related article in Kansas City, Kansas, father, stepmother charged with first-degree murder in the case of a missing boy. Conway remembers the phone call vividly. The detective just said they'd found his body and that he had been fed to the pigs, Conway said. This happened shortly after they moved from the Missouri side to the Kansas side, and there was a domestic dispute. Officers were sent to the house to investigate the dispute, and they subsequently found that little boy Adrian had been missing for several months. Upon further investigation of the properties, they found that some remains of a child in a pig pen. The little boy was made to starve. He was beaten, he was tortured. He was submerged in cold water. They had an old pool. He was made to stand in there chest high when it was cold. He was hit with broomsticks. He was beaten. He was starved. He was locked with a plywood board across a shower where he was made to spend the last remaining weeks of his life. And when he was too weak to stand, his stepmother tied him to a chair and sat him in that shower stall. And 2 weeks later, poor little Adrian was dead. After they discovered he was dead, he stayed in that shower stall for 2 more weeks. Between the 2 weeks he was dead and the 2 weeks that they put him out, the father went and bought 5 pigs and built a little pig pen. Took little Adrian's body and threw it to the pigs, and there it remained until it was discovered by the detectives in the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department upon search for little Adrian after the domestic dispute. I could go on and on about what was found. It breaks my heart to even read it. People that were going and investigated, they said it was the most horrendous scene they had seen in their life. Tears were brought to men, detectives that had been on the job for years. Female police officers, other male police officers wouldn't even want to go to the scene just because of the horrendous things that they had seen and the stories they'd heard from little Adrian's grandmother and some of the witnesses they said that had been there. The sad thing is that there was a relative, an older uncle in the household who had witnessed some of these things happening. You could see in a film that KSHB out of Kansas City showed me when they brought this to my attention of the uncle walking around in the dark with little Adrian, sneaking away to hide from him, trying to get a drink of water, trying to steal some food out of the garbage, and knowing that if he got caught, he would get beat. Again, this type of things, we often can offer a layer of protection to these children, our children, to keep these things from happening again. Sadly, last July in Kansas City, Kansas, a little young girl, 3-year-old, beautiful little girl, Olivia Jensen, father reported her missing one morning. Big investigation happened, and the little girl's body was found a mile to the north of the household where she had been murdered by her father and possibly a girlfriend. We do what we can to provide protection for our kids and our children, our grandchildren, as we personally put our kids and our grandchildren in their places. Hopefully we never see this happen again, but we know we can't stop everything. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Thank you. To speak to the bill, Representative Stogdill. And to speak to the bill, Representative Penn. Chair recognizes Representative Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my ranking member for bringing this bill to our attention a couple of years ago. It was passed out of committee and never got above the line last year. We left early. Basically, what happened in this case is you're moving a child from one state to another state. Unfortunately, the coordination is not that good between social services and law enforcement. So when we had the bill, there's not, of course, we can't do anything for Adrian, but we can ensure that when the Secretary of Children and Families, their representatives, they must actually go out and do a visual inspection of the child. They must put down the time, date, location where the child was looked at. Also, for the joint investigation with law enforcement, both law enforcement and the representative from the Secretary has to actually go out and visually see the child. What was happening in this case, they were moving from one jurisdiction to another jurisdiction, then back to another jurisdiction to avoid. We had a number of proponents. There was an opponent, which was the Kansas law enforcement. We have talked to that. We put an amendment on it. The law enforcement officers have a problem going to, if they're in Kansas, going to Missouri. So we allow them to have their designatee, because law enforcement, much like this House of Representatives, we all work together for the betterment. So they can contact a local law enforcement officer where the child is located, and that would suffice as the designatee. And then they would have to document, of course, that the child, what the child appeared. Now, law enforcement have unique powers. The social workers cannot take the child into custody if they see abuse. Law enforcement officers can automatically put the child in protective custody and then contact our social services. But I've talked to law enforcement today. With the amendment that we put on, they are not a proponent, but Ed told me that with the amendment, he thinks very favorably on the bill now. He had to go back to his agencies, and it was short notice. With that, Madam Chair, I guess Mr. Chair now, thank you. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ousley.
I would like to add one thing. This comes from the non-controversial Fed and State Committee.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for their work on this. I understand this has been going on for a long time, and I believe this body should do everything that they can to protect our kids in the state of Kansas, both in state custody and out of state custody. And thank you to the chair for pointing out that this family and this situation was made possible in part due to hopping the state line. And children and seniors, we've been working on the Office for the Child Advocate bill, and we've heard from the Missouri Office or Advocate. And if Kansas had an Office of the Child Advocate, this situation could have been prevented, as the two offices could have communicated back and forth with one another. And so I hope that this body gets a chance to vote on House Bill 2345 in its current state before turnaround, because we need this and we don't want to hear another story like this. So I commend the representative on his work here, and I'll support the bill, and I hope you do too. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just want to rise in support of this bill. I know the representative from Wyandotte County. He explained the reasons behind putting this piece of legislation together. It was devastating in our community to hear of both of these stories. And the real issue is that we know that there are a lot more stories out there that we have not heard. And so anything we can do to protect our children, the most vulnerable people in our state, to help them be safe and to encourage people to report, when they see something that is going wrong. So please, I urge your support for this legislation. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's with great deference to our chairman and the ranking member that I'm honored to rise in support and speak today in support of House Bill 2088. I'm a little new to the legislature and new to the committee, but I can see that this is just plain old common sense and plain old common decency. Adrian's Law is a labor of love and the product of the tireless efforts of our committee's ranking member, the distinguished representative from Kansas City. It was championed by him to empower the proper investigative authorities to early identify and properly address the type of heinous physical abuse that you've heard that took little Adrian away from us all too soon. HB 2088 gives additional layers of protection for some of the most vulnerable among us, our Kansas children, whether they be in foster care or in disadvantaged families, and they will help us to work across the aisle to ensure that none of our little ones suffer needlessly at the hands of an abuser. This solid bill was passed out of our federal and state committee with complete unanimity. I urge you, I ask you to join me in solidarity and vote yes for Adrian's Law today. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Reese, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I didn't turn around to see that you switched seats, so I will call you Mr. Chair. This bill came to us on a sad circumstance. I was proud to have my chair work hard with me the last several years and really support the efforts that we have. We saw the benefit of this bill and coming through. One thing that Detective Lancaster from the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department did say, can you imagine the screaming? Can you imagine the horrendous noise coming out when this little boy was being tortured? He made the statement before the trial went to, for Mike Jones, before he was put to trial, saying that he hoped he would be around and to see the outcome and the sentencing of Mr. Jones. But subsequently, Detective Lancaster was shot and killed in May of 2016 while on duty. So he never got to see the verdict and the life sentencing of Heather Jones and Mike Jones. With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rises and reports HB 2088 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Reese to report House Bill 2088 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. Next item of business, House Bill 2245. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2245, the chair recognizes Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were no committee amendments. I rise before the body to present House Bill 2245. This bill would allow the Division of Vehicles of the Department of Revenue to collect emergency contact information and would allow law enforcement agencies to use that information for emergency notification. The bill would require the division to maintain emergency contact information for holders of valid Kansas driver's licenses, instruction permits, or non-driver identification cards, beginning no later than July 1st, 2022. The bill would require the division to maintain in its files a record of the name, address, and telephone number of each individual that holds one of these, that the holder authorizes to be contacted if the holder is injured or dies in a vehicular accident or another emergency situation. The bill would require the contact information to be kept confidential and disclosed only to law enforcement in Kansas or other states for the purposes of notification in the case of injury or death of the holder. The applicant would be asked to list not more than 2 contacts, and this is completely voluntary. If the holder chooses not to provide that information, there's no penalty for that. The bill would require the division to establish forms and procedures and update their website so that this information could be added, amended, or deleted electronically or in person. Proponents of the bill included Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Peace Officers Association, and the Kansas Sheriff's Association. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will stand for questions.
To speak to the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Eric Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this. I introduced it to the Transportation Committee. I actually did it on behalf of a constituent who come to my office about 2 years ago and asked me why Kansas doesn't do this common sense thing of putting some emergency contact information on a driver's license. I mean, I went out and looked, and there are several states that beat us to it. Obviously, this is a common sense piece of legislation that allows law enforcement, first responders, whatever, to go out on these. I can't tell you how many calls I've gone on where we are searching frantically for family members or next of kin with no leads, and it takes quite a while. So this will cut that down quite a bit for those who choose to participate in this voluntary program. It's not a mandate. And it will allow the individual to go online and take care of it. They don't have to go stand in line to do this. So I think I'd ask for your support on this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Helgerson.
I agree with everything that has been said. This is a voluntary program, except that it is mandatory for the department to establish this information. I would mention one other thing. If you look at the fiscal note, it's greatly underestimated. And it'll be much more than I think it was $45,000 in the bill.
Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Seeing none, Representative Proctor, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the body rises to report, it reports House Bill 2245 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Proctor to report House Bill 2245 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Next item of business, House Bill 2227. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another emergency powers bill. It is one that we passed last year, and it's signed by the governor, giving the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court certain emergency powers. This bill amends that previous bill. What it does, for those who were not here last year, it gives the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court emergency powers in a state disaster emergency or a local disaster emergency, and it gives the Chief Justice the power to issue an order to extend or suspend any deadline or time limitation established by statute, or suspend the verification requirements of the Child in Need of Care Code. I can explain that if you require it. And it can do that when the Chief Justice determines that it's necessary to secure the health and safety of court users, staff, and judicial personnel. This bill also, and this kind of ties back into our earlier discussion of 2416, gives the Chief Justice the authority to issue an order to authorize the use of two-way electronic audio-visual communication in any court proceedings when the Chief Justice determines such action is necessary to secure the health and safety of court users and personnel, or to expeditiously resolve pending cases. And I want to tie this back into 2416 with the discussion of should the lawsuit challenging the order closing be in the local jurisdiction or in the state. We've already resolved that, but with two-way communication, when you go into your local court, it's going to be remote visual. That's what almost all of the courts are doing now in all civil cases. If it were to be in Shawnee County and the jurisdiction is out in Tribune Greeley County, it would be remote audio visual anyway. So really, there's really not much travel left involved when the Supreme Court Justice invokes this power. This bill also provides that the order granted to the Supreme Court Justice shall stay in effect for 150 days following the termination of the crisis. I believe, I wasn't in the committee on, I don't recall exactly. This is to allow catch up with everything that falls behind. This bill also provides that for a deadline of a time limitation that was extended or suspended because of an order issued, a person shall have the same number of days to comply with the deadline or time limitation as the person had when the deadline or time limitation was extended or suspended, or if a deadline or time limitation that did not begin to run because of an order issued pursuant to this section, such date or what it will give that person the full period that one would be allowed under the statute. This bill would extend the powers, emergency powers of the Chief Justice to June 30th of 2022. The proponents were the Kansas Judicial Branch, the Kansas Bar Association, the League of Kansas Municipalities. There was one neutral, and that was the Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. There were no opponents, and the only fiscal note makes note that the audiovisual portion would substantially reduce travel costs. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
To speak on the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My good friend from Garden City has done an outstanding job of explaining this legislation. I do want to point out to the body that last week when we were discussing the speedy trial bill, one of our members, in a moment of perhaps over-exuberant oratory, accused our courts of incompetence in managing the pandemic and their caseloads. This legislation is an example of how our court was actually forward-thinking. The very first folks to show up before this legislature saying there's a pandemic and we have to take action in order to keep business, in this case the court's business, in business, was the Chief Justice of our Supreme Court. And our court should be commended, not vilified, for what it has done during this pandemic. As my good friend points out, if you want to be in court within 72 hours of a governor's order, then you need legislation like this so the doors of the courthouse will be open. This is a good bill, and I urge your support of HB 2227. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, Representative Wheeler, you may close.
I would like to add just briefly to that. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, the Chief Justice of the Kansas Supreme Court may issue an order authorizing the use of two-way electronic audio-visual. That's language, that precatory language, subject notwithstanding any other provision of law, means that criminal defendants cannot be tried or hearings be held audio-visual because of the Sixth Amendment of the United States Constitution, applied to the states through the 14th Amendment and through the Kansas Constitution. So our backlog of criminal cases is huge and serious. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2227 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion by Representative Wheeler to report House Bill 2227 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes.
We decided we wouldn't confuse you quite so much this time. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2218, the chair will recognize Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
House Bill 2218 comes from the Committee on Insurance and Pensions. It pertains to updating membership and requirements in the Kansas State Employees Health Care Commission. That commission is a commission of 5 members currently and would be after this as well. But the 5 members include an existing an existing employee of the state and a retired employee of the state and the Commissioner of Insurance and the Secretary of Administration and a member of the general public appointed by the governor. This bill simply changes the requirements of the employee and the retired employee to have to be an insurance holder under the state's insurance program and not simply an employee and also a retired employee. It also removes a requirement for that employee and that retired employee to be current or former classified employees under the state employment. That's the only 2 requirements changed, and that is being classified is not required, so it's simply any employee, and that employee or retiree would have to be somebody who is currently under the health care plan on the state. This, the state was in favor of this. They brought the Kansas Organization of State Employees and the Employees Advisory Committee both brought this bill to us to consider to update current employment situation in the state and to bring it up to date. I would stand for questions. And there were no amendments, by the way, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the bill? The chair will recognize Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The carrier of the bill did an excellent job in his description of what the bill does. There is no physical note attached to this either. So with that, I would ask for your support when this bill comes before you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to House Bill 2218? I do have Representative Carmichael's light on, but I do not see him. All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to it? If not, Representative Bergquist, you may close.
And Madam Chair, at the risk of having no controversy, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2218 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Bergquist to report House Bill 2218 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2224, the chair will recognize Representative Eric Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify aye by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As amended, HB 2224 would modify the law governing court-ordered testing for infectious diseases. Current law requires that at the time of an appearance before a magistrate judge, the magistrate shall inform any person arrested and charged with a crime in which it appears from the nature of the charge, the transmission of body fluids from one person to another may have been involved, of the availability of infectious disease tests, and shall notify alleged victims that infectious disease tests and counseling are available. Now, the bill that we are proposing here would require a court to order a person who's been arrested and charged to submit to infectious disease tests if the victim of the crime or the county attorney or prosecuting attorney requests it, or such person stated that they have an infectious disease or were infected with an infectious disease or used words of the like effect to the arresting law enforcement officer. The bill would also require convicted persons, not arrested and charged, but convicted, to pay restitution to KDHE for such tests. Under the definitions part, the bill would amend the definition of infectious disease to include any disease designated by KDHE as infectious or contagious in their nature. Prior, there were only 2 diseases listed, and we changed that. The bill would be in effect upon publication in the Kansas Register. It was supported by all the law enforcement associations, League of Municipalities, KDHE, Kansas Council of Firefighters, Kansas State Lodge of Fraternal Order of Police. Initially, Equality Kansas was opposed to the bill, but when we amended it to include only convicted persons would have to pay, they changed that to they were more in favor of it. The only written opposition was the Kansas Criminal Defense Lawyers. The indication was that the fiscal note would be negligible, and I will stand for questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the bill? The chair will recognize Representative Louise Reeds. Louise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The representative did an excellent job and a thorough job of explaining the bill. I urge your support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to House Bill 2224? Seeing none, Representative Eric Smith, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rise and reports, it report HB 2224 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Eric Smith to report House Bill 2224 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2039, the chair recognizes Representative Hubert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. The committee report is adopted. Please proceed.
All right. This bill might not be quite as quick as the last 2, but the Shockers play tonight, and so I'm going to maybe shorten up my remarks a little bit. I had a great civics teacher 45 years ago who inspired me, who recognized that I maybe had some ability to take what I was learning, and he got me into Boise State. And I got elected to be a state representative in 1976. I say that because I want civics, as we teach it to our young people today, for them to be as passionate as I had a teacher inspire me, because I told my wife when we were dating, I said, I'm going to run for the legislature someday, because I was inspired and I knew it was important and I knew it was something I wanted to do. So when I ran for election in 2000, I told people I was running for re-election. You know, I want civics to get the emphasis that it used to get. You know, with No Child Left Behind, we've lost some of that emphasis on civics, on history, on social studies, because all the focus was on math, is on reading, STEM, and so, you know, we've kind of lost a focus. And that's why when I looked at something like this, 21 other states have passed bills to what I proposed initially. But in Kansas, we have a state board of education, and there were concerns raised in my committee about what one bill would do. The state board felt like some of the things I was doing was on their turf, stepping on their toes. There were valid concerns raised in committee, and so I started working on balloon language. I brought the bill back from the floor and put in my amended language.
Representative, excuse me, we've got people that are not able to hear, so if we could lower the volume, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Lower the volume? Okay. All right. Hey, I'm passionate about this, but I'm going to try to shorten up what I have to say. There were concerns that I addressed. One was cost. There was a $400,000 fiscal note. There was concerns about being a high-stakes test. I mentioned the turf issue. Some people said I was micromanaging. You know, the way that my balloon language reads has addressed those concerns because the Citizenship and Naturalization Organization for the federal government, they have a website and a link. Currently, teachers across the state are using this in varying degrees. My current civics teacher, government teacher who taught my children, testified on behalf of this bill and showing how he was doing it. So by doing it through that format and then rolling it into the requirements of a class that's already in statute, I'm taking away the high-stakes nature. There's no longer cost involved. As far as the turf, there's no precedent because we're updating a statute that's already in place. This class is already required to graduate. A government teacher can utilize this test. They can do it in a way where they can take it as many times as necessary to show that they're passing. But at the end of the day, the civics government teacher has the ability to determine what are the other things that he's doing in his class, and this is just a part of it, so it's no longer a high-stakes test. And that's what's already happening. The reason why I feel like this is necessary is because it's not happening across the board. We, across the country, have an issue. iCivics, many other organizations has just said we have what's considered a nation at risk in regards to civics education. The NAEP scores. You know, across the country, as this topic is tested and evaluated, 24% are meeting or above proficiency. That means 3 out of 4 students across the country are not learning the basic things they need to learn. That's why I'm doing this bill, because I believe we can prime the pump, we can have this class include this test in a way that our kids are going to learn some basic information that are part of what I call the multiplication tables of civics, because if you don't learn the basics of our Constitution, the 3 branches of government, our Bill of Rights, you can't advance to what we want, which is what I want. It's just to have our kids motivated, engaged civically, and again, I'm not pushing rote memorization. I'm pushing for informed students to be able to engage and be the kind of citizens we want. We require citizens who non-citizens who want to join our country. I had a constituent who testified on this bill. He's from South Africa. He took this test, and when I explained what I was doing, he said, well, that's kind of like baby steps, Steve. I said, well, yeah, but it's still a good thing. And so he testified on his processes, even learning the facts that were necessary for him to become a citizen. And so I'm just going to try to wrap up here quickly, answer questions. You know, in committee, I was able to kick out my balloon language pretty much on a party line vote. This is just what I call mom and apple pie. You know, as I've done radio, television, talked to a lot of newspapers, I've gotten so much feedback. There's such an interest in a bill like this. I just got through doing a television interview with KSNT. And, you know, the Kansas City Star wrote an editorial. I have never gotten any positive type of coverage from the Kansas City Star. On my desk, you can see some information about why they believe that this is a very important step. He called me a lone wolf in regards to pushing this issue. And I kind of pointed out to him that our Attorney General, Derek Schmidt, he did the same almost exact thing when he went to the state board about 6 years ago. And, you know, lobbied for what I'm proposing today. So, I kind of joked with my committee that Derek and I were part of a wolf pack, and I invited my committee members to join the wolf pack and help to get this bill passed so that we can put a renewed emphasis on civics education, not just the rote memorization of facts and information about the 3 branches of government, but on the big picture, which is what we all want, and that's what I'm going for. You know, after Derek spoke, the state board respectfully listened, and they did start something called the Civics Advocacy Network. It's a good program. I like it. Unfortunately, it's not being universally used. It's kind of just hit and miss. It's voluntary. And I told the state board, I said, would you like me to include this in a way where, all school districts are using your civic advocacy network? And they said, yeah, slow down, Steve, not maybe so fast. I included that civic advocacy network in the whereases of my bill because I want to promote that program because it is a part of the big picture. But I'm also saying after 6 years after Derek made the same proposal, we still are not where we need to be. And that's why I'm here today. I've been working on this issue for the last 3 years. And I'm just going to ask you to join with me to kick this bill out. I'm willing to continue to work and fine tune if necessary as this bill would go to the Senate and to work with Randy and the state board. I've done that extensively over the last 6 weeks. I spent about 45 minutes over at the state board last month, and it's frustrating because I feel like my compromise language was, a very good compromise. But again, here I am. I'm going to kick it out today. I'm confident in that. I will stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak to House Bill 2039? The chair will recognize Representative Stogstill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have just a couple of questions for the carrier of the bill. Oh, we've lost him. Yes, first I want to thank the carrier of the bill for his, I believe, very sincere concern about civics education in the state of Kansas and around the country, actually. We don't agree on the way that this is being addressed, but we both share that concern that we do need more civics education, and we need more people that understand civics and probably civility at the same time. My first question was, as I read this bill, if a student does not pass the civics test, they will not be eligible for a high school diploma until they do.
The Bloom language changes that standalone emphasis by rolling in the test requirement into the actual class that is required. The test can be administered as many times as necessary, and then even the teacher has the leeway into determining who passes his class to weight the different things that he's teaching in a way where no student, I believe, would ever not pass the class or graduate because of the things that are in taking this test. And again, I would like to say, even with my bill, there's a link to the questions that are asked. I have a copy of the 128 questions with me right now. These are not real challenging questions. Some of them are civics related, some of them are history related. But my civics government teacher said, when he first started utilizing this test, it helped him to recognize that there were things that he could focus on so that his kids were getting exposed to the things that were part of what we all want them to learn. And it was a great learning tool. And so I believe I give the leeway. I have provisions for the state board to write rules and regs to accommodate the local school district doing this in a way that would not be high stakes, and it would accomplish the goal of promoting the learning of this basic information that we all want them to learn without challenging any student from not passing the class or not graduating. This is not a micromanaging bill. It's written in a way that would allow this to be done in a way that accomplishes both concerns.
Yeah, another real quick question. If my understanding is if the student has to pass the American government test that to qualify for a high school degree, why do we need a bill that says you have to pass a test within that class in order to get your high school degree? It looks like if they can't pass that class, they're going to have to take it over again. So to me, to single out a single test within that class seems somewhat unfair.
I would address that in saying that it's just, by rolling it into the class, that shouldn't be a concern. And again, this is not changing in a way the ability for a civics government teacher to manage his class, manage the requirements of his class in a way that the test itself is a part of his class. It's not the sole requirement for determining on how you pass his class. And it gives him the flexibility to work with the student in a way where they will pass the class, because it is basic information that with a little bit of work with the teacher, anybody will be able to pass the test. And that's the point. We want people to learn these basics so then we can encourage them to take the next step, which is using what they've learned about how our government works, about checks and balances, about the branches of government, knowing who represents them at all levels of government, and being informed and involved. And you need to know the basics in order to do that. So this language would not in any way, it's rolled into the class in a way where the teacher would be able to, work with students so that they all accomplish what we want them to do to pass a class. Because even right now, we have the requirement to take the civics class. So this is just a part of that, and it could be done in a very effective way without impacting anybody's ability to not graduate.
And one final question. Is this test standardized for every student? Because would every student have to take the exact same test? And is this test applicable for children with certain learning disabilities and so on, or is it the same test for every student? Yeah.
The naturalizations and immigration has 128 questions. When you pull up the link, you're going to get a randomized pool of 20 questions. And, if you take it 3 times, if you take it 6 times, you're going to be exposed to a lot of different questions. In regards to, there's a provision on my bill at the end that talks about IEPs, because right now, certain students, they have IEPs and they need flexibility to do certain things. So I continue to include in the language that students who have issues or concerns and maybe couldn't take a test like that, they have an IEP or whatever else that might be that would cause challenges for them. It allows the teacher and the school district to make those types of reasons why they wouldn't be under this requirement. So that flexibility is a part of what's already in the system, and this bill continues to allow that to happen.
Thank you. Before I make some remarks here, I would like to ask a favor of everyone. On your desk today, there was a letter from the Social Studies Teachers Council, and they brilliantly and articulately lay out a plan for really making civics a priority in our schools, and they lay out the goals and methods of really teaching civics in our schools so that the kids will not only have a cursory understanding of some civics facts, but they will be able to fully participate in our democracy with a civics understanding. So there is just one page. It says it better than I could ever say it, and I hope you would take that time just to take the 3 or 4 minutes to read their letter, because it is beautifully written. I was going to, I know this will disappoint some, but I did have I would think, a rather outstanding speech prepared. I spent a lot of time on it, and it was good. I quoted Greek philosophers and dead presidents and Chiefs quarterbacks and one tight end. But I decided to forego all of that and focus on just a few things on this in this bill. It is a non-standardized test that we're looking at, and it is a test done by the immigration people and at the federal level, and a standardized test mostly, or in most instances, in a case like this where it is an incredibly critical test when your high school diploma hangs in the balance. It should be done professionally. It should be done to a point that really tests a student's deep knowledge of civics and so on. Because right now, the test that is provided by the United States Citizenship and Immigration Services, the test would not assess the civics understanding of our students. It would only accurately test the ability of our students to employ rote memorization. And I don't think that that's what we need. That test, which I've taken, and which I would encourage all of you to look at and take as well, is the questions are stated and then the answers are given. So there's 100 questions on the test, and the bill says the teacher has to pick out 60 to give to these students. That's part of the problem. Which 60 are they going to give? And to be quite frank, this is not a civics test. This is an American history and geography test. And I think if you read the test itself, you will see that it even says American history and geography on it. So some teachers will look at their class and think, man, I'm going to pick out the 60th easiest questions on this test. And others are going to say, you know, I'm going to really test these people. I'm going to pick out the 60 hardest questions on this test. So that's an unfair advantage for some students right off the bat there. But again, when the questions are there, when the answers are there, that's just an exercise in rote memorization. That is not a accurate test of civics understanding for our students. I was also going to talk about the cost involved in this. When the original bill came out, the fiscal note was for $400,000 a year. And that was figured on 40,000 students taking the test at $10 a test. I think that was really actually wildly understated when you take into consideration the teacher time it's going to take to administer these tests, to grade these tests, to report these tests, and to really evaluate the students' understanding of civics in their classes. Also, this doesn't take into account the time that it's going to take teachers, again, to administer these tests, to take the reports, to grade the tests, to prepare the reports that go to the school administrators, who then have to prepare reports to go to the district administrators, who then have to prepare reports to go to the State Board of Education, who has to take the time and effort to put together reports that go to us, and finally back to the legislature. That is thousands of hours of teaching time wasted on doing this instead of actually teaching our kids in the classroom. And I think, and finally, to me, all of this came down to really a point made very succinctly by my friend and colleague, the Speaker Pro Tem, this morning. And he very correctly, I believe, stated that the State Board of Education have certain responsibilities, and the local boards of education have certain responsibilities, and that the executive branch had no business interfering in those responsibilities. And he quoted Article 6, Section 2 of the State Board of Education and its responsibilities, where it says, the legislature shall provide for a State Board of Education which shall have general supervision of public schools and educational institutions and all the educational interests of the state except educational functions delegated by law to the State Board of Regents. It also states and he quoted also this morning in Article 6, Section 5, local public schools under general supervision of the State Board of Education shall be maintained, developed, and operated by locally elected school boards. We are taking that power away from the constitutional requirements and constitutional responsibilities of both the Kansas Board of Education and our local boards of education. And both of those are manned by elected officials that are elected by the same people that elect us to come up here. But the people who elected us elected officials on their local school boards and the State Board of Education
Let's bring the volume down,
things
please.
than what we do here in the legislature. And if the legislature, I think it's a tremendous overreach by the legislature to think that they should get involved in curriculum development and insert their views on curriculum development and programs into our schools. That is not a slippery slope. That is a frozen ski jump. Because I can tell you, if this passes, and somebody else says, you know something, I like biology. I think kids ought to have a really good understanding of biology. What's to keep them from bringing a bill here and says, you know, a kid ought to have to pass a certain level of biology before they can graduate from high school, or American history, or geography, or any of those sorts of things. This is not our purview. This is the purview of the Kansas State Board of Education and our local boards of education. And I think we ought to respect that. I think we ought to respect the Constitution. We all took an oath to support the Kansas Constitution. It says right here what our responsibilities are and what the responsibilities are of the State Board of Education and our local boards of education. And we are encroaching on that. And it's like the Speaker Pro Tem said this morning, the executive branch has no business interfering in issues that are the realm of the Kansas State Board of Education and the local school boards. And we, as a legislature, have no business interfering with the constitutional responsibilities of the State Board of Education,
Representative,
our local boards of education.
excuse me just a moment. The volume is getting to where we've got people that cannot hear. I'm having a difficult time hearing him, and that's not going to be a good thing. So if we can just bring the volume down and use even lower inside voices, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, before you decide to vote on this issue, I ask that you do that one thing and take 3 or 4 minutes and just read that letter from those social studies teachers. That's the plan we should be following. And we should also be respecting the purview and the responsibilities of the State Board and our local boards of education. They were elected just like we were, and we should respect what they do, and they should respect what we do, and it's different. I will be voting no against this, and I urge you to do the same. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Potter on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My parents immigrated to the United States in the 1970s. They received their green cards in the 1980s, and when I was in 7th grade, I had the opportunity to attend my dad's naturalization ceremony. As the child of immigrants, I fully understand the blessing it is to have been born and raised in the United States. Civics education and involvement is vital for the future of our country. Adding the requirement for students in Kansas to pass a civics test similar to the one my dad took in order to become a U.S. citizen is common sense and long overdue. With that said, I urge the body to support this common sense legislation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the bill, the chair recognizes Representative Tim Johnson.
Afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to Mr. Johnson's class. Yes, I am a civics teacher. Very proud. I use this test. Used it this fall. One of my students is in this hallways. If you didn't listen or pay attention in my class, you were liable to get a little stuffed toy tossed down at you. I probably could still hit him down there on the wall. This is a good test. It's a simple test, and if it is taught properly, it's very easy to pass. You make it fun. You make it interesting. All of the teachers that I work with have used it. Now, the letter came out. I found it on my seat today. It made a couple statements that the sponsor of the bill didn't talk to anybody. I'm sorry. Mr. Sponsor, I have a degree in education, a master's, another master's in another field, undergraduate degree, and I do curriculum. I'm sorry, I must have given you bad advice. This is a good one. We need this. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the bill? The chair recognizes Representative Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to commend the carrier of the bill for his passion about civics. It's a subject I happen to share. I think civics is extremely important. However, I will tell you I rise in opposition to this bill. I'm also a teacher's daughter, and I understand the difficulty that can arise when we start mucking around with curricula and putting mandates on education. I'd like to start out by asking you a question. Raise your hand if you know the answer. What year was Brown versus the Board of Education decided? I heard the answer, 1954. Well, it may interest you to know that I graduated from high school in 1961. And I graduated from an all-white school in the state of Virginia. So I would say, if I were a civics teacher, what happened in those intervening years? What happened from the Supreme Court decision in 1954 to the lack of enforcement in 1961? I believe it actually took another 5 years before it was finally instituted in the state of Virginia. The state of Virginia had a formal policy. It was called resistance, and they followed it religiously for almost a decade. I know the story of a young girl named Barbara Johns, who as a sophomore in high school in the town of Appomattox, or the county of Appomattox, she actually lived in Appomattox Courthouse, but that's a Virginia story. We have towns called courthouses. She lived in Appomattox Courthouse and attended the Appomattox High School for African American students. And at the tender age of 16, as a high school sophomore, she organized a walkout and a strike. They did not tell the teachers what they were going to do, and they walked out of the high school to protest the bad conditions in the high school, which was freezing in the wintertime and a furnace in the summertime. Barbara Johns ended up having to actually leave the state for her own safety. This, to me, is civics. This is what caused me, as a very young person, to become passionate about how laws are made, how they are enforced, and how we work towards a better union constantly. We are all here because we want to serve the people in our districts. We want to do what's right for them. You may be surprised to learn that I actually lived in the Kansas City, Missouri area at one time as an 8th grade student. And in order to graduate from the 8th grade to high school, I had to pass take a long course and pass a very serious test on the Constitution of Missouri. Well, you may have noticed I don't live in Missouri anymore. I believe that probably taught me a lot about constitutions in general and how they're formulated and what the important elements are. But I am sure the Constitution that I learned has changed an awful lot in Missouri at this time. There are many ways to teach civics, and I think a living, breathing, current event civics is one of the best ways to go. If I were a civics teacher, I would be asking my class and looking at what the definition of insurrection is. There are many ways to inspire a love of civics and an understanding, a vital understanding of government and how it impacts our lives. I don't believe a mandated test is the way to go. I think it's easy. It's usurping some of the creativity and the power that teachers bring to the subjects that they teach, and about which I am sure the vast majority of them, like the previous speaker, are very passionate about as well. And they embody a love of teaching. I've spoken in a lot of high schools, so I've seen that fervor. I thank you for listening to me and taking this little history lesson with me. And I would ask you to oppose this bill. It is not needed. It is well-intentioned, I am quite sure, but we don't need it, and we can promote civics education in many other ways. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the bill, the chair will recognize Representative Helmer. Your light's on. I just called you. Chair recognizes Representative Helmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a teacher. I think everybody knows that, and I read this letter several times today, and I listened to a lot of people talk today. I take a lot of emotion in this letter. Number one, a multiple choice test is one of the hardest tests any student will ever take because it's kind of quite confusing. So, and those are a lot of the tests that students take. And everybody knows, and I know, that students aren't in school right now. I know a lot of the students that are not in school, they're out playing. So this letter to me is quite insulting to know, as I know that right now, and I hate to say it, I'm not going to say names, I know 3 of my teacher friends that are laying on the beach today in Florida because school's out, and so they're in vacation. They're supposed to be checking on computers with kids doing computer school, but no, they're the 3rd time they're down in Florida on the beach. I've gone to Atwood's, and teachers are at Atwood's at noon. I've gone to Dillard's, and teachers are at Dillard's at noon. So this letter to me is quite insulting. I know teachers all over from Cali, Sedgwick, and Sumner. And so I can identify the ones that are out shopping and out doing different things. We have a suicide problem, so they're talking about effective means of assessment and any multiple choice. And also, this is a step back from the instruction and learning we know to be effective. Well, right now, I don't think there's any effective learning going on if we're not doing any computer learning and if the kids aren't doing any learning. So that sentence was quite irrational to me. Memorization to by transforming the teaching practices from rote memorization to high-level analysis and critical thinking, I see nothing wrong with that. If you're going to be in kindergarten, in middle school, in elementary, in college, even now today, you're going to have to do some of that same, learn that same type of thing. So why is that something, rote memorization and critical thinking? Why are we doing something wrong with these children? We're just asking them to be good citizens. I think we're trying to do something with these children or with these students that we're trying to put a good citizen, at least a few, or to try to help them. Practices that ask students to master and apply civic principles. What's wrong with that? Rather than mandate, drill, and kill rote memorization techniques that do little more than activate a student's short-term memory, are rote memorization techniques that do, our hope is that the House and Senate trust the experts who are working every day in social studies and government classrooms who understand the power of a well-crafted instructional design. I read that and I kept thinking about it. How many of us think they can pass a civic test when you come in? And if you can, that's great. But they gave a group of American citizens a civic test and no one passed it. And these were very learned people, and no one passed it. But that was just one group. So I'm social studies curriculum, instructional best practice and assessment, and would love to begin a dialogue on how best to improve civic engagement among Kansas students. Our students deserve more than just a memorized set of right answers. I want them to have right answers. Why did we not give them right answers? What was wrong with the answers we gave them? What was wrong with whatever the studies are that we're giving them in order to be active and informed citizens? Do you think giving a student a civic test is not a good role model, showing them that we expect them to be a good citizen? I support giving students a civic test. I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Chair will recognize Representative Neighbor on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think most of you know I've been either in a school district or on a school board for about 34 years. So I feel confident in expressing just some things that I have experienced. Our students, and it's a requirement in the 5th grade, study social studies. They know the states, they know the capitals of the states, they know the branches of government, much unlike our adults. I have so many that may not know me personally, but send me an email to pass a bill or to vote on a bill that's at the federal level. I'm not there. They'll ask me how the cherry blossoms are. I don't know. I wish you could tell me. Because they don't know the different levels. Those are parents, those are grandparents, those are community members. I applaud the carrier of the bill for bringing this bill, but this is a mandate. And we do not need to add any more mandates. As a matter of civics, our high schools each require our students to do outside work in the community, to help others, to work in businesses, to rake yards, and to take care of their civil responsibilities as well as their educational responsibilities. And I will say, after the last person spoke, if there are teachers out shopping, those administrators need to be removed because they're not following through. I don't know of teachers that are out there shopping. I go by schools, the parking lots are full. That is not allowed. Our teachers are working from computers. They're timing students in and out in the high school realm. I know that because my grandson is in high school and he's virtual at least 3 days a week. So if he's a minute late to a class, he's marked as unexcused. Somebody's keeping track of that, or at least I sure hope they are. So kids are not out shopping when they're supposed to be studying unless you have poor administration. If teachers are out doing that, they're not doing their jobs. They have an obligation and they have a responsibility to do everything they can to make every child in their classroom a success. How we teach civics and how each teacher teaches civics should be up to the school district, and we should not be mandating curriculum. That has been expressed before. That should be the school board, the community who are doing that. And yes, it would be a cost to this because it would require teachers to come together in social studies and make plans. You can hand them a test, but the guidelines that they receive from the state in all subject matter gives leeway for them to design the questions and what fits their community. We may not put on some agricultural things. A lot of our kids are not in agriculture, but we might have a lot of science and math on there. We might have languages, but I'm sure in rural communities, you're going to have issues too that pertain to your students. You want to keep your children, your kids, your grandparents, not your grandparents, your grandkids, in your community. You might want to keep your grandparents too. They might think we're still in Washington. But this is imperative that we allow the teachers, the school boards, to do what they need to do that best meets the needs of their communities and their children. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Chair recognizes Representative Chuck Smith on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a teacher myself for over 40 years as a math teacher, I taught facts. A lot of civics is facts. This multiple choice test is facts. As a teacher, I wanted to get as many helpful ideas as I could from the outside. And this is a helpful thing from the outside. We're making something awfully hard. I don't care if we send it home with the kids and said, take all 120 questions. If they learn half of them, we've succeeded. So I'll vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Heiberger.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I certainly hope I'm the last speaker on this bill. Now, I know that this bill is very well intentioned. I certainly support teaching of civics, but I think it's more than a little ironic that we're trying to do so by encroaching on the Board of Education's constitutional responsibilities. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to House Bill 2039? Seeing none, Representative Hubert, you may close.
Thank you, committee. Back on my desk, there's a copy of a book from 1922. It was an 8th grade book to teach civics and government to our young people back then. I mean, I look at that book and I think of where we're at today. We can do better than what we're doing right now. We need to do better. When I was at Boeing, we had something called Plan, Do, Check, Act, continuous quality improvement. We need to do plan, check, do, act on everything we do up here. Because I look at where we're at, and the fact is I've heard a lot of good things. Unfortunately, it's not across the board. The Civics Advocacy Network, it's voluntary. We need to step up and start doing what's necessary so that our kids learn what they need to learn. Who remembers Schoolhouse Rocks? It was a cartoon version back in the 70s about I Am a Bill. and it walked how a bill went through the process to become a law. You know, that was an attempt in the 70s to recognize that we needed to do better. Here we are now, 6 years after Derek Schmidt asked the state board to tackle doing what I'm asking you to do. And I can tell you there's still a need to do better. This can be done very simply in a non-obtrusive, non-micromanaging way that will help all of our kids do better on what they learn, so it'll prepare them to be better citizens when they graduate. That's my goal, to learn the basics in order to make them the kind of citizens we all want them to be. And who knows, we might motivate somebody to run for the state legislature, because we need young people to be engaged. And that's what this bill is trying to accomplish through teachers teaching young people some basic information about our Constitution, our Bill of Rights. Who can name the rights that are in our Bill of Rights? You know, who can talk about the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion? These are things that we want our young people to get fired up about and to defend them. Benjamin Franklin was asked, what form of government did you give us? He said, a constitutional republic if you could keep it. You keep it by motivating young people to be informed and involved in a way that right now is just not happening. We can do better. We need to pass this bill, and we need to do better. You know, I've said enough. I would respectfully ask you to support this. You know, I'm willing to continue to find if there's tweaks that can make this bill better. As this goes to the Senate, I'm willing to work with the state board and with anybody else to try to accomplish that goal. But Madam Chairwoman, I move when the committee rises and it reports House Bill 2039 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hubert to report House Bill 2039er. For those of you that have been around here a while, know why I said that. Favorably, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2379, the chair recognizes Representative Seibert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 2379.
A little closer to the mic, please.
HB 2739 passed out of committee. There were no amendments, and there was no opponent or proponents. The proponents were.
I'm seeing a committee report.
I move my committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not real good at this here. What HB 2379 is peer-to-peer car sharing. It is kind of like a rental car agency, but it's a person that owns a car that goes through an agency that rents it to somebody else. A good, easy way to explain it is possibly like renting a cabin during Christmas or somewhere in the mountains. Somebody is a neutral person. They take the cabins and people make arrangements to rent it. That's basically what this is. It is a use of an online marketplace by individual car owners looking for share their personal vehicles with a neighbor or a traveler from out of town for a day up to a month. These hosts and they earn a little extra income by sharing their car and use it to cover the cost of the ownership and pay down debt, and likewise. The marketplace also receives a portion of this, like a real estate agent or a lending agent or a broker for rental properties. The bill, modeled after the National Council of Insurance Legislators, marks accumulation of extensive negotiation and collaboration between peer-to-peer car sharing industry, the insurance industry, relative associations, including NEMAC and the APCIA, legislators and other policymakers from across the states. It's also available in other countries. It sets forth insurance provisions to ensure that all parties involved for the car sharing transaction are covered, along with a robust consumer protection provision relating to disclosures, necessary record keeping, and verification of safety records. One of the big questions was, how is your insurance? You are required to carry the insurance on your car. As a renter, you're required to carry the insurance on the rental car. And if you run into an extraordinary event, the peer-to-peer company policy will be the difference between it. Just a little different than a rental car agency that you rent your car. So I stand for questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Heiberger. Nope. The chair will recognize Representative Helgerson on the bill.
The previous representative did a fantastic job explaining the bill. One thing I would mention, it's been passed in approximately 12 other states. So whenever it does come to Kansas, it gives us the opportunity of renting cars in this manner.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 2379? Seeing none, Representative Cywert, you may close.
Thank you. I had about a 20-minute finishing closing statement, but I'm going to narrow it down. I urge you to support 2379. And with that, I move my bill.
You've heard the motion by Representative Cywert to report House Bill 2379 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2196, the chair will recognize Representative Tarwater.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Hold, please. Sorry about that. I've worked on this for a long time, but I still don't have it memorized, so I need to be able to see. I'll try to make this as quick as possible since both our caucuses have been through this bill and nobody's listening today anyway. This bill does a whole bunch of different things, and so I'll get right into it. First, this bill creates a Unemployment Compensation Modernization Improvement Council, and that council would oversee, it'll be consisting of 13
I believe there was
members.
a committee report, Representative.
Yes, there were amendments. I moved the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Unemployment Compensation Modernization Improvement Council would consist of 13 members appointed by leadership. They would be legislators, employers, employees, and the Secretary of Labor, and then the governor would also have appointees. The council would examine and recommend changes to the unemployment system, examine the claim filing and benefit disbursement process and any future changes thereto, examine and recommend changes on topics including, but not limited to, the technology infrastructure, improvements to the system's responsiveness, integrity, security, and data verification, methods of information sharing, and improvement for user experience across KDOL programs. The council will also conduct an audit of the unemployment system that would be reported out by the end of 2022. That would examine the efforts of fraudulent claims and improper payments from March 15th through March 31st, 2022, and the response by KDOL to such claims. It will also examine the amounts and the nature of such claims, fraud processes and methods, and the options for recovery of fraud payments. Finally, it will evaluate the likelihood of a data breach contributing to fraud and improper network architecture, allowing a potential breach to have occurred. In coordination with the Secretary of Labor, the council will develop a strategic staffing plan to address substantial changes in the number of claims, including the prospective use and source of additional employees. That seems to be a big issue right now, and we're hoping that this council could help that. And then they will publish all points of contact so everybody would know exactly how to reach the Department of Labor. They'll recommend for adoption rules and regulations, and they'll adopt and periodically review a definition of substantial disruption in the benefit application and determination process. The council will sunset. It's currently set to sunset after 3 years. As far as the modernization program goes, the bill would establish that the intent of the legislature, the KDOL's IT system be continually developed, customized, enhanced, and upgraded in order to collect state unemployment security taxes, process claims, and pay benefits, with a goal of completion by December 31st, 2022. We know that's lofty, but this is important, and we want to make sure that it gets done in a timely manner. The new system would be required to include, at the minimum, system and platform technology components, benefit claims and payment management features, integrated tax management functionality, and tax performance system features. To make sure that the fraud can never happen again, the Secretary of Labor would be required to implement all program integrity elements and guidance from the U.S. Department of Labor and the National Association of State Workforce within 60 days of issuance, so we can't sit on warnings any longer. The bill would specifically direct the Secretary to implement at least the following: cross-matching, verification of citizenship, checking new hire records against National Directory, comparison of application information with local, state, and federal prison databases, use of certain software, and on and on. These are all security items that should already be in place. Some of them are not, and we need to make sure that they happen. Also, there was an amendment in committee that temporarily expands the Security Board of Review to 6 members instead of the 3 and allow them to work in teams of 3. We did this because we expect an increase in number of cases that need to be looked at. The bill includes various rate changes for the rate tables. Our current rate structure would call for rate increases of up to 800% for businesses and would punish the smaller employers who have not laid off employees in a much more punitive way than those that frequently lay off employees. So that needed to be changed. And because we made a rate change, a table change, the Secretary would be required to report on the solvency of the trust fund and any suggested adjustments for each of the 3 following years so that we make sure that we can stay ahead of it. One of the other items we noticed was that we're creating a tax problem for claimants. There was a lot of money for unemployment, and most people did not deduct taxes. That's going to create a big heartache for those people in April of this year. A lot of them will be surprised with the big price tag, both federally and state. So this bill would require the Secretary of Labor to inform the claimant of the state and tax, federal and state tax consequences so that they can plan for them and even go ahead and deduct them. A lot of things that we adjusted in this bill would help people find work. We need to get people, it's been proven that we need to get people back in the workplace as soon as possible. The longer that they stay at home, the harder it is to find employment. As an owner of a company, I can tell you, I always question why a person didn't work for a year or so. And then it second guesses. But we're going to introduce into statute the My Reemployment Plan that require the Secretary of Labor and the Secretary of Commerce to jointly establish and implement the My Reemployment Plan program, providing reemployment and work skills training services to recipients. Secretary of Labor to request UI claimants' resume, help them with a resume, job search plan, or similar information, and provide, upon request, assistance to claimants in developing those documents. Secretary of Labor would be required to share labor market and job availability information and facilitate and monitor claimant and employer interview processes. The bill requires the Secretaries of Labor and Commerce to jointly implement a work skills training or retraining program in collaboration with Kansas employers and other appropriate organizations. There will be federal money available for that. The Secretary of Labor would be required to annually report on the status of the progress of the reemployment services and work skills training programs. This was a highly successful program under Governor Collier, and we put it into statute. There were some complaints that people were being offered their job back and refusing to take them. Under the current U.S. Department of Labor laws, we're required to create a work refusal provision. So The bill would require the Secretary of Labor to develop procedures enabling employers to notify KDOL when a claimant refuses to work or refuses an offer of employment. And it triggers several different things that are currently detailed in current U.S. DOL law, and we wanted to codify that in our law in case it changes, because it is a good idea. We made some unemployment rate thresholds for benefits. We made some changes to comply with what the U.S. DOL says full employment is. We moved the trigger from 16 weeks to 20 weeks. We moved that from 4.5% to 5%. That's what U.S. DOL calls full employment. As far as protections for employers and the payment certification, the bill would hold harmless any employer, whether a reimbursing employer or a paying employer, would hold them harmless for any fraudulent claim that was paid on their behalf, and also for improper payments. Currently, we are at a rate of almost 15% of improper payments, and we're hoping the new system will create a much lower number than that. How are we going to fund this? We have a funding mechanism in here that would move an aggregate of $450 million to be transferred from special revenue funds to the Employment Security Fund during fiscal years 21 and 22. The transfer would be made up of monies identified by the Director of the Budget to be unencumbered coronavirus relief funds that may be spent at the discretion of the state and provided by federal legislation enacted in response to the COVID-19. That includes future dollars. The $450 million figure is a best guess. Some of us think it's low, some of us think it's high, but that's to repay for the fraudulent payments that were paid and the improper payments. So at the end of 2022, that number would be reconciled, and if it was too much, we will remove the funds and use them for another approved coronavirus fund. If it's not enough, we want to protect the state general fund, and so we would allow payment in 5 equal payments over 5 years. We made some changes to our shared work program. That program is a good program. Kansas was one of the few states that already had a program like that, and we wanted to make sure that we were able to retain some employees instead of lay them off. And so what this program does is it would allow, it requires the Secretary of Labor to create and manage a promotional campaign for the shared work unemployment compensation program, because it's important to teach companies that this program's out there. The bill broadens the eligibility of employees to participate in the program, and it would also permit some negative account employers to be approved for the program if their most recent calculated reserve ratio has improved from the previous year. That was a negotiated change. Some of the other provisions, the oil landmen wanted to be removed from the unemployment program at their request. We did that. The Department of Labor had no problem with it. And also on leasing employees, currently we have to send in 2 separate reports, one from the company that leases the employees and one for the company that leases the employees. And this makes it so they only need to do 1 report. Finally, the bill would require the Department of Labor to report to the Department of Children and Families that an unemployment claimant has become employed. This is to streamline the determination of the UI claimant's eligibility for state and federal benefits provided for facilitated by the Department of Children and Families. This bill had 6 proponents: Kansas Chamber of Commerce, Kansas Society for Human Resource Management, National Association of Professional Employer Organizations, Opportunity Solutions Project, Overland Park Chamber of Commerce, and Wichita Chamber of Commerce. There was 1 neutral, and that was the Department of Labor. There were no opponents to this bill. I do have a technical amendment to come. There were some issues with some amendments that were passed in committee that did not make the bill. I understand that that is coming, but for now, I'll stand for questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the bill? The chair will recognize Representative Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Life is good today. It's good today for us. This bill touches a lot of people. It's not such a good day, and I ask you to keep them in your prayers regardless of where you feel on this bill. I do have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Would you like to explain?
Yes, ma'am, I got some splaining to do. It's a long-looking amendment, but the actual change is very short. All it does is it changes the disqualification period currently at 5 years and reduces that to 2 years for those people who are disqualified in collecting unemployment if they've been deemed to have committed fraud on some earlier occasion. In committee, that's my explanation.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing none, Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you, and I want to first say that I appreciate the chairman working with me on this amendment. In committee, I offered a similar amendment, and it was to reduce the disqualification period from 5 years to 1, and that failed. But I appreciated the fact that a number of members of the majority party approached me afterwards and said that they thought they could support some form of shortening the period. Here's why. We asked research to tell us how Kansas compared to the rest of the states on this particular issue. It was more remarkable than I thought, or I would have been offering my original amendment of 1 year. But before I got this research, I had already spoken with the chairman, and I had reached what I thought and hoped it still is an agreement to the amendment that I'm offering. But Kansas far exceeds any state in the nation. There is no state in the nation that has more than a 2-year disqualification. There are only a handful of states that even go as high as 2 years, and in most of those cases, it's flexible. It depends on certain things, and it reaches a maximum of 2 years. Hawaii is the only state that has a definite 2-year waiting period, which is what my amendment offers. And I apologize because I only explained half of my amendment. I apologize, Madam Chair. The other half of my amendment disqualifies you for life on a second offense. So some may see this as liberalizing the penalty. You could also make a case that it's making it more harsh, particularly or specifically for those people on a second violation. I'm a lot more conservative on a lot more things than many of my friends on my side of the aisle. And one thing I do believe is punishment when punishment is due. And I do believe that if you're foolish enough to do it twice, I don't have a problem with the penalty being harsh. Some others may not like that part of my amendment. That's it, Madam Chair. I would answer questions.
Anyone wishing to speak to the amendment? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing your amendment. There was a lot of discussion on this subject in committee, and some of us did have some pretty big concerns with it after the committee, and we met with Representative and did form this agreement. I think this is a good amendment. I would suggest you vote for it.
Anyone else wish to speak to the Miller amendment? Seeing none, Representative Miller, you may close.
Well, I'm going to forego my moment of brilliance and merely move the motion.
You've heard the motion by Representative Miller to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion carries. Back on the bill. The chair will recognize Representative Clayton on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 80, line 17, after boards by inserting labor unions.
Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you. So basically what this amendment does is that it just adds labor unions to the group promoting the shared work program. I think that more workers will be reached if we take this approach, and I ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone wishing to speak on the Clayton Amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for bringing this amendment. We did speak about this, and this, as I stated earlier, the more we can promote the shared work program, the better, and so this is a good amendment, and I'd expect you to vote for it. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on the Tarwater Amendment? Or, excuse me, the Clayton Amendment. He's been down there so long today. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. Representative Clayton, you may close. I apologize again.
I close.
All right, you've all heard the motion by Representative Clayton to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion carries. Back on the bill.
Well, that felt great. Madam Chair, I have another amendment, please.
The amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 37, line 17, by striking and ending before April 1, 2021. In line 31, by striking all after 1, by striking all in lines 32 through 37. In line 38, by striking M.
Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, body, so as you heard, what this amendment does is that it just strikes that section 6, subsection 1. That requires an additional 14,000 Kansans to be out of work for 3 months so that an individual may receive about $488 a week for about 4 weeks. And so while I often don't quote any lawmakers from that lesser chamber across the hall very favorably, regarding this section, a member of the majority party over there did say in this time right now, this is probably a pretty tough one to keep in. And I couldn't agree more. If we look at our past, economic crises, especially in 2008 and this recent COVID crisis, both of them saw workers lose their jobs basically through no fault of their own. And so the argument is that full unemployment is below 5%, but in its most recent economic projections, the Federal Reserve has put 4.1%. But Jerome Powell said that when unemployment nationally fell to only a 50-year low, that was about 3.5% without spurring any inflation. And so this tells us that what is essentially full employment is at a lower job rate or jobless rate than past, right? And so in closing, I urge your support of the amendment. I don't think that an additional $1,952 is too much to ask for our hardworking Kansans. And I think it would behoove you all to support this measure, as wise constituents no doubt would respond positively to our compassion. So with that, I'll stand for questions. And we did run this amendment in committee, just for your edification. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to speak on the Clayton Amendment, the chair will recognize Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, this was discussed in committee, and it was one of the changes that we thought necessary during our deliberations. And when we drafted the bill, we had the 4.5% trigger raised to 5% because that is what the U.S. Department of Labor determined is full employment. At 5%, actually it's 5.1 or 5.2% employment or less, it is very easy to get a job. Currently in Kansas, we have 50,000 jobs available and nobody to take them. So I would encourage you to defeat this amendment. It is important to get these people back into the workplace sooner rather than later. And if you give them more time, it's going to just draw out the process and they're not going to be sharp. So please, let's vote against this. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to speak on the Clayton Amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Prost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talked about this. We did talk about this in committee, and I'll raise the same point I raised there. Tying this to a statewide average does not allow for local realities. We've had situations in this state where there's isolated examples of change in employment, change in the employment landscape, and I mean, just to name a few, we had the Tyson fire. Years ago, we had a huge snowstorm out west that kind of crippled things for quite a while. I just think that tying the time that you can get benefits to a statewide employment rate doesn't allow us enough flexibility to address local conditions. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the Clayton Amendment? Representative Sawyer. I just didn't see a light.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I can't seem to get my computer going. Turn my light on. I do rise in support of the amendment. To follow up on what the last speaker said, last year in January, a year ago, it was our delegation, the Central County delegation, it was critical to us because layoffs were announced at Spirit. We had that localized hit in Wichita, so a lot of people were losing their jobs. So the delegation put together a bill to strike the 4.5% unemployment requirement because the statewide unemployment was lower than that, and we needed to keep our workers in Wichita, around Wichita, after they lost their jobs. I think it points to exactly what the last speaker talked about. We have these localized situations where we're tying the benefits to a statewide unemployment really doesn't meet the needs of the people across the state of Kansas. Now, what happened was, last session, as you recall, then as COVID came and it did strike the whole state, we passed a bill that for the past year struck that 4.5% requirement and just moved everybody to 26 weeks. That's the way most states actually do it. But I think right now we are still in a crisis situation in Kansas. A lot of people don't have their jobs. I think we need to show some compassion and help people out as much as possible. This amendment helps the situation a little bit, so I'd urge you to support the amendment.
Anyone else wishing to speak on the bill? The chair will recognize Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In committee, we did discuss this thoroughly, and it was voted down. The reason it was voted down is because we want to get people back to work as soon as possible. So we do not want to go back down to 4.5%. We want to keep it where it is. I encourage you to not support this amendment. Thank you.
The chair will recognize Representative Curtis on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we did discuss this in committee. I actually offered the amendment. And I just want to bring us back to what we are talking about. We are talking about those people that have been reaching out to us in desperation through emails, through phone calls. They're desperate. And we talk about needing to get people back to work. Absolutely agree. In Wyandotte County, we have over 6,000 jobs that are open right now for people to take. Why aren't they taking them? Well, I tried to dig into that a little bit. They aren't taking them because, one, they're trying to balance homeschooling their children because schools aren't open. They're trying to figure out what they do with their children when they do go back to work because of little access to quality child care. There was also the issue in Wyandotte County where workforce partnership was not even available for several months for people to even know about the jobs that were available. So I think this is a very small measure to give people the extra time that they might need to try to balance their life and their work life and their family. And I just think that we need to keep that in mind, keep in mind who we're talking about, and be compassionate. We have to help people. They're reaching out to us for help. And this is just a very small thing that we could do to help them. So I hope that you will support this amendment. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the Clayton amendment? Seeing none, Representative Clayton, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, the previous speaker did outline quite well the extenuating circumstances that we are dealing with. Normally, extending unemployment benefits 1 month would seem almost overly indulgent. But given some of the numerous hardships, the balancing, and the fact that we have a lot of people who are now underemployed who need to work on taking time to negotiate salaries that continue to keep their families in prosperity, as opposed to doing worse than they are, I do think that giving them this additional time is, again, a move not only of compassion, but of common sense, because we want our constituents not only to be employed, but to be employed in the best jobs possible for them to run their households and their families. Madam Chair, I close on my amendment, and I will ask for a division vote.
You've heard the motion by Representative Clayton to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. We are now on a roll call vote. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? Representative Heiberger votes aye. Representative Burrows votes aye. Representative Landwehr votes no. Representative Schreiber votes no. Is everyone else? Representative Hubert votes no. Representative Hawkins votes no. Am I going too fast, ladies? Okay. Representative Lee Hahn votes no. Has everyone else had an opportunity to vote? Representative Dotson votes no. Representative Gartner votes aye. Has everyone else had an opportunity to vote? Now I can see why this is so hard, the glare that you deal with trying to see everyone up there. The clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change his or her vote? All right, seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and take the tally. 39 having voted in favor and 83 against, the motion fails. Back on the bill. Does anyone else wish to speak to it? You, Representative Prost.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Would you like to explain, please?
Thank you. This is an amendment I did bring in committee. It was voted down, but this deals with the issue of the exclusion of contract bus drivers from unemployment benefits. And after I did the research on this bill and I did the research on this exclusion and came to learn how it came into place, I will probably bring this up every chance I get because I think it's something we did a long, long time ago that we just haven't come back and addressed. So bear with me, this should only take about 38 minutes to go through this history here. I know, right? So as current law, bus drivers who work for a contract company that contracts with a school, such as Durham Bus Services or some of the bigger busing companies, are by default ineligible for unemployment benefits. They're carved out of this. But to figure out how that happened, we have to go back to 1987, and we have to talk about school nurses. And I'm going to read a little portion of the legislative history. This was House Bill 2342, and the bill was born after the County Health Department of Shawnee County notified the legislature that their school nurses had been drawing unemployment benefits during the last 2 or 3 summers, and this put a big hole in their pockets. County Health Department had a contract with 4 Shawnee school districts to provide school health services. The Health Department director testified that the rising cost of unemployment insurance was jeopardizing the health aid contractor model. While they were talking about nurses, a co-owner of a small bus company contracting firm testified in favor of the bill and favored the exclusion of bus drivers, saying that most of her employees were housewives and retired people who were only relying on bus driving jobs for a little extra money and not full-time income. Now, we come up to 2021, we know that this group that drives our kids around to sporting events and between school and back between home and school, they're no longer largely housewives and retired people. We heard this bill in committee last session, and we heard testimony from large bus contracting firms who all asked to have this exclusion lifted for their employees. One of them, the Durham, as I mentioned earlier, reported that they pay about $90,000 a year into the unemployment system, and their employees can't access the benefits when they most need it. This exclusion is so specific and so egregious that a bus monitor or a school crossing guard working for the same company at the same school is eligible for unemployment benefits while the bus driver is not. That's how narrow this is. We also don't exclude other types of contract with companies that contract with schools, such as food service workers, paraprofessionals, and janitorial staff. They can all get unemployment benefits between sessions if they meet other eligibility requirements. So in my view, getting rid of this exclusion just brings these bus drivers in line with every other worker in the state. It doesn't automatically make them eligible for benefits. They will still be required to follow the same rules as everyone else. They'll have to be available for work, they have to be available to accept work, and they have to actively look for work. I expect that my committee chair will come up and oppose this, and he'll have some arguments that I anticipate. He'll say that this elevates a special status for bus drivers, but according to ks.gov, this doesn't elevate bus drivers to any special status, but rather ends their being singled out for denial and places them in an eligible status like those similarly employed by other private business in Kansas. It just brings them in line with everyone else. I expect that we'll hear that unemployment isn't for retaining employees during layoffs or shutdowns, but I think every one of us can look to examples in our communities where that's used. Construction fields, oil refineries, manufacturing facilities all have planned layoffs, regular layoffs, maintenance and shutdowns, and during those times, those employees are eligible for benefits. I think that there'll be an argument that bus drivers should be treated like everyone else, and when they are in between work, they should look for jobs, and he's right on that, and that's exactly what this will do. They don't have a special set of rules. It actually brings them in line with existing rules. As I said before, they'll have to look for work, they'll have to be available for work, and they have to be physically present for work. Another argument against this has been that school districts are opposed to it. And I went back and looked through the testimony from last session. There wasn't a single school district who testified in opposition to this. By and large, Proponents were the companies that contract with the school districts because they lose employees in between sessions because they go and get other jobs after the company has trained them, after they've developed a certain degree of experience and understand how to handle students on a bus. I really think that this, and this is why I push so hard on this is something we did in 1987 that we've just never gone back and adjusted. And I think that we have an opportunity to do this. It doesn't create anything special. It just moves bus drivers in line with everyone else who's eligible for unemployment benefits. There's no other group that just by their definition of their job is by default excluded from unemployment system. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak to the Prost Amendment? The chair recognizes Representative Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the carrier of the amendment stand for a question?
Absolutely.
Say it's not a contract bus driver, say it's a bus driver who works directly for the school district. Would that person be eligible for unemployment?
My understanding is if they work for a governmental entity, such as a school, they are not eligible between sessions.
All right, thank you very much.
Chair will recognize Representative Corbett on the amendment.
Thank you. In past, when we've heard this amendment or this bill or amendment, I've contacted all the schools in my district, and there's some pretty good schools in my area, and they've always been opposed to this verbiage in the amendment. So I'll be taking their lead, and I'll be voting no on the amendment.
The chair will recognize Representative Riley on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ran this bill 2 years ago, didn't get a hearing on it. I think it's a fair bill to take care of people that have not had, maybe it's been since 1987, but have not had a fair shot at get unemployment. We see construction people, they get laid off during the summer and they get unemployment. Bus drivers, for some reason, have been exempted. I see no reason why they shouldn't be included in this. So I'll be voting yes.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the Prost Amendment? The chair will recognize Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for stealing my thunder. So we looked at this bill several times in Commerce Committee over the last few years, and it was actually, we voted on it last year. It was a motion of a previous day, and it was defeated pretty soundly out here last year, if you remember. I want to clear something up about the school bus drivers. First of all, they pay into the unemployment system, the companies do that hire them, and they do receive benefits from unemployment when they are laid off during their contract period. I know that because I helped several of them. Several of them are my friends and several of them live in my district, and I helped them get unemployment during the pandemic because they do qualify when they are supposed to be working, but they're not. The difference is they're contracted. So when they take the job, they know that they're contracted for 7 months or 9 months or whatever their contract is. There are opportunities for them to work outside of their contract with the busing companies. And sometimes they'll do that. But just know that they're not being laid off like a planned layoff at, say, an auto manufacturer. Those people are still employees of that contract or of that company, and they're laid off even if it's a planned laid off. That's why they're eligible. Your schools are against this. And the school employees that we're speaking of earlier, that can receive this, they're paid on an annual contract, even though they work only the 9 months in school. So, you know, like I said, I had a couple of friends that do this. One of them comes up here and testifies for this amendment every year when we hear it. And he's a good friend of mine, but he says he doesn't need it because he's got retirement. He just wanted to have his friends get it. I have other friends that say, yeah, that'd be great because I'd rather not have to go find a job and I just receive my benefits for that 3-month period. And that's what gives me angst about this is, yeah, they still be required to take a job, but how hard are they going to try? And so I'd ask you guys to vote this down. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to the Prost Amendment? All right, seeing none, Representative Prost, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Address a couple of points. If bus drivers this year were allowed to get unemployment benefits because school wasn't in session, it would have only been because of executive orders or changes that had been made to the unemployment rules temporarily to allow that. I might also address the contracting component. These are employees of a company. They have no power over how the company they work for structures the contracts they have with school districts. So the company might be able to do things, but we've shown in this body that we don't like to interfere with the way businesses run their business. So the employees, the school bus drivers, have no authority to influence how the business runs their contracts. I am a hopeless believer that given information, this body will always, the right information and full information, this body will largely do what is right. And I think when I looked at this and I saw that this was a weird wrinkle in the law dealing with school nurses that tacked on school bus drivers in 1987 that we just didn't get back to and we're still holding this idea that housewives and retired people are driving buses around. I think now that we know that, we have an obligation to fix this wrong that's been in place for 30 some odd years. This is not an industry that employs housewives and retired people. It's 3,100 people who work in this industry, all of whom are just singularly excluded from law by the unemployment system that their companies pay into. We failed to adapt to these changes so in the landscape of employment over the last 34 years. And I think it's unfair to these workers that we expect them to be trained and have this experience, take our kids safely from place to place. And because we just haven't taken up this issue from 34 years ago, they're still excluded from unemployment benefits between sessions. I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
You've heard the motion by Representative Prost to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. We are now on a roll call vote. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? Representative Heiberger votes aye. Representative Wolf Moore votes aye. Representative Bourgeon votes no. Representative Reisman, I'm sorry, votes no. Representative Lynn votes no. Representative Toplikar votes no. Have I gone too fast, ladies? Huh? Oh, you're aye. Toplikar is aye. Representative Kessler is no. Representative Turner is no. Representative Ellis is no. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? Representative Lynn votes no. That's all right. If I went too fast, I apologize. Did you say Ressman? Yeah, Ressman. Yeah, what was Ressman? Ressman was a no. Representative Lee Hahn is a no. Representative Landwehr is a no. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change his or her vote? All right, seeing none. 44 having voted in favor, 78 against, the motion fails. Back on the bill. Does anyone else wish to speak to House Bill 2196? Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Madam Chair, I apologize. Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, but my amendment, the fixed amendment, just came in during the debate, and so I want to offer an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. If you would please explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so as I said when I was talking about the bill, we had an amendment or two that did not, that we passed in committee that did not make the final bill, and so that's what this amendment does. It adds the proper way to set up the committee. We made that change. There was an amendment about a work study that was placed in the wrong place on the bill. And then we tightened up the $450 million. In the case that we cannot find $450 million, we needed to address that it would be whatever they could find so that we didn't dig into the state fund. The last thing that we did was the U.S. Department of Labor pointed out that we had deleted an account when we redrafted the bill, and that account cannot be deleted as of yet. It still has a balance, so we got to keep it in there. Those were the changes this makes. It's a technical cleanup. Thank you.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? All right, seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Clayton on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. We have reviewed it and we trust it. Thank you for working so well with us, committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Riley, your light is on. Are you wishing to speak to the amendment? All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to the Tarwater amendment? Seeing none, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Tarwater to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Anyone else wishing to speak to the bill, the chair will recognize Representative Clayton.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to close this up a little bit. First of all, I'd like to thank members of the committee, especially members of the minority party. You all did yeoman's work on this. It was a very heavy lift, and I have a lot of appreciation for that. There are some good amendments that went on this bill, which pleases me immensely, I have to say, but there are still some concerns that I have in regard to this legislation. I would like to hear more about the fiscal note, obviously, given the fact that we have just gotten our substitute piece of legislation out. I want us to continue to keep a watch on this, and we will observe this through the conference committee process. I also think that we, do need to look at conformity issues regarding US DOL. And I think it's worth noting that businesses currently are not held liable for fraud claims under existing law. In closing, I really do want to say, too, that in 2001, and you guys know I have to bring this up, in 2011, there was an opportunity to modernize the system. And for whatever reason, as I was not part of this body at that time, that modernization was not put into place. And it costs a lot of money to be that cheap. I think that we need to think about that as we move forward and sort of begin to repair and rebuild our system after this pandemic situation. And so, again, I still have some heartburn over this legislation. I urge your strong and thorough review. Please continue to read the supplemental note and just keep doing your research as we move forward into the conference committee process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Representative Miller.
My apologies. I just received an amendment that I had ordered earlier. It just arrived, and I was busy trying to share it with the carrier of the bill. Are we back in general debate on the bill?
Yes, we are, Representative.
And I have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Would you please explain?
I will, but I need to sign one more copy, please. 1 second. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the body. This deals with the same subject matter that my other amendment did. This speaks exclusively to suspending anyone that's disqualified during a state of emergency, which would mean all those people who were out there hardworking, might have committed an offense some years before that, had no intention of ever being unemployed again until the pandemic hit and they found themselves in the situation that they now find themselves in. This simply extends an olive branch to them during the declared state of emergency. That's the explanation. I'd ask that the 16-some page amendment be waived.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing no objection, you may continue.
21-page amendment. I stand for questions, Madam Chair.
To speak on the amendment, the chair will recognize Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, body. You may recognize this amendment from special session. Early on in the pandemic crisis, this was brought to my attention where a constituent had unknowingly accepted a day pay back in 2017 and was currently unavailable or not qualified, or he's unable to get unemployment insurance, and he ended up losing his place through this. So I think this is a good amendment and we can help people out. Again, it just suspends the lockout period. It doesn't waive it. It doesn't do anything other than just hit pause while we're in a state of emergency. I rise in support of this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else to speak on the Miller amendment? Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Body, those of you that were here last year during the emergency bill hearing, or when we worked it on the floor, this amendment came up then, and we beat it pretty soundly. The amendment that previously went on, I think, may help some of these people because this bill becomes effective as soon as it hits the books. And so some of these people may be helped because we've shortened the 5 years to 2 years. But you don't really just accidentally log into a computer or call in on a phone line and tell somebody that you didn't work or that you've made zero income and then receive a check, and you don't do that over and over. So these people did commit a crime. We went ahead and allowed the earlier amendment because it was an agreed upon amendment. I would encourage you to vote this down. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the Tar Water Amendment? Or Miller Amendment, excuse me. Mistakes happen. So the Miller Amendment. Seeing none, Representative Miller, you may close. I think it's because I've seen you wearing somebody else's mask.
I'm very proud of that other person's mask. This actually should be called the Miller-Owsley Amendment because it was that representative that gave me the idea, and I thought it was an excellent idea to actually show that we do care about people who have been laid off directly due to the pandemic. And I didn't give the description, the proper description. It's not just during any disaster. It's directly this disaster, and it specifically says it in the amendment, directly related to a disaster emergency proclaimed by the governor during the spread of COVID-19. So this is not setting policy for the future. This is recognizing that there's hurt out there. There are people that are hurting. I would also add that a lot of the calls you get, and I know we're all getting them, the claim is getting hung up because there's all this work that the department's doing to check to see if these people have some previous activity. And a lot of people are getting notices that they can't qualify for these new federal programs because of something that happened before. This will free up a lot of the work and effort that has to go into approving a claim. And maybe some of those phone calls that we've been getting won't be necessary. This is a pandemic. These people didn't anticipate this occurring. And with all due respect to my chairman, I don't want to prolong this debate today, but I could give you an arm-long list of consequences where people, quote, committed fraud, and you'd laugh at it if you found out the true facts of what occurred. We're not asking for much here. We're asking for a little mercy during a time that mercy should be bestowed upon these individuals. Thank you for your indulgence. I would move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Miller to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. We are now on a roll call vote. Representative Heiberger votes no. Or yes, excuse me. Representative Heiberger votes yes. Representative Corbett votes no. Representative Chuck Smith votes no. Representative Alcala votes yes. Representative Adam Smith votes no. Representative Megan Lynn votes no. Representative Hoheisel votes no. Representative Landwehr votes no. Representative Clark votes no. Representative Lee Hahn votes no. Representative Bourgeon votes no. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and take the tally. 40 having voted in favor, 80 against, the motion fails. Back on the bill. Does anyone else wish to speak to House Bill 2196? Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Colleagues, we heard from lots of folks during our hearings on this bill over several days. Heard from a lot of chambers of commerce, heard from the Commerce Department of Labor. But when it gets right down to it, there's really only two stakeholders in this issue. It's the employers that pay money into this and the employees that receive benefits out of it. Kansas is here to administer the system. The system has failed, and this bill goes a long ways to correct that failure. So I urge you to please vote yes on this. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to House Bill 2196? Seeing none, Representative Tarwater, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I close, I'd like to thank the committee from both sides of the aisle for all the work that you put in on this. This bill started 7 or 8 months ago in the off-season when we were meeting with the Department of Labor. And we heard this bill for several days this year, and we worked it for several days and allowed tons of input. And so I would like to congratulate the committee for your hard work. I really want to thank the revisers because we really overwhelmed them on this bill, and our committee assistant as well. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. When the committee rises and reports, Madam Chair, I move the committee rises and reports. It reports HB 2196 favorably for passage as amended. You have heard the motion by Representative Tarwater to report House Bill 2196 as amended favorably. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion carries. For the purpose of carrying House Bill 2058, the chair will recognize Representative Blake Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for not hitting my button. I had the loading screen of death, so I apologize for that. Madam Chair, I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes and the committee report is adopted. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill seeks to restore language in the Personal and Family Protection Act that was inadvertently stricken in 2015 when the legislature adopted the current law allowing concealed carry without a license, also known as constitutional carry. Prior to 2015, a provision in the Kansas Family Protection Act required the Attorney General to recognize all valid concealed carry license issued by other jurisdictions. That language was amended into the law in 2013 at the Kansas Attorney General's request to maximize the number of states that would recognize concealed carry licenses issued by the state of Kansas. While that all-inclusive recognition language was theoretically no longer necessary in order for a qualifying non-resident to carry concealed in Kansas, that language was helpful to be able to demonstrate to other states that their licenses are recognized. This becomes important because some state laws require their licenses to be recognized by Kansas in order to recognize Kansas licensees who visit their states. Since that language was repealed in 2015, the Attorney General's office has had several states inquire about the lack of reciprocity language in our statute. Fortunately, so far, the Attorney General has been able to demonstrate that because Kansas law generally does not require a license to carry concealed handgun, therefore most licensees from other states would be able to carry under the general permission. However, it is possible that in the future, some licensing authority in another state could determine the lack of specific recognition language in our statutes is not sufficient for reciprocity. The bill before you today would largely restore the 2013 language while recognizing that the state law now allows for the carrying of a concealed handgun without a license. We have passed this bill 2 times now in this body, and this will be our 3rd attempt at it. We did it in 2017 and we did it in 2019. The committee has also included the language from House Bill 2089 into House Bill 2058, which is in regard to the Kansas Attorney General being able to issue concealed carry licenses if the Kansas Department of Revenue is unable to distribute licenses within a 30-day period. This past year, COVID made it hard for folks to renew their driver's licenses and concealed carry licenses. This new language would allow for that fix. However, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment. It is a technical amendment from the Revisor's Office that I would like to introduce at this time.
You're supposed to hold it up so I can see if it's long or short, Representative.
I apologize, I did not get it out of the folder.
All right, the amendment appears short. The clerk will read.
Page 1 in the title in line 3 by striking all after during, in line 4 by striking all before the semicolon and inserting certain circumstances.
Representative, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak to the bill? Representative, or the amendment, excuse me. Anyone wish to speak to the amendment? Representative Clayton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could the carrier of the amendment clarify just a little bit more about what it does, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. If you'd like to come up here, it's right here in this beginning section. It's this state of disaster emergency. It's just striking that language because of the amendment we made in committee, where we took it out the disaster, where we took out the disaster of emergency language and instead added a 30-day language for the Department of Revenue. That's basically what this does. Is it's just amending the explanation of what the bill does.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the amendment? To the Blake Carpenter amendment? Seeing none, Representative Carpenter, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Blake Carpenter to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Representative Heiberger. Yeah, just give us a moment here. He was unable to get his light. We'll get this figured out. The chair will recognize Representative Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. October 15th, 11:35, I get a frantic call from my 20-year-old daughter. She's screaming uncontrollably. I'm 40 miles away. There's nothing I can do, but a gentleman stepped out from behind a gas pump and attempted to abduct her. I was furious, powerless. She was locked in her car, screaming, because this guy is now trying to break into her car. She was powerless. With that, Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Please explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment helps her to not be powerless anymore. My amendment creates a new provisional class of concealed and carry license that allows 18 to 20-year-olds to be able to become licensed, to get the training that is required to get licensed, to be able to carry concealed. Currently, under open carry laws, 18 to 20-year-olds can carry. However, they're prohibited from carrying concealed. It's illegal for her to have her firearm in her car to be able to protect herself. With that, I will stand for questions.
Anyone wishing to speak to the Owens Amendment? Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the carrier answer some questions? Sure. Is this the same as HB 2059 that we had a hearing on in Federal and State Affairs?
Yes.
Thank you. Federal law requires an individual to be 21 years old to purchase a handgun from a federally licensed gun dealer. Since state law and federal law don't require background checks on all gun sales, will 18, 19, and 20-year-olds be able to evade background checks and purchase handguns through private sales?
The 18, 19, and 20-year-olds who care to use them illegally already do.
I believe that those making private sales are within the law, but I'm unsure what would 18, 19, and 20-year-olds purchasing handguns be at risk of being in violation with federal law enforcement?
Under federal law, they cannot walk into a licensed gun dealer and purchase a firearm until a handgun until they are 21 years old.
Thank you. I think there is some risk here for legal troubles for young Kansans. Next, our state law requires municipal governments and the state to allow people to carry concealed guns in public spaces. And I want to draw attention to the state law that says no state agency or municipality shall prohibit an employee from carrying a concealed handgun at the employee's workplace unless the building has adequate security measures at all public access entrances to ensure that no weapons are permitted to be carried into such building and the signage is conspicuously posted. So I know I was a lifeguard when I was 18, 19, and 20 years old. Would this bill allow 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to carry hidden loaded handguns while at work in municipal and state capacities?
Currently, K-12 buildings are exempted from this. And so if they work in a public place as an adult that is 18 or 19 or 20, they would be permitted, yes.
Yes, and I would like to address your comment about K through 12 schools because we did have a discussion on this in committee. And it's very concerning because the cumulative impact of federal and state law, if this amendment goes into effect, does make it so that it is not a criminal weapons violation if 18, 19, and 20-year-olds carry handguns into schools because federal law allows this exemption if you have a state-issued concealed carry permit. And there are other state laws that do address this. For example, if they're a student at the school and they bring a weapon to school, they're required to be expelled. But if this goes into effect, let's say a 19-year-old former student attending a holiday basketball game or a younger sibling's choir concert, a high school musical, what have you, they would not be committing a crime. They could be trespassing. They could be asked to leave the premise, but that would not be a crime.
Chair recognizes Representative Potter on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment will allow law-abiding citizens between the ages of 18 and 20 to carry concealed, which is something that I fully support. Taking the ability for law-abiding citizens to defend themselves will never prevent criminals from committing a crime. As soon as I turned 21, I got my concealed carry license. As a mom, as a female and a mom, I take the responsibility of owning guns and carrying concealed seriously. In fact, when my 5-year-old son uses a Nerf gun or a water gun, I make sure he uses trigger safety. Although it is a little over 12 years out, when my son turns 18, I would feel much safer if he is able to carry concealed. I urge the body to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Eric Smith on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Of course, I stand in favor of this amendment. I believe that anytime you introduce an opportunity for education on something that is occurring currently. And beyond that, I'm going to say this. My daughter received a handgun for her 19th birthday with the strict instruction she's not to carry it until she goes out with me. And we do some more training on it. The idea that I have is that you're going to allow them to go out and open carry a handgun without training, but you're going to allow them, or you're going to try and keep them from carrying concealed with training is just absurd. You don't block this kind of legislation. You try to help them out. I think it's a graduation period. Besides that, you look at the number of people who receive training between the ages of 18 and 21 and then enter the battlefield and deserve awards for what they've done. They're not incapable of conceiving what this is about and what this is for. If you think that somebody's going to take the trouble of going out and getting trained for concealed carry so that they can walk into a school and cause trouble, that's ridiculous. That's not who's doing this. So providing this helps the law-abiding citizens, even those at the age of 18 and above, to do it the right way. Tactically, you don't want to be walking around with your gun on the outside. I don't want my thin-framed daughter out carrying a handgun on her hip where everybody can see it and overpower her to take it. If she's concealing it, she's less of a target. A lot of different ideas there. I'm going to be in support of this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Miller on the amendment.
March 4th, 2021, a day that will live in infamy. I rise in support of this amendment. And when we had hearings on 2058 and 2059, I expressed my position on 2059. I was ready to support it. We didn't bring it, we didn't work the bill. We didn't vote on it. I was ready to support 2050. Don't want to get my bills mixed up. 2058, I didn't care for so much, and I was intending, may still vote against the bill. But I like the amendment. If people are going to carry guns for their protection, I like the idea that they're getting some training before they're allowed to do it. Consequently, I think this is the right approach. It may not overcome my reservations for the principal bill, but I do support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Representative Coleman on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Would the K of the bill please stand for questioning? Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm not very smart, so can you just clarify this one more time? This bill will allow 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and 20-year-olds to conceal carry, correct?
This bill will allow 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to obtain a provisional concealed and carry permit after passing the appropriate license and background check trainings.
And you are aware I'm 20 years old, correct? Okay, okay, so my next question is, under this law, this amendment, if this amendment passes, when I get home to Wyandotte County, will I be able to purchase malt liquor beverage under state law?
Can you take your mask off and repeat the question?
Will I be able to purchase a malt liquor beverage under state law if this amendment passes? Thank you.
Well, I'm going to say no.
Under federal law, will I be able to purchase nicotine at a gas station?
No, but you will be able to vote, join the military, go to war, and a whole lot of other things that we allow to happen at 18.
So under this amendment, I won't be able to purchase substances which are harmful to my body, but I can purchase a weapon which is harmful to other people's body. I will be voting no on this amendment, and I urge your support in voting this down. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the Owens amendment? Seeing none, Representative Owens, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's important, as it's been mentioned, that 18, 19, and 20-year-olds can currently open carry. This simply allows them to take the training, to get licensed, to conceal that firearm. Madam Chair, with that in mind, I move my amendment, and I do request division.
You have heard the motion by Representative Owens to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Opposed, no. No. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll, and you may cast your vote. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. We are now on a roll call vote. Give me just a minute. Stay right here. Representative Heiberger votes aye. Or no. I think I have to buy you dinner now. I've done that at least 2 or 3 times to you today. Thank you for your kindness. Representative Penn votes aye. Heiberger is a no. Representative Penn is an aye. Representative Landwehr is an aye. Is there anyone else? Representative Garber votes aye. Does anyone else wish to vote? Representative French votes aye. Representative Lee Hahn votes aye. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll. Is there anyone that wishes to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will take the tally. 87 have it voting in favor, 35 voting against. The amendment passes. Back on the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Ballard on the bill. Oh, excuse me, Representative Ballard. Representative Heiberger had his light, or tried to have his light on earlier, so I'm going to recognize him at this time. While Representative Heiberger is going to the mic, I might just let everyone know at halftime it's 46 Wichita State, 33 Tulane at halftime. Representative Heiberger.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. The battery on my computer is dead, so it's hard to get in line.
Technology is sometimes our friend.
It is. Well, since I voted aye on that last amendment, maybe I shouldn't be offering this one. But I want to start by saying that I support the Second Amendment. But I support the Second Amendment as interpreted by the United States Supreme Court, not as interpreted by the National Rifle Association. As we have this discussion, I think it's important to remember that, as Justice Scalia noted in the Heller decision, states are free to regulate or restrict or even ban concealed carry if they want to. There is no, under current American law, there is no Second Amendment right to concealed carry. And so that's why I object when I hear the phrase constitutional carry applied to concealed carry, because there is no such constitutional right. And so that phrase is an alternative fact, or what my mother might call a lie. But anyway, so given that, given that we have the ability to regulate in this area, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Would you please explain?
Yeah, the amendment is lengthy, but it's simple. It adds to the current bill the contents of House Bill 2140, which would prohibit concealed carry inside the state capitol building, with exceptions for law enforcement officers.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? There is objection. The clerk will read.
Page 2, following line 27, by inserting Section 2, KSA 2020-216309 is hereby amended to read as follows. A, it shall be unlawful to possess, with no requirement of a culpable mental state, a firearm, number 1, within any building located within the Capitol complex, number 2, within the governor's residence, number 3, on the grounds of or in any building on the grounds of the governor's residence, number 4, within any other state-owned or leased building if the Secretary of Administration has so designated by rules and regulations and conspicuously placed signs clearly stating that firearms are prohibited within such building, or 5, within any county courthouse unless by county resolution the Board of County Commissioners authorize the possession.
The reading has been waived. Back on the amendment, Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I proceed?
Yes.
All right. Well, given the recent events in our capital, United States Capitol on January 6th, I think this bill is very timely. I think we all know that if we were operating in a non-pandemic era when the public could visit the building openly, which I really hope we get back to soon, that the people who stormed our Capitol could instead walk straight through our security system with loaded weapons and sit in the gallery. You know, I don't know how that makes you feel, but I'd rather have the Capitol Police be able to stop such individuals before they enter the building than rely on those of you here who are armed to protect me. So with that, I will stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak on the Heiberger Amendment? Representative Blake Carpenter.
Will the carrier of the amendment stand for questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So, Representative, has there been any issues since capital carry has gone into effect? I guess regarding any, we've had a lot of debate here today, so has anybody gotten upset or anything like that and flashed a firearm or anything?
Not that I've seen, but my eyesight's not that great. I would recall that one of our body left a loaded weapon under a committee chair a number of years ago, which doesn't make me feel any safer.
Thank you, Representative. I'm very familiar with what you're proposing here. You proposed it in committee. The Committee of House Federal and State Affairs rejected this amendment. You know, it's one of those deals of I do trust our Capitol Police, and I thank them for the job that they do, and our Sergeant of Arms. However, I can tell you that there's probably about 30 to 40 firearms on this floor right now, and there has been for many years. We've never had any issues. I think that just because we come up here to the Capitol to represent the people, that doesn't mean that we should lose our Second Amendment rights and be disarmed. And quite frankly, if someone started breaking down some doors, I would like to still have the right to be able to defend myself if for some reason the Capitol Police are not right at hand. So, body, I would encourage you to oppose this amendment. Thank you very much.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the Heiberger Amendment? Chair recognizes Representative Clayton.
Thank you, body. I rise in strong support of this amendment. There have indeed been incidents when members of the legislature have become hot-headed. I, too, am a hothead, but I am not currently armed, and so I don't pose much of a threat, but more of an annoyance, right? But this is an issue. And to be perfectly honest, although I'm sure that some of you all have the best of intentions, every day when I come to work, I vote as if it may be my last because accidents do happen. And my father always had a phrase. That phrase is, all accidents are preventable. This is an excellent way to prevent accidents. I think that we want to, again, always do everything that we can to take every vote as an opportunity to mitigate risk and death. I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the Heiberger Amendment? Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I make no secret of the fact that I'm a firearms owner. I make no secret of the fact that I think I'm pretty good with one. I make no secret of the fact that I have a concealed carry permit. A good friend of mine asked me just a few moments ago, are you carrying? To which I replied, that's for me to know and you to hope you never find out. But we know that people leave firearms laying around in the Capitol where children can have access to them. People called legislators. I recall one of my colleagues who used to brag to me that he carried 3 firearms here every day. 3. And he even explained to me that he was prepared to sit on the floor of the House and pick off an armed man or woman in the gallery should something happen. I might be pretty good, but I'm not that good, and I dare say none of you are good enough to shoot somebody up there into the gallery without hurting anybody else. You'll have to put a lot of rounds up there to hit that target, and when you do, you're going to hurt other people. I don't like sitting here every day with my back turned to that gallery. Now, today, because it's legislators, I think I'm safe, okay? But we all know of occasions when folks have jumped up in the gallery and there's been disturbances in the gallery. There's 2 things I don't want to see happen. Number 1, I don't want to see people bringing weapons into this State House and sitting up there behind my back 1 story above me Because if they should decide that today is the day for them to do whatever they have in mind, the simple fact of the matter is, no matter how good our security might be, there won't be action taken until after people on this floor have been wounded or injured, wounded or even killed. And the second thing is, I dare say there's not a one of us who are good enough with a firearm that if that broke out, that we could do anything about it. Oh, yeah, you think you could do something about it, don't you? What you could do about it is kill multiple people up there as you tried to hit the person who was trying to kill somebody on this floor. This is a dangerous situation, and the events that occurred at the nation's capital reaffirm that. And so while I certainly support the Second Amendment, I hold, as I say, a concealed carry permit myself, and I probably own more firearms than most of y'all. But this is a good idea to get guns out of this environment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Hauser on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many of you was in here, oh, how long ago was it when we voted in concealed carry, permitless concealed carry, in here on the House floor? Do you remember the gun opponent over on this side of the room? I can't remember the representative's name, and I couldn't say it anyway, but he's a tall, lanky kid, and he's not here anymore. And he brought this, he's the one that brought concealed carry to the Capitol. And I want to just applaud him. He's not here today, but we jumped on that like a chicken on a June bug. And we haven't had any issues with it yet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the Heiberger amendment? Seeing no one, Representative Heiberger, you may close.
Well, I'm sure sorry I missed seeing the chicken jump on the June bug, but. And we thank our representative for that every time we see him. Buddy, it was mentioned about, I mean, the U.S. Capitol was mentioned again. Can you imagine the chaos that would have ensued in our nation's Capitol if 30 or 40 members of our U.S. Congress people were armed during that day? There would have been people dead. You know it. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I am almost certain, I haven't heard it directly from them, but if there is an active shooter in this Capitol, people who are carrying have been told to stand down. And that's because if you're waving a gun and there's an active shooter, they're going to shoot at you, and they don't want to shoot you. And having 30 or 40 armed people in a situation like this, when there's an active shooter, does not make the situation more safe. You know, so anyway, again, I'm not going to belabor the point. I close and move my amendment.
All right, you've heard the motion by Representative Heiberger to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes appear to have it. No comments from the audience, please. Thank you, Representative. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion fails. Back on the bill. The chair will recognize Representative Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2014, we debated the Personal and Family Protection Act. And at that time, post-secondary institutions, as well as hospitals, mental health clinics, government buildings, were all exempted for 4 years. But in 2017, Kansas law changed to allow concealed carry on college campuses for those 21 and older. Madam Chair, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Would you please explain?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's not as long as it appears. In 2017, post-secondary institutions were no longer exempted. And during that debate before then, I argued against firearms on campus, especially concealed. And I have argued that ever since. Not because I'm opposed to firearms, because you've heard me say before, I was raised in a household with firearms. My father was a hunter, and he had other guns as well. We were just not allowed to touch them. And many of you would say, well, what has happened since we have had concealed carry on our campus? I would have to be very honest by saying we haven't had any serious, like no one has gotten killed, there hasn't been a shootout or anything like that on campus. But what has happened is that a lot of families have decided that they were going to send their children, even legendary Jayhawks, to other schools because they did not want their children to be in a room with someone else and not know there was a gun. For some of you, that seems probably like, oh, that's ridiculous. Well, for people who are not used to being around guns or are not hunters or just afraid of guns, that's not unusual. We also have had family come up to see, was it safe? And I think a campus should be safe. And I think many of you know that I'm a faculty and administrator at the University of Kansas. And I think for the most part, our campus has been safe. So I would just simply say when I look at this, I would like for us not to have concealed carry on our campus so that faculty would feel comfortable not worrying about what might happen if they give someone a bad grade or you get in a disagreement with the student, or they don't want to be hired by us because they see, because we put on our website, and we have to, that we are a concealed carry campus. So those are my reasons, but I'm happy to stand for questions.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing none, Representative Ballard, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 11 states permit concealed carry on campus in some form. These states include Arkansas, Colorado, Georgia, Idaho, Kansas, Mississippi, Oregon, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, and Wisconsin. Additionally, colleges in Virginia and Ohio voluntarily allow concealed carry. Rules allowing campus carry are governed by state law, as we know. Consequently, regulatory mechanisms and operative law differ by region, and every state is different. Some permit concealed carry only on the grounds, some but not inside buildings. Some say you can only stay outside of buildings, and some allow guns in cars, locked cars. As you can see, every state is different in how they handle concealed carry. 16 states prohibit concealed carry on campus by law. This means that persons knowingly carrying a concealed weapon, even with a permit, are subject to fines and imprisonment. Most campuses don't do that. They just make them aware that they're not supposed to have them, and then we talk about it. These particular states are California, Florida, Illinois, Louisiana, Massachusetts, Michigan, Missouri, Nebraska, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota. As you can see, there would be our conservative states, our red states, our blue states. We're very different in how we govern our own states, which is why I think local control is extremely important. 23 states exempt colleges, permit colleges to make their own rules on whether or not they're going to have concealed carry or not. Some have chosen to have it and some have chosen not to, but that's local control. They leave it up to the institutions to make that decision whether or not that particular institution will have it or not. And they refrain from criminal penalties. Consequently, penalties are limited to academic sanctions, such as suspension or expulsion or termination, or they work it out. And these states are again very diverse: Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Maine, Maryland, Minnesota, Montana, New Hampshire, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, and West Virginia. And as mentioned, some colleges have voluntarily opted to allow concealed carry. And there are 11 states that permit concealed carry on campus, and as I mentioned, Arkansas, Colorado, Georgia, Idaho, Kansas, Mississippi, Oregon, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, and Wisconsin. Tennessee is very unique in that their campus carry is confined to only faculty and staff, not their students at all. So as I said, it's very diverse. Now, with the amendment we just passed, gives me more concern. Now 18-year-olds. When we passed the Family Protection Act in 2014, and after 14 years, 4 years in 2017, we had concealed carry. It was for 21-year-olds and older. Now it's 18. That means that we will have 18-year-olds on campus that will be carrying concealed carry, not the 21 that we passed in 2014. Oh, okay, I thought you said something to me. So keeping that in mind, 18-year-olds now will be on campus, not just our 21-year-olds. I hope you will realize that for many, that is concerning. I believe in safety. And as I said before, I am not opposed to firearms. But I do think 18-year-olds on campus is too young, especially if they have not been trained and know how. Everything we do, we almost have to train to do it or get familiar with it. I would ask you to consider allowing universities to have that option to decide if they will have concealed carry or not, especially in light of if we continue to keep 18-year-olds. Revisit that and give us that option. But for now, I move my amendment.
Representative Ballard, you weren't closing? No, after the explaining the amendment and then the waiving was waived, reading of the amendment was waived, then you could continue to explain, but now we're back to questions.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Representative Ballard. Questions on the Ballard Amendment, Representative Potter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the carry of the amendment stand for questions? Could you correct me if I'm wrong on this, but do college campuses and universities currently have the ability to opt out if they provide adequate security?
During that 4-year period of time, we explored all of those options, but university campuses have so many entrances coming in and out and everything else that it would have been millions of dollars to provide a monitor on all of those doors. So financially, they could not afford it. The athletic department was the only one we have on our campus that paid, because it's a much smaller business, in order to have monitoring and security.
Thank you for your explanation, but regardless, they still have the ability to opt out. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Estes on the Ballard Amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I compliment the carrier on her sincere passion for this issue. I do rise to offer an equally sincere, different point of view on this issue. Through my college years, I unfortunately had to deal with a stalker. That person went to my job, attempted to find out my hours, knew where I went to college, attempted to get my class schedule. I was blessed that my parents could sell our home and we could move, and my stalker couldn't find me. I had to quit my job, but I couldn't leave my teaching career because I was on the verge of student teaching, and I needed to stay at my university and finish. I couldn't carry on campus. I was too young, and I was in fear, not just inside buildings, but there's a sad truth that women are targets, especially as we're going from our cars into our buildings. Now I have 2 young daughters. When I was teaching one of my daughters to drive, and we went to the gas station, she's been harassed by adult men. At one point, I even had to get out of my car and look at one in the eye and say, I have 2 words for you: jailbait. Unfortunately, there are many wonderful men in this world, but there are some men who are predators. And young women are very attractive targets, so I respectfully oppose this amendment.
Representative Carlin on the amendment. I don't believe that was a question, Representative Ballard. Is that correct, Representative Estes? Representative Carlin on the Ballard Amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one question, and I should know the answer. Representative Ballard, don't we have something coming in Appropriations Committee soon about why our enrollment is down? Aren't we expecting a report from our universities about our enrollments being down? I think it was requested in our Appropriations Committee. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the information that we get on that because I do know that families do use those kinds of things to make decisions between universities and even between states. You know, our campus at Kansas State has tried to do everything we can to make it safe. We have a city university sales tax fund that we use to make sidewalks wide enough for ambulances to drive on, and blue lights for safety. Where the telephones are, you can find a phone with a blue light, and we've done a lot of things. We've got escort services and such. But I don't feel that my carrying a gun, if I'm a student, is going to make me safe in a classroom where there might be a shooter. And I do think, and it's been pointed out by Representative Ballard, it is going to be a lot different with this amendment that the Representative Owens has provided us, where 18, 19, and 20-year-old students now will be able to carry if this goes on through. I felt okay with the more mature students, and we've had no problems, but they also had to get permits and carry at the time they were allowed to do that. So I really, I know that we've lost faculty members because of concealed carry. They just didn't want to find out. They went somewhere else. And I know that my son, who's a full professor in Georgia, is in a school where they allow carry. He's in an inner city university. He's very worried about that every day. It's always on his mind. I think it affects a lot of things that we might forget about. I oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair recognizes Representative Blake Carpenter on the Ballard Amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, body, it was said in the opening remarks about how there aren't any instances or what have you of major issues with this current policy proposal. There's been no mass shootings or what have you by licensed concealed carry holders at these college institutions. One thing that I want to draw the body's attention to is this information is a little outdated, and I would love to see the current information. But right after college campus carry went into effect in 2017, the University of KU, University of Kansas Police Department, showed that the numbers of crimes committed on campus decreased by 13% from 2016 to 2017. The overall number of criminal offenses committed on campus dropped to 671 incidents in 2017 from 770 in 2016. I think some can argue that folks having the right to be able to defend themselves led to less crime there on campus. Additionally, I just want to point out that if we do go ahead and exempt college campuses from concealed carry and they don't have adequate security measures, how do you know who is or isn't carrying? If there is truly a bad guy who's carrying into a college facility, you would never know. And so quite frankly, if I'm in that college facility, I would like the ability to protect myself if the university is not going to take measures to do so. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I hope that the body would too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Carlin for the second time on the Ballard Amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize, I misspoke. I support the amendment. And the previous representative just pointed out that the security, again, which has been discussed here, and the cost of it is prohibitive, but we now can't even try to protect against it because it's legal. So we could opt to have security in certain places as we can afford to do that. That would still be our option. I do support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on the Ballard Amendment? Seeing none, Representative Ballard, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For some reason, I thought you had said close, so this will not be very lengthy because you've already heard a closing. But I would like to respond to Representative Estes by saying, I understand. I truly understand because on campus, that's part of my job, to make sure I'm working with students and trying to keep...
I need you at the mic, Representative Ballard.
I just want her, Representative Estes, to know I understand. That's
Representative Ballard, we don't use names at the mic. You don't go there a lot, I get it.
Oh, no, I don't go this way, and I don't use names, but I was responding. My apologies for using names. But to the individual who made the comment, I will say I understand. You know, I stand before you because my constituents are very concerned. Maybe your constituents do not have these concerns, but our constituents do, as well as our campus. If I heard correctly from the representative before me, he mentioned statistics on our campus, and he specifically mentioned 2016 and about crime and how it was. Well, concealed carry did not start on our campus until 2017. So in 2016, I think it points out that we were doing pretty well and we were safe on our campus. I just wanted to point that out because he mentioned the 2016 and it did not start until 2017. The other part of our law really talks about private, does not address private colleges. They can decide to have concealed carry or not. Public do not have that opportunity. And even though there was an option we had for 4 years, we did not have the finances in order to do that and to secure all of these buildings. So it was really impossible for public institutions as large as ours to do that as well. Keeping that in mind, thank you very much for being attentive, for paying attention, and I hope you understand there is a part all over our state very different in terms of do they want concealed carry or do they not on our campus as well. And with that, I would say I would move my amendment. Thank you very much.
You've heard the motion by Representative Ballard to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The noes appear to have it. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. We are now on a roll call vote. Has everyone had an opportunity to vote? Representative Poskin votes aye. Representative Landwehr votes no. Representative Lee Hahn votes no. Is there anyone else that hasn't had an opportunity to vote? All right, seeing none, the clerk will close the roll. Is there anyone that wishes to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and take the tally. 41 have it voted in favor, 80 against. The motion fails. Back on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we heard testimony from the Attorney General in committee, he mentioned the history of how this came about because when permitless carry was enacted, it undid the reciprocity agreements. And he did mention that they like background checks, they like permits. So in committee, I offered an amendment to reinstate permits and training in order to get a concealed carry license in Kansas. This is not the amendment that I have. I put some more thought into it, trying to see how we can make reciprocity make sense because there are states, 10 states issue permits to convicted stalkers, 9 fail to require live fire handgun safety training, 6 issue permits to many violent misdemeanor offenders, and 14 states issue concealed carry permits to teenagers at 18 or 19. So I do have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Please explain.
Yeah, it appears lengthy, but it is a basic equal to or greater than amendment. So Kansas requirements are to be 21 years of age of older currently, live in the county in which the license is applied for, be able to lawfully possess a firearm, and successfully complete the required training course. And that is what this amendment adds as a provision in order to recognize reciprocity with other states' permits.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Seeing none, you may continue.
I close.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, I stand for questions.
That's all right. Does anyone wish to speak to the Hoy amendment? Representative Blake Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will the carrier of the amendment stand for some questions? Representative, in some of the items that you were talking about from other states, were any of those items, something like a misdemeanor conviction or anything like that for domestic violence?
Yes, there are some states that issue permits to domestic violence, for domestic violence misdemeanors and convicted stalkers.
Thank you, Representative. I will say I don't think this amendment does what you want it to do, and the reason why I say that is because under KSA 21, actually before I get there, so whenever a concealed carry holder travels to different jurisdictions, so if I go to Oklahoma, Missouri, what have you, wherever my concealed carry license is recognized, I am agreeing when I cross the state boundary to their jurisdiction, to their laws. And so whenever somebody is coming to the state of Kansas, they have to do the same research. They agree to our jurisdiction. They agree to our laws. Well, under KSA 21-63A18, it makes it unlawful to possess a firearm by a person who, within the preceding 5 years, has been convicted of a misdemeanor for a domestic violence offense or a misdemeanor under a law of another jurisdiction which is substantially the same as such misdemeanor offense. So if some individual was issued a license in one of these other states, but has a misdemeanor offense or something similar to our domestic violence statute here, they would not be legally able to carry within the jurisdiction of the state of Kansas. And additionally, on the Attorney General's website, it does say, because firearm laws differ between states, it is possible that someone who is lawful to possess firearms in Kansas may not be lawful to possess firearms in another jurisdiction. As an example, some jurisdictions may not allow any convicted felons to possess firearms, whereas under Kansas law, certain felons have their firearm rights restored after a period of time, even if that offense is never expunged. See KSA 21-6304. The reverse is, and I'm quoting here on the Attorney General's website, the reverse is just as true when a visitor to Kansas may have a history that is no longer a violation of law in their home state, but under Kansas law, that act still carries a firearm prohibition here. So body, I don't think this amendment does what the representative is intending to do. However, what it would do is it would harm the amount of states that our reciprocity holders or that our licenses are seen in. So I think that we need to stick to what the bill is carrying forward with the true reciprocity language so that our Kansas citizens can carry in those other states. If those other individuals from those other states are in violation of Kansas law, then they are still prohibited from carrying here. So I would just encourage you to vote this down because I don't think it's what the, maybe it is, but I don't think it is what the representative maybe intended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the Hoy amendment? Seeing none, Representative Hoy, you may close.
Thank you. I will address what this amendment does. So when you add in training and licensure requirements, the Attorney General will look at the licensure requirements from the other states. And the main two things is states will have to have, with this amendment, they'd have to be 21 years of age or older and they have to have training. in order for out-of-state individuals to carry hidden loaded handguns in the state of Kansas. And with that, I close.
You've heard the motion by Representative Hoy to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll, and you may cast your vote. I got 13 hands. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Representative Sawyer. I was not looking in the gallery. I'm just used to looking there for my 15, so I apologize. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call has been asked for. A roll call is in order. We are now on a roll call vote. Representative Highland votes no. Anyone else? Representative Landwehr votes no. Representative Finch votes no. Representative Lee Hahn votes no. Representative Sawyer votes aye. Representative Tim Johnson votes no. Everyone had an opportunity to vote. This is a roll call vote. Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and take the tally. 40 having voted in favor, 81 against. The motion fails. Back on the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Woodard on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be quick because I know people want to get out of here. I also have an amendment, but I just wanted to say before we introduce it that I've been part of this conversation since being a student leader back in 2013 when you all first passed the bill. And since then, we made it illegal for our universities and college campuses to speak out on gun legislation. So while they can't speak up, I can. My amendment, which I will go ahead and introduce now.
Your amendment appears lengthy. If you'll explain, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to explain it. We voted down allowing the local control for our universities and college campuses to opt out of concealed carry. What this amendment would do is reinstate permit and training requirements for carrying on our college campuses. We've heard before we made it illegal for them to talk about it, that our university leaders, student leaders, public safety offices, and faculty and university senates unanimously opposed having concealed carry on campus. If we're not going to allow them that local control, what this amendment would do would just say that if you're going to conceal on campus, which we've already voted on a permit and training friendly amendment already today, this would just make sure that not just the 18 to 20-year-olds are covered, but everyone that chooses to conceal carry on a college campus would need the permit and training to do so. With that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Does anyone wish to speak on the Woodard Amendment? Oh, waive the reading of the amendment. The reading of the amendment has been waived. Representative Blake Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the representative will stand for questions. Okay, so it looks very similar to a previous amendment that we saw up here, except for it just has a little bit of a different language here in one of these paragraphs. So I'm trying to understand exactly what your amendment's doing. So if you could just kind of take me through that. Basically, are you saying that unless you have so you're banning constitutional carry and you're making it so that somebody has to have a license to carry on campus? Is that what's going on? And also, I'll follow up after that.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, this would just be somewhat of a compromise, and instead of requiring so-called constitutional carry on our college campuses, this would reinstate the permit and training requirement to conceal a weapon on college campuses.
Would this allow the universities to prohibit anybody with a concealed carry license to carry on campus?
I don't believe so. Page 5, a post-secondary educational institution shall not prohibit the holder of a license issued pursuant to or recognized. It goes on to say that as long as they have a permit, that could not be prohibited.
Thank you, Representative. I know that you serve on Fed and State, so there have been other amendments offered here today by people who don't, but you do. Can you tell me why you decided not to offer this in committee?
That is a great question, Representative. I know that this has been debated by and voted on by this body in the past, both in 2019 and 2017. I believe this is one of the bills that we did not have a ton of notice ahead of time that this bill was going to be worked in committee, and so we didn't have time to draft this amendment, but I was happy to bring it before this body.
Thank you for that explanation, Representative. Body, I do rise in opposition to this amendment here today. I think that we should be able to trust Kansans who go out, who learn, train, and all that with their firearms, and they go through and they get their license. But additionally, the folks who are constitutionally carrying aren't breaking the law in droves. I mean, since the law has been in...
If we can lower the volume, would be nice so that we can hear, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically where I was going with this was that since the law of constitutional carry has passed in 2015, we have not seen a bunch of people violating our concealed carry laws. And so I don't see this as being a problem. I think that, we hear this all the time in this building. This is a solution looking for a problem. And so, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the Woodard Amendment? Representative Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I spent 25 years in the Army, including 2 combat tours in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan. I received extensive training in firearms during that time, as you might expect. Since leaving the Army, in addition to being here, I'm a professor, an assistant professor at Wichita State in the Homeland Security program. The Homeland Security program is resident in the Law Enforcement Training Center, Wichita State. All my colleagues, or a large number of my colleagues, are retired FBI agents, Homeland Security agents, retired border police, have had extensive training in firearms. If you ever get a chance to go to the Law Enforcement Training Center, what you'll immediately be struck by is that there are the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Office has training there. The Wichita Police Department has training there. And of course, those folks frequently walk in and out of that building and around campus carrying concealed firearms and have extensive training. And so I think that this amendment, as the previous speaker said, as the carrier bill said, is a problem, a solution in search of a problem. So I rise in opposition to this amendment. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak to the Woodard Amendment? Seeing none, Representative Woodard, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, body, for the discussion. I appreciate the comments from the previous speakers. Until we get to a point where we're fully funding our universities to where they can afford a personal protection for every single building, if we're not going to give them back the local control to make these decisions for themselves, I think this is a good compromise that it says that if there are folks concealing weapons on college campuses, they are permitted, they're trained, and they're the best people that we know that are going to be able to keep themselves safe. And with that, I'll move my amendment.
You've heard the motion by Representative Woodard to amend. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Division has been requested. The clerk will open the roll. A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, a roll call is in order. We are now on a roll call vote. Representative Highland votes no. Representative Adam Smith votes no. Representative Landwehr votes no. Representative Heiberger votes aye. Representative Lee Hahn votes no. Representative O'Hobson votes aye. You can't see with the chandelier. You're hiding behind it. I've got a little bit of angle. Has everyone had an opportunity to cast their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does anyone wish to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and take the tally. 42 having voted in favor, 79 against. The motion fails. Back on the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to meet a woman and a mother of extraordinary mettle and fortitude, Miss Sunny Smith of Wichita. Some of you are familiar with Miss Smith's story of tragedy, and you know the deep loss that she, her family, and their community in Wichita suffered when she lost her young 9-year-old son, Royale Spencer, on January 21st, 2019, after a sleepover when children without proper gun safety training handled a firearm. While many aspects of that tragic incident may remain unknown to Ms. Smith, the fact is that we can pass what I am calling the Royale Act today to honor the memory of Royale Spencer. We can ease the hurt of Ms. Smith's heart in some small measure by coming alongside her in strength to promote and ensure that our children in Kansas are properly educated on grade-appropriate level on accident prevention and how to practice gun safety in accordance with our laws. And so, Madam Chair, with that and the utmost respect, I have an amendment.
The amendment appears lengthy. Please explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment has enjoyed a read in this chamber before, and what it serves to do is to give our local school districts an opportunity and an option to conduct gun safety training on an age-appropriate level. For those students who are enrolled in kindergarten through grade 5, they have the opportunity to learn about gun safety, proper gun safety training, and reaction with the Eddie Eagle Gun Safe program that has been offered by the National Rifle Association or any follow-on successor program. And that is not training by the NRA's program, but by one that may be based upon it. I think that's some amendments that had already run before. For students that are in grades 6 through 8, middle school students, they have the option of either getting that training from the Eddie Eagle program or going forward into the hunter safety education in our schools, which is offered by the Kansas Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism, or any successor program. And finally, Madam Chair, students in grades 9 through 12 in high school shall have that training based on the hunter education in our programs, in our school programs offered by Kansas Department of Wildlife, Parks. The last piece for this, Madam, is that this act shall be cited and read as the Royale Act as a namesake. With that, Madam Chair, I stand for questions.
Is there objection to waiving the reading of the amendment? Did you have further explanation at this time? Anyone wish to speak on the Penn amendment? Representative Lewis-Reese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had this bill that come through Penn State a while back, several years ago, and I can't remember the name of it, but is there an age that you can start training kids on your amendment, Representative?
Could you repeat the question, sir? I'm sorry.
What's the beginning age that you can start training the children on your amendment for firearm protection?
Thank you, Representative. The amendment reads that it can start in kindergarten for grades, and then grades 1 through 5. So whatever grade age that someone is in kindergarten, they would have the option and opportunity if their local school district approves of this. The amendment states that the State Board of Education would provide the training, and the local school division would be able to opt into the training and have that available to them.
Thank you. Representative, are there school districts offering firearm training for students right now?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I did ask that question. I did not receive a good answer on it. My understanding is that because this has not been in statute, we did not have information on whether or not in Kansas that this is already training across the board. So what this would do is actually stand that up so that that bevy of training would be available starting with this approval.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative Potter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to challenge the germaneness of this amendment.
The germaneness has been questioned. Chairman Patton. Chair will recognize Representative Patton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rules Committee met. Well, we've been discussing the bill for quite some time, so you all know what it's about. It obviously deals with firearms and concealed weapons. The amendment, while it also deals with firearms, it is an education bill, or an education amendment that's attempting to be tacked on. And as we look through the underlying bill, while there is a mention of training being required, the training requirements are not anywhere in this bill. And so we did not find, we were looking for the second connection to be the education piece, but did not find that in here. And because we couldn't find it, we found that the bill, or the amendment, is not germane.
The amendment has been ruled not germane. We're back on the bill. Representative Penn.
What do you want?
I'll take that one.
No,
don't worry about it. It's okay.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would admonish or speak to those members who are doing the whistling sounds that the mother of this child who was lost is watching right now. And for those of you who like the responsibility of being a parent of young children, remember that your challenges to this bill that would be good, effective legislation to get this namesake done, to speak to this mother's loss. As mothers yourselves, she's watching. Eyes are upon you. With that, Madam, I close. Thank you.
No.
I'm not germane. I can't close. Thank you, sir.
All right. We're back on the bill. Chair recognizes Representative Featherston. Is it Stone or Stun? Stun? All right, Featherston. I apologize.
After Sandy Hook, I vowed that I would work harder to provide a safer world for Kansas children and their families. As a mom and a teacher, I simply cannot watch one more first grader leave their school with their eyes covered to avoid seeing the horror of their classmates murdered. In my efforts to make Kansas safer, I became a Be Smart educator. The S in Be Smart is for safe gun storage. Young adults are living with their parents longer than in previous generations. The median age a child moves out these days is 19. Allowing 18 to 21-year-olds to have concealed carry permits potentially puts their younger siblings in danger if they do not practice safe gun storage. In 2020, Wesley Medical Center in Wichita saw a tripling of firearm injuries to children. In just the last 3 months, Kansas has seen 3 children hurt by accidental gun discharge by themselves or another child. I think we can easily assume that these injuries were due to unsafe gun storage practices. The R in Be Smart stands for recognize the role of guns in suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among young adults. 85% of suicide attempts with a firearm end in death. My esteemed colleagues have spoken today regarding Kansas youth's mental health struggles during the pandemic. We must honor and protect the lives of troubled young adults by protecting them from completed suicide by gun. As many of you know, I am a piano teacher. I live quite close to our neighborhood public grade school and Catholic grade/middle school. 4 years ago, I was prepping to begin lessons for the day when I received a text from a piano mom saying Matthew might be late to his lesson as she, the reading specialist at Holy Spirit, and he were in a lockdown. I cannot overestimate to you how upsetting it is to hear that a friend and a student might be in imminent danger, to think that my quiet Overland Park neighborhood was on the brink of being destroyed by gun violence. When Dexter, a 3rd grader at Oak Park Carpenter, arrived at his lesson a bit later, he told me how he and his friend were in the hallway when the code red was sounded. His friend had headphones on and did not hear the alarm. Dexter had to alert his friend to the danger at hand and get them both back to their classrooms safely. He literally feared for his and his friend's life because he thought they might be locked out of their classroom in the middle of a code red. Whether or not Dexter and his friend were in imminent danger is debatable. What's not debatable is the fact that this 9-year-old feared for his and his friend's life, and that is a burden he will carry on his heart forever. On behalf of Matthew, Matthew's mom, Dexter, and children and young adults across Kansas, I ask you to vote no on HB 2058. Thank you.
Is anyone else wish to speak to the bill? Anyone else on House Bill 2058? Seeing none, Representative Blake Carpenter, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, body. I know it's been a long day. I sincerely appreciate the debate on this measure. I know we all want to get out of here, so I'm going to make this relatively quick. You know, let's go ahead and right the wrong that when we deleted the language from 2015, I think that that was an honest mistake. Let's go ahead and fix that mistake here tonight. And so with that, Madam Chair, I ask that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports House Bill 2058 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion by Representative Blake Carpenter to report House Bill 2058 favorably. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion passes. This concludes our general orders. The chair will recognize the majority leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we rise and report.
You've heard the motion to rise and report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes.
The clerk will read the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, your committee of the whole recommends House Bills 2085, 2295, 2245, 2218 be passed. House Bills 2416, 2126, 2088, 2227, 2224, 2039, 2379, substitute for House Bill 2196, and House Bill 2058 be passed as amended.
Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr.
I move adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of Senate Bills 2391, 102, 104, 122, 131, 160, 170, and 235. Senate Bill number 23 by the Committee on Assessment and Taxation, an act concerning property taxation relating to buildings and improvement destroyed or substantially destroyed by natural disaster. Senate Bill number 91 by the Committee on Commerce, an act concerning economic development relating to the High Performance Incentive Fund, providing for the transferability of tax credits. Senate Bill number 102 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning the Kansas Sexually Violent Predator Act relating to notice of release of a person who may be sexually violent predator to the Attorney General and multidisciplinary team. Senate Bill number 104 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning children and minors relating to the revised Kansas Code for Care of Children, requiring court orders to remain in a present or future placement. Senate Bill number 122 by the Committee on Judiciary, an act concerning civil procedure relating to the rules of evidence methods to satisfy requirement to authenticate or identify records and documents. Senate Bill number 131 by Senator Pittman, an act concerning funeral processions relating to the regulation thereof, permitting funeral escorts to direct funeral procession traffic through intersections and traffic control devices. Senate Bill number 160 by the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning wildlife parks and tourism relating to the commercialization of wildlife, updating the reference to the guidelines of American Fisheries Society. Senate Bill number 170 by the Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning public health relating to Department of Health and Environment, Division of Public Health, powers, duties, and functions of the Advisory Committee on Trauma and the statewide Trauma Regional Council, continuing in existence the authority to conduct closed session meetings. Senate Bill number 235 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning education relating to student attendance, enacting the Back to School Act, requiring school districts to provide for a full-time in-person attendance option. Announcing passage of Senate Bills 83, 142, 172, 175, 261. The Senate accedes the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2022 as appointed Senators Billinger, Clays, and Hawk as conferees on the part of the Senate. The Senate concurs in House Amendment Senate Bill 88. Senate Bill number 83 by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning the State Child Death Review Board relating to confidentiality of records. Senate Bill number 142 by the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, an act concerning wildlife parks and recreation relating to boating and water activities requiring personal flotation devices as prescribed by the Secretary of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism. Senate Bill number 172 by the Committee on Utilities, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure, creating the crimes of trespassing on a critical infrastructure facility, criminal damage to a critical infrastructure facility. Senate Bill number 175 by the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, an act concerning health and health care relating to hospitals, health care-related facilities, establishing rural emergency hospitals as a rural health care license category. Senate Bill number 261 by the Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning the Kansas Asbestos Control Program, establishing the Asbestos Remediation Fund, specifying the expenditure of monies therefrom, and crediting certain fees and penalties therein. And just in, the Senate announced the appointment of Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Corson to replace Senators Kirshen, Straub, and Ware as conferees on Senate Bill 40.
Change of conferees. Representative Patton, Routh, and Carmichael are appointed to replace Representative Rogers, Smith, and Carlin as conferees on Senate Bill 40. Are there announcements? Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats, we will have agenda tomorrow at 12:15 via Zoom. 12:15 via Zoom tomorrow. Check your email. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hobopolson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. South Central delegation, we do have, we're going to have a luncheon tomorrow from 11 a.m., I think. So check your emails. I think I've already sent it out. So tomorrow, 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Majority Leader Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, there's a legislative prayer breakfast tomorrow morning, Thursday, March 4th, 7 a.m. in room 142 South. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 1502, posting of sequence for succeeding day, the following bills will appear on the calendar under the heading of General Orders for March 4th. Senate Bill 47, Senate Bill 13, House Bill 2239, House Bill 2231, House Bill 2106, House Bill 2405, House Bill 2143, Senate Bill 21, House Bill 2105, House Bill 2315, and House Bill 2116. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow morning, Republicans, tomorrow at noon, we will meet on WebEx for our calendar. Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until Thursday, March 4th at 1 p.m.
For the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We are adjourned.